This time, I'm calling this meeting to order and ask that you rise for invocation. Please remain standing as we follow invocation with the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flag. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Dear Lord, help us come together, Lord. Help us see that the way of your light is when we love one another and we work with one another and we provide leadership to our county. When we are faced with dilemmas that want to divide us, that you find a way to bring your hand and touch our shoulders and try to find a way to unite us. Let us see your goodness through these men and women that are charged with doing good for our community. Lord, take care of the families that are suffering in our county and our state and our country and world. There's so much suffering. And as we embark on this meeting, I ask that you provide your loving arms around all our men and women in law enforcement who not only protect this building, but protect us throughout our community. I ask for that special grace as I think about all of the harm that they put themselves in every single day for our benefit. As always, we thank you for all that you have given to us, all that you have shown us, and all that we hope to be in your image. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
For the clerk, March 24th, 2021 is the date. The time is 9:17, and we are in the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard, Corpus Christi. We are in the Commissioner's Courtroom on the 3rd floor, and I do certify that all commissioners are present and a quorum has been established. I'll ask Timothy to give a safety briefing at this time.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. We're meeting here on the 3rd floor of the Nueces County Courthouse at 901 Leopard Street. For those out in the atrium area, there are restrooms located on the right-hand side of this floor next to the drinking fountains. There are 6 fire extinguishers located throughout the 3rd floor atrium area. Please make note of the closest fire extinguisher nearest you. AED devices are located on every floor throughout the Nueces County Courthouse. In the event of a cardiac emergency, this floor's AED device is located next to the Human Resources Office. Participants responsible for dialing 911 in the event of emergency is Connie. Participants who are CPR certified in attendance this morning are myself. In the event of an evacuation, the court's egress route will be down the atrium stairs, exiting the Lipan Street entrance, while dispersing in the parking lot across the street for security purposes. Should there be a need to shelter in place, the court and attendees will remain in the courtroom. Dependent upon the severity of the incident, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and remain so until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our sheriff's safety topics for today is all Nueces County employees who operate owned or leased vehicles are required to undergo defensive driving training. There will be a link coming out to all county employees and elected officials on a state authorized and approved defensive driving program. And that'll be coming out shortly. That concludes my brief, Judge.
Thank you so much. At this time, Tyner's joining us via Zoom today, and Belinda is in the chair, and so I'd ask Belinda to take note, along with Tyner online, if there's anybody in the courtroom or in the hallway that needs to give us public comment. Connie says no. I see no hands raised, so we will move on and adopt the resolutions and proclamations that are before us today. I know I signed just a few moments ago some excellent proclamations. Number one is the Maxine Flournoy Day, and we have folks representing. Hi, Kath. Come on in. Sure. I'm going to have Belinda read this proclamation. It's March 30th, 2021, that this proclamation will take effect, and we will hear all about it shortly.
Yes, Judge, and we do have Kathy Boyd and Ms. Flournoy's daughter here, Hope, to receive this proclamation. And if it pleases you, I'll go ahead and read that.
It does, thank you.
So, whereas Maxine Edmondson Flournoy, a longtime resident of Alice, Texas, who now lives in Corpus Christi, was born on March 30th, 1921 in Wheaton, Missouri. Whereas when Maxine graduated high school in 1939, Joplin Junior College had just begun their civilian pilot training program and was allowing 10% of the program participants to be women. The Missouri natives seized the opportunity and earned a spot in the program. In 1941, as the United States entered World War II, Maxine had successfully completed the training program and obtained her pilot's license. Whereas in 1942, as male pilots enlisted and went off to combat, the need for the qualified pilots to provide aircraft transport duty grew, and U.S. military leaders were becoming increasingly receptive to the creation of a program that would allow female pilots to ferry warplanes from factories to air bases. By 1943, the program became known as the Women Air Force Service Pilots, or WASP. More than 25,000 American women applied for training, but only 1,830 were accepted and took the oath. Maxine and 1,073 of her fellow trainees successfully completed more than 20 weeks of Army Air Force's flight training at Sweetwater Army Airfield, graduated and received their Army Air Force's orders to report to their assigned airbase. Whereas Maxine was stationed at Hondo Army Airfield in Texas, she and her fellow female pilots were tasked with assignments including test piloting, instructor piloting, towing targets for air-to-air gunnery practice, ground-to-air anti-aircraft practice, ferrying, transporting personnel and cargo, including parts for the atomic bomb, simulated strafing, smoke laying, night tracking, and flying drones. Whereas Maxine faithfully served the United States as a woman Air Force service pilot in World War II, approximately 18 months. As a victory in Europe seemed imminent and more male pilots were becoming available, the Woman Air Force Service Pilots Program was disbanded in December of 1944. Whereas after the program was dissolved, Maxine was hired as a commercial pilot in Alice, Texas, where she met a young petroleum engineer, Lucien Flournoy. After a year of dating, they were married and spent the next 56 years together until his death in 2003. They have 3 daughters and 11 grandchildren. Whereas in 2003, the 3rd Coast Squadron, a unit of the Commemorative Air Force located in Aransas Pass, Texas, was renamed in her honor. One of the Maxine Flournoy 3rd Coast Squadron's missions is to honor and express gratitude to our country's veterans. The squadron established a Hall of Fame induction ceremony which serves to honor the service and sacrifices of the veterans from the coastal Bend area of South Texas. Whereas in 2010, Maxine was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal, the highest civilian award in the United States, for her outstanding service during World War II, and in recognition for her pioneering military service, which forged revolutionary reform in the armed forces of the United States of America. Whereas March 30th, 2021, will be Maxine Flournoy's 100th birthday. Join us in honoring and celebrating Maxine Flournoy, whose passion for aviation opened the doors for future women aviators. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the 30th day of March 2021 is Maxine Flournoy Day in Nueces County, Texas.
So moved.
Second, all of us, if all of us could say so moved, and if all of us under the rules could say second, we would. Kathy, would you like to come and say a few words? We want to thank you for bringing this amazing opportunity to proclaim Maxine Flournoy Day in our county. You are the inspiration for that. Can you help, Ms. Wimmer, move that down?
Somebody?
I think he just wiped it.
Okay, then you'll have to raise it up for Miss Helen here. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'm Kathy Wimmer, and that's okay. I know you know me as Boyd, and that's okay. Most people do. But I'm Kathy Wimmer, and I am chairman of the Nueces County Historical Commission.
And when this came across my purview, I said, uh-oh, we've got to recognize this lady. I know Maxine. She's going to turn 100, folks, and we have very, very few people of this age, of this vintage, who saw and did as much as she did. And I read more of the story about the walls that'll make you cry. These people were not recognized and given veteran benefits until 1977, and there was a coalition who saw that the legislation was passed. Thank you so very much, and today, to receive the proclamation, she is Helen Pope, one of the daughters of Maxine, and I met her for the first time today. Everything's been on telephone. So if Helen will come up and receive the proclamation, I don't know where it is.
Yes, I think Belinda has it. Ms. Pope, welcome. I'm friends with your sister Boo. I grew up on that same street.
Oh,
And
yes.
so I've known your mom and, of course, your late father, who's also an icon for the state of Texas as well. We're
thank
so
you.
happy to receive you.
Well, I'm so honored to be able to be here to receive this incredible award for my mom. And we look forward to celebrating on Saturday. We're going to have a fiesta. We're going to wear folkloric dresses, and we're going to have a good time.
How wonderful. And we also want to remark that, we're a proud military community. So not only is 100 very special for any member of our community, but your mom is sort of the special of the special. Her role during World War II was just an incredible story that I'd like for other little girls to hear about and know. So I'll be working with the Historical Commission to see what we can do about sharing her story during Women's History Month. And I just came from Austin, where women are being honored up and down Congress, and I'm going to talk about that with Downtown Management District. It would please me if Maxine Flournoy was our first female that we honor. I wrote this down. I have all these little sayings that lift me up when I'm feeling down, and this one is perfect for your mom. And that is that she overcame everything that was meant to destroy her. She was not really in an era where female aviators were a popular career choice. And they weren't even recognized, as Kathy says. All women's feminists know that it took so long to get their due. But as my best friend always says, there is no force more powerful than a woman determined to rise. Your mother was one of those women that was determined to rise, and not just rise for us, but rise to the skies to defend us. And so we are so proud that she lived so close to us here in Nueces County.
Well,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Such an
Can I
honor.
just wanted to add too, congratulations. I mean, what a milestone. My parents knew your parents, being in the oil field for many years, and my mother's still with us. She's 94. She hasn't quite reached the status of yours yet, but she always thought very highly of your family, and I so want to wish your mother a happy birthday, and
Well, thank
I
you
hope
so much.
you and your family are doing well, and it's great to see you, and we're very appreciative of everything that she has done over the years, not just breaking glass ceilings back in the day, but she's just been such a stalwart of the community forever and ever, and so please thank her on our behalf as
Oh.
well.
Yes, I will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Belinda has the proclamation.
Here's your signed proclamation by the court.
We wish her a very happy birthday and many,
Well,
many more.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Kathy. Our second, I'm sorry, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. Post same sign. The second one we have for the court this morning is Vietnam Veterans Day in Nueces County, which it will be declared on March 29th, 2021. And Belinda also has this for us.
And let me just double check that Ram's not outside. He wasn't earlier.
Okay, we might have a representative to be with us. There was a special ceremony from the mayor's military committee. It was held in Sherrill Park, and I was able to attend. Sheriff Hooper was also the guest speaker. Sheriff, I see that you're on. You did a great job, Sheriff. He addressed the veterans in a very powerful way because he used his own personal experience as a young boy. He was a little boy. That's okay to say, right, Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
He was a little boy, but he used his own personal experience as a police officer, having shared so many experiences with his Vietnam veteran brothers in uniform, and talked to us about what he learned about the war, how it affected him, how it affected other police officers and other law enforcement in our community. I thought did a wonderful job. And so we have celebrated, but this is one more opportunity.
Yes, and I believe there's going to be another event on March 29th commemorating it. Ram Chavez had contacted us, and we'll be sure to get this resolution to him. So whereas in honor of veterans in Nueces County and Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 910, and all Vietnam-era veterans of Texas, and whereas we remember those who defended this great land of ours, those who lived through the horror of war, those who came home sick or injured, and those who took their last breath in battle, and whereas our Vietnam and Vietnam-era veterans of Texas surely gave up the ease and security of civilian life, leaving farm and factory, home and classroom to defend the United States freedoms we enjoy every day, and whereas on this Vietnam Veterans Day in Texas, we remember and honor all veterans, and we especially recognize those giving limb and injury a sacrifice for our freedom. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that Monday, May 29th, 2021, is hereby declared Vietnam Veterans Day in all of Nueces County, and that the court hereby recognizes those that defended this great land of ours and protected our freedom, and further urges all citizens of Nueces County to join the court in honoring the Vietnam and Vietnam-era veterans of Texas. Duly adopted by vote of Commissioners Court on the 24th, if you also consider.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry, did you say Ram is outside? No?
No.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, we will, I believe that ceremony is on our own Fallen Heroes Memorial courthouse grounds. And if you have not received your invitation from I believe JJ de la Cerda sent that out to us, we will make sure that that's sent out again for all commissioners and all staff who wish to attend, since all you have to do is walk outside and pay honor and tribute to these great American heroes. We'll just keep it then and be able to present then at that ceremony. Okay, our next item is item number 3. That would be F3, in opposition to HB 4137 and SB 1641, relating to the composition of the Port Commission of the Port of Corpus Christi Authority of Nueces County, Texas. Commissioners, you'll recall that last court we voted to oppose, and that gave the lawyers the opportunity, and lawyers and court administrators, I should say, they're both, the opportunity to draft a resolution, and the resolution reads as follows. Belinda?
Whereas the Port of Corpus Christi Authority of Nueces County, Texas, is a political subdivision of the state of Texas operating under Article 16, Section 59 of the Texas Constitution, Chapter 60 and 62 Water Code, and Chapter 5016 Special District Local Law Code. And whereas in 2003, the Texas Legislature passed SB 1934, which called for a special election in San Patricio County to determine whether the county should be annexed by the Port Authority. And whereas SB 1934 also provided that if the annexation of San Patricio County by the Port Authority was approved by a majority of the voters, the Port Commissioners would be appointed thereafter as follows: 3 appointed by the Nueces County Commissioners Court, 3 appointed by the Corpus Christi City Council, and 1 appointed by San Patricio County Commissioners Court. And whereas the House Research Organization Bill analysis for SB 1934 includes the following statement: supporters of the bill say that it is a product of intense negotiation among local jurisdictions and elected officials, and would offer a compromise approach that all affected jurisdictions in South Texas can support. The City of Corpus Christi and Nueces and San Patricio counties have passed resolutions supporting the annexation ballot language and Port Commission makeup proposed in SB 1934. Whereas Senate Bill 1641 has been introduced by Senator Judith Zaffarini and companion House Bill 4137 has been introduced by Representative J.M. Lozano relating to the composition of the Port of Commission of the Port of Corpus Christi Authority of Nueces County, Texas. And whereas the legislation permitting the annexation of San Patricio County in 2003 was the subject of intense negotiations and ultimately resulted in all interested parties supporting the legislation, but Senate Bill 1641 and House Bill 4137 do not have the support of Nueces County's Commissioners Court or the Port Commission. And whereas Senate Bill 1641 and House Bill 4137 will reduce the number of commissioners appointed by the Nueces County Commissioners Court to 2 and increase the number of commissioners appointed by the San Patricio County Commissioners Court to 2. And whereas in 2003, when Senate Bill 1934 passed, providing for the appointment of a Port Authority member to San Patricio County Commissioners Court, San Patricio County population, according to U.S. Census data, was 66,716, whereas the population of San Patricio County as of 2019, based on U.S. Census data, is 66,730, a population increase of less than 15, indicating that membership appointments on the Port of Commission continues to be consistent with current population totals. And whereas currently 83% of the Port of Corpus Christi Authority's land holdings are located in Nueces County in comparison to 17% of the land holdings in San Patricio County. And whereas the county commission, whereas Corpus Christi Ship Channel, La Quinta Channel, and its tributary channel known as Joel Fulton Canal, the Inner Harbor, the canals in Rincon Industrial Park, the channels connecting them with the Corpus Christi Ship Channel, and all other channels and canals within the jurisdiction of the Port Authority are located in Nueces County. And whereas the current Port of Corpus Christi Authority governance structure has yielded a long-standing commitment to transparency, billions of dollars in economic development investments, and the creation of thousands of new jobs to help support and better the quality of life for individuals and families around the coastal bend. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, does hereby express its opposition to House Bill 4137 and Senate Bill 1641.
So moved.
Second.
Judge, is it
And I
Jewel?
believe-
Thank you.
Is it,
Jewel.
it is Jewel? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that canal. Okay.
Yeah, it's a real narrow little, what were you thinking? There's another one that's very close in name.
Yeah, and I can't, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that was
And
correct.
Jewell,
Okay.
correct?
That has just one L, it must be EL.
Maybe you're right, maybe it's
It's
just
not a
one
big
L.
deal. Just-
Okay.
We'll
that's fine.
double check it.
Yeah.
No big deal. Second,
Okay.
or second it. All right.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Thank you. Court recognizes Rosie Colleen from the Port of Corpus Christi. Thank you. And we'll get you a copy of this resolution, and we'll also send a copy to our legislative delegation as well. Thank you so much.
Did she need to say anything? Did she want to say?
Did you need to say anything?
Okay.
Just to say thank you, okay. Thank you. Item number 4 is in support of the reformed use of congressional community project funds for appropriate projects in Nueces County.
Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed many unmet needs in our communities, and whereas community project funding allows members of Congress to use their firsthand knowledge of their communities and their needs, and whereas new House of Representative rules will ensure transparency and accountability of the selection process, and whereas community project funding occurs after the federal budget is established, thus not increasing the federal budget deficit, and whereas state and local government grantees or eligible nonprofits qualify under the rules for funding, and whereas community project funding will be limited to no more than 1% of discretionary spending, and whereas community project funding has the potential to support many projects to improve the quality of life in Nueces County. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, does hereby support the reformed use of congressional community project funds for appropriate projects in Nueces County.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Thank you.
Second. I want to say, second just for discussion.
Okay, motion and a second and discussion.
I'm not clear, what is this all about? I mean, where are the funds coming from, or what is it, or?
Okay, so, and I don't think I have a copy of it, but you all know that we have the ability in Congress, if Congress chooses, if the House chooses, to request through their congressman the ability to have certain projects designated as priority projects per congressional district. This opportunity arises because House leadership in Washington currently wishes to provide for these prioritization of projects. And what we need to do as a community is urge, at least this is what this resolution is all about, and I support this and wanted to make sure it was here. We need to make sure that our congressman hears from us as a court to say we do have priority projects in our community that would meet the criteria. I got a chance to visit with Congressman Cuellar last night. I had a chance to look at all of the different, I'm going to call them arenas, right? They designate certain arenas, including Corps of Engineer funding. And because we have a deepening and widening project that will require ongoing funding for our navigable channel, we want to urge that those Corps of Engineer projects be included in these priority designations. So that's what this does. It tells our congressmen and our congressional delegation that we want these funds to come to our community. If they're going to designate funds specifically for communities, and by the way, the arenas range from infrastructure to military, I'm trying to remember all the different arenas, but the one that we're focused on here in our community is Corps of Engineers projects. So that's what that's all about. It's about making sure that we get our fair share of dollars that would be designated per congressional district. I think that's the easiest way I can explain it.
Right, and like you said, Judge, just to kind of rattle off the different agencies that this could be, would be agriculture and rural development, commerce, justice, science, defense, energy and water development, financial services and general government, homeland security, interior environment and related agencies. So these are just kind of a few. I don't know if another one that court might want to explore would even be the airport. I know we have some
Absolutely.
airport projects.
Absolutely.
And so the federal aviation is one of them.
It's very exciting to be able to, Congress has not done this in a while. This is an opportunity to, who knows better than we on the ground locally as to which projects we think should be funded. When you go to the Office of Management and Budget in Washington, it takes a lot of work to get your projects highlighted. And this gives us an opportunity just to tell our local delegation, and I say local, I mean our South Texas delegation. As many of you know, Congressman Cuellar is the Vice Chair of Appropriations, and so he is definitely has been instrumental in saying that this is important not only for his 9 districts, 9 counties, but for Texas.
So Judge, obviously Congressman Cloud is our congressman, so
Yes.
would Cuellar he would just be supportive of whatever Congressman Cloud put
Yeah,
forward kind of
that's
thing?
exactly right.
Okay.
That's exactly right. And we're going to I think Congressman Cloud is actually meeting today with the delegation. I couldn't go because I'm here, but they're meeting today as to, showcasing what we think are priorities. I hope that the Chamber of Commerce, the City of Corpus Christi, and all jurisdictions within our county will do a similar resolution.
Gotcha.
At this point, we're not telling which ones, we're just saying,
Right.
these are all the buckets where we could receive money. We also expect that Congressman DeFazio might have an infrastructure bill that also has priority arenas. And so don't be surprised if we come back to court let's see what happens with infrastructure. But again, we've never had this we haven't had this opportunity in a long time to say what we think should be a priority. And now we do, and so we need to have a resolution to get us to the next step, right?
And the United Chamber of Commerce is looking to adopt a resolution very similar to this one.
And the reason I one in discussion, Judge, because I personally, and maybe it's me, I don't have very much confidence in our congressman here to really fight for us like he's supposed to fight for us. When we go to DC. I mean, there's like everything they vote against, nothing's voted. I mean, I don't see him standing up for us and saying, this is for the poor, this is for the indigent, we need to pass those things, you know? I think if we're gonna do that, I think we really gotta push hard somehow, get some commitments that this is what he's gonna do. I mean, I'm not very happy with him right now as it is. I mean, he didn't want to wear a mask when he was supposed to wear a mask, and, you know, so I really, you know, personally, I feel like, I don't think he's really 100% to help the people out there, especially the needy and the uninsured and no insurance and all these other things that they're not really standing up for. So I just think if we're gonna do it, we really gotta make sure that we have some commitments and he's gonna really stand up for it.
Well, this is an opportunity to share with him our view about the importance of our community projects. And they've always appreciated the resolutions because that showcases how we feel. So I believe that if you think your community needs projects funded, which I know we all do, this is the way to properly, take that first step. And then I think that I'll have the opportunity to meet with him and share with him what these, we can talk about the airport, we can talk about deepening and widening. Of course, our agricultural, to me, is very important. We had a big discussion about all the losses that we've experienced due to winter storm, due to drought, and quite frankly, just due to COVID-19 and just a changing in the commodities market. So I just want you to know that we have to, if we want to get our projects funded, we must start with saying we want our projects funded.
Yeah, go for the
So,
question.
are there any more interesting comments?
No, just remember that I think he voted against our stimulus package.
Say that again?
I think Congressman Cloud voted against the stimulus package.
I think he actually voted for the first one and against the second one and against the third one. But I will tell you that what I know is that he will at least listen. And so I want him to listen, that this court thinks that there's priority projects that could be funded. And if he'll make that request on our behalf, I think we should make that request. It's important to make the request. So, with that, a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay. The next one is general information reports, and, but first, we have an introduction of our mental health programs director. And so, I'm excited to present to the court Dr. Xavier Gonzalez. Welcome, Dr. Gonzalez. You were at our last court duly and unanimously approved to be our behavioral health coordinator. We welcome you, and not to put you on the spot, we just wanted to say hello and get to know you a little better. Would you like to introduce yourself? And really, there's so many people, we know you, but there's people watching and people who would like to get to know you.
Okay, well, thank you for inviting me and giving me this chance to give back to the community in many ways that I've attempted to. So just for those that are out there that don't know me, I am Dr. Xavier Fons Gonzalez. I am a biomedical scientist, but I'm having to deal with many broad aspects in our community. Some of those aspects also include having to deal with health disparities and social determinants of health, and also, at the forefront looking at mental health. And so I'm here. I'm here to take the reins of looking at all the new programs and the ongoing programs that are geared towards mental health, that are geared towards looking at our justice system and its involvement with mental health, and at the same time looking at those programs in our opioid crisis that we're currently undergoing. And so those are a few of the things that I'm starting to look at, focus in. Don't want to forget one of my other passions and one of the things that brought me here and that's really engaged me here in Nueces County. And I've always had a passion for the colonias, and that passion is never going to go away. It's been several of my of my research, my master's, and after I came back home down to Corpus, back here in Nueces County. And being that it's a rural communities also do have aspects of in which mental health can be impacted as well. So we don't want to forget about them either, and in our aging community either. Apparently, specifically right now with COVID and the increase in isolation of individuals, our aging community is definitely being in an area of increased depression, and perhaps we don't really, we want to see what we can do for them in these times, because they're going to be alone for a while. So those are the main things I'm reaching out for and trying to do. But feel free to ask me anything, and I can.
It's great. It's great. You have the right everything. You have the right resume. You have the right attitude. You're young, which means we hope, you have many years ahead of you. And I have to tell you, I can't wait to really meet with you. I almost feel badly for you because we have so many good ideas, so many good projects, so many things. You won't have to invent them. They'll just be on your desk in huge piles. But we're just excited, and I wanted the court to have an opportunity to say hello and greet you. Would you all like to say anything?
Judge, thank you. I'm sorry. I apologize for interrupting you.
No, that's okay.
Judge, I think this is a real example of, this court putting the community first and, one, helping to create this position, and two, with the applicant himself, because for those of you who may remember, he was applying to be on the hospital district board, and several of us were so impressed with his resume, including the judge. And I know I don't know if everybody met with him. I think so, but Commissioner Gonzalez and Morales, and I don't think Commissioner Hernandez was here at the time. But we were so impressed with your resume. And I remember sitting in my office thinking, why in the world do I want you as a board member? I'd sure rather have you in a full-time position doing the kind of work that you're so eminently qualified to do. And I think this is a real example of this court working together to really get a fine applicant and a fine person with great credentials. So I'm setting the bar pretty high with what I'm saying, and I know you'll meet those expectations. But really and truly, this is a success story. I think without a doubt, having you here, and the timing just kind of worked out, and it kind of goes to show, sometimes people think they can't get somewhere, but a lot of times you can't get somewhere unless you ask. A lot of times you can't get to a place you want to be unless you try, and you did. You tried, and you applied, and it didn't go, and then we kind of were able to do some things to open it up to where there were more opportunities for more people, and we always want to be as inclusive as we can, and I think your application shown. We had some other great applicants and other folks that were really good that applied. But I'm just thrilled that you're here. I appreciate your willingness to really go after something you wanted. This was something you felt a passion about. I could tell that time we met in my office, and I appreciated that you took the time and came in. So congratulations, welcome. I'm so glad this worked out. Been a while since I've seen you, but I'm glad. And I think the process was very clean. It was everybody had an opportunity, and you just naturally rose to the top and of a very good field. So congratulations, welcome. I look forward to working with you, because this court has unanimously, repeatedly said mental health is super, super top high priority in this community. So congratulations, welcome. If I can ever help you with anything, please feel free to call on me.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, anybody else?
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations again. I've known you for a while now, and what you've done at the university and with the Colonia, especially your passion, which is probably part of my passion also. And it takes a special person like yourself to be able to work with that population that, a lot of people don't even see it as a worthwhile of working with that population in the West. But, I think you're gonna be good. I think you're gonna be fine, with your background, and, speak a lot better Spanish than I do, that's for sure, But I just want to say that one of your jobs that you have coming up is going to be the RT, I'm sure. We're going to use you at the RT for the mental health. So that's going to be something that we're going to look forward to. So again, congratulations, welcome aboard, and you know, jump with both feet running.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gonzalez, we're going to hear from a few more commissioners. I hope you like praise. You're going to get a lot of it this morning. Commissioner?
Mr. Gonzalez, thank you, for being here. I wasn't here to speak to you before, but I'm sure all the commissioners make the right choice. Sure looks like it. And we're ready for you. And, I'm trying to say whatever I can help you with myself, and I would like to take some time and also speak with you. And there's a lot of people in this community that are looking forward that need your help. So thank you for coming aboard, sir. Appreciate you.
Commissioner?
Congratulations. And like all the other commissioners said, you know, please call upon each of us to help, or if there's any ideas or, you know, that you have in specific areas that we can help focus on. I love your interest in rurality and in the colonias, and I think that's very important, especially as we face that in a few of our precincts out in the western part of the county. So I look forward to seeing your work out there. But as Commissioner Chesney said, and it is a priority for each of us, that the county provide assistance and direction with focus in mental health. We've done the physical part for decades, but you know, now it's a different time, a different day, that is so important. We see that those needs even more through COVID, as you mentioned. I mean, that's just so many people that feel so differently, maybe bringing out feelings that they didn't have before. And so I love that your focus is that's what your passion is, and you know, lead us in that. Help provide us direction and keep us updated as much as you can. Congratulations.
I just wanted to say that kind of exciting, and to remind the court, you actually will have somebody to assist you in all these duties, and that is a deputy coordinator. And we purposely waited for you, or for the right person to take this job, because whoever this person is, we think you should have a real, you know, hand in making that selection. So that'll be coming up next for the court, is the deputy was also approved in the budget last year. That deputy was going to help focus on opioids because of our disproportionately high rate of opioid use. And so there's a lot of, I hope that is exciting to you, that you don't have to, I know you're not alone, but it's nice to actually have a partner in your office. So that'll be a good, quick assignment. And then it seems as if jail diversion has really caught on in the last few months. It's something the court took up probably a year and a half ago. And so we just have a lot of great opportunities. We just needed somebody that we could go to help us really, as I like to say, follow through. So thank you, welcome, and we can't wait to start work.
Thank you. And you know, as many of you mentioned, I'm also here. Y'all are the ears for the community as well, and so they're letting you know what their needs are, and please let me know what they're telling you so I can make sure that we're focusing on them.
That's great. That's great. See you very soon.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Okay, and now we will have the general information report for COVID-19 by Kathy Ard Blantner, who's here in the courthouse with us in the courtroom. She'll move from there to Hurricane Hannah and also discuss severe weather recovery. That's items 2, 3, and 4. And Kathy, if you would take us through.
Good morning,
Good
Judge
morning.
Canales and Commissioners. Of course, Governor Abbott's orders lifted mask mandates, but many sites and businesses continue to require wearing of masks as Texas is open at 100% capacity. We have just received, as of yesterday, a notice that Texas to open COVID-19 vaccines to all adults beginning Monday, March the 29th. DSHS directs all providers to please continue to prioritize older adults 80 years of age and older. DSHS will launch a hotline in the near future to help people to continue to find providers. However, the website dshs.texas.gov/COVID vaccine is also available. Nueces County Knows on the Nueces County website also has current data on vaccinations as well as COVID testing. Nueces County continues to have a decrease in hospital admissions for COVID-19. We have worked closely to practice safe distancing, even during the summer beach times during spring break on our beaches, and we appreciate all of the people complying to our requests. We will be getting a tremendous amount of COVID vaccine influx into the community over the next couple of weeks to administrate the changes in the guidelines. Today at Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds, we have 500 vaccines. There will be a walk-in this morning from 9 a.m. to 2, and then a drive-in from 2 to 4. March 24th, Thursday, which is tomorrow, Nueces County will provide vaccines at the Wave Resort. There'll be 504 vaccines of Pfizer, and you register on site. Those are all first doses, 10 a.m. to noon. And on March 25th, which is Thursday, Driscoll Children's will have second doses at the American Bank Center. The Driscoll number to call is 1-844-977-1477 to register. Some of these call numbers that I'm going to provide you are only open if there's vaccine available. So what I recommend to our community is to continue calling these numbers. If there's not any available vaccine at that point in time, just please repeat your calls to these different groups to find a time that works for your schedule. March the 26th, which is Friday, Driscoll Children's at American Bank Center will also do second doses. All of these second doses at American Bank Center with Driscoll are by appointment. On the Friday the 26th, Nueces County will have a vaccination clinic with Port Aransas. It's first dose by reservation only. March the 29th, which is Monday, Nueces County will have a second dose vaccination at Memorial. It is for teachers. It is reservation only. These were the same group of teachers that we vaccinated approximately 28 days ago. So we've been working very hard to get all of our teachers vaccinated. March 29th is Monday. The Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District will provide first doses of Moderna at the American Bank Center. And that number to contact is 361-561-1101. You can find the link on the Nueces County website as well as the Corpus Christi City website to register there. Okay, and March the 30th, which is Tuesday, Nueces County will have another vaccination clinic at Port Aransas. Their second doses, they're by reservation only. That's a follow-up of our first doses that were done approximately 28 days ago. March the 30th, which is Tuesday, Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District will have Moderna second doses at American Bank Center. These are by reservation only. Those first doses were done approximately 28 days ago. March 31st, Wednesday, Corpus Christi Nueces Public Health District will have Moderna second doses at Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds. These will be follow-ups of first doses that were approximately 28 days ago. Also, life gets in the way sometimes when you do vaccinations, and you get a call, you get a schedule, but quite often you can't make that for whatever reason. On April the 1st and April the 2nd, the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District, which is a Thursday and a Friday, are planning to schedule anyone who has a missed second dose. Please call the Corpus Christi Nueces County Health District at 1-361-561-1101 and tell them on the phone that you missed your second dose and you want to reschedule for a new second dose. and they will set you an appointment for one of these 2 days. And if that, for some reason, doesn't work with you, they will work with you to try to get that second dose done. We want to get vaccinations in the arms of our citizens. That is our goal. Nueces County and Robstown Fire Department are continuing to provide homebound vaccinations. The Corpus Christi Fire Department is continuing with their Save Our Seniors registration, and their call line is 888-728-0018, and that's for Corpus Christi Fire Department. Now, Nueces County has a new venture in conjunction with the Nueces County ESDs. They are providing homebound vaccinations. So any homebound members in the unincorporated parts of Nueces County need to reach out to our ESD fire departments to set up a reservation to get homebound vaccinations. And that's an ongoing new project. We're working closely with Jose Oliveras to get these folks vaccinated. Nueces County EOC is working in conjunction with Accenture to develop Nueces County mobile vaccination units. So we are currently looking at what it takes to provide different dosages for different mobile sites and how we can do this as quickly and accurately with the least number of people and to service our peoples in the outlying unincorporated regions of Nueces County so that these unmet needs can be met. Do you have any questions regarding COVID vaccinations at this time?
Yes, I do, Kathy.
Excuse me, Commissioner. Deputy, can you let them know that we're catching a lot of background noise? Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Judge. So you said that we have both walk-in and drive-through
Today, yes, sir.
So is that an option, or is it people just thrown in one category or the other?
We are trying this as a new hybrid to see which one works. We know the drive-in works very well, but many people have asked for a walk-in who have problems sitting in their car for long times. So we're trying this just as a hybrid option and seeing how it works.
And I know, like with anything brand new, there's always going to be some hiccups, and we learn from them. And with that, I mean, the drive-through, I think, runs perfectly now, or as close as possible. But initially, there was a learning curve, and I've heard, and I've been contacted. And I don't know if anyone else has on. There's a learning curve for walk-in right now. I'll just say that. Right?
Yes, sir, there is,
So-
and that's the reason that we've tried a little bit of alternative.
Okay.
We have some additional vaccine registration personnel on site this morning to try to adjust that walk-in schedule to make it much quicker and easier resolution.
Good. Yeah, because I mean, I've heard of some instances where people were told to walk in, and it was quite a long distance, and these are the very people who maybe can't sit in a car for very long, but if you're taxing them to walk a certain distance too, might be a lot. So I know there's a lot to look at, and I know y'all are aware. I just wanted to bring it up because I've seen it, brought up in social media. I've been contacted. I don't know. I'm sure maybe the rest of the court has as well. But as long as you're just continue to try to work on it, I know y'all will perfect it as best as possible. And I mean, this was something a lot of people asked for. I know that. I know that people were saying, okay, besides vehicles, besides the drive-in, we want that walk-in option. So I'm not complaining we got there. It's just, so we all know and acknowledge that we realize that there's some bugs to work out and that it will be, right? Nothing's perfect right now, but that we will get that finalized to where it matches the efficiency of the drive-through.
And we're also using a trolley to support and take people from the parking lot to where they're doing the walk-in so that the walk is less.
Good.
So we're using several vehicles of that nature to help transport individuals who have difficulty walking.
Well, that was all my concern. No complaint at all, just to bring that up, and thank you all for your work.
Just working out the kinks,
I
sir.
know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just one, to piggyback on what Commissioner Motta said, let me also provide some additional information. I don't think it worked well at all yesterday, okay? I think that what happened was it's funny, I really love being on site for every one of them. I wasn't able to be there yesterday because I was in Austin, but when I did get the call, it was that there was a serious traffic control problem and also a safety issue. Let me kind of explain. The first issue was that we gave people choices. That might have not been the best idea. So you give people choices to do walk-in or drive-through. And guess what happened? Nobody chose walk-in. And so there was a tremendous traffic control and safety issue that occurred. Isn't the adage, no good deed goes unpunished, right? Everybody wanted to try walk-in, but this was not, and by the way, there were appointments, so there were block times. So the second thing that happens is that now you have an inordinate amount of people on one side and not on the other. And our personnel, I know it didn't seem maybe very hot, and I am already worried about inclement weather, as in tremendous heat, as we come into, how spring is summer. 80 degrees yesterday felt like, over 90 with the heat just on you. And so our personnel, as I was told, also had a tremendous problem just withstanding that particular temperature. And there was a movement to say that walk-in could help divide and conquer there. So there was an operational change that happened on the spot, okay, yesterday. Today, they let people know that there was going to be walk-in and drive-through if you had mobility problems. So there will be complete mobility access during certain times. I believe it starts at 1 o'clock. I just checked a moment ago, we're almost at 2,000 people vaccinated, and it's just 10:10. So I will tell you that we are working at record speeds. Given that they started a little bit early, I don't think they started at 9, Kathy. They may have started at 8 this morning, at 8. In 2 hours, 2,000 people is really wonderful. I am highly concerned about the mobility, and we express that to the team on the ground. I will tell you, and I sure do appreciate Commissioner Mara's saying, hey, we've got to get that, we've got to make that better, without suggesting that the walk-ins maybe is still something that can be worked through. In other words, your approach is sound. And I just wanted you to know that we all reacted to the, oh my goodness, you changed in midstream, and you had children and dogs and people in wheelchairs, and it was not what it should have been. But I do want you to know, what you said earlier is so true. Life just sometimes gets in the way. And that's what happened. The choice yesterday, which we thought was a good choice, turned out to get in the way of real efficiencies. Having said all of that, we vaccinated almost 4,700 people yesterday, and there was still, once the operation was able to transition, it went very well. We did have to make certain that the mobility concerns were addressed. You know me, I'm never going to sugarcoat it. So you're going to hear when we do things fabulous. I'll tell you when we don't do things that, in my opinion, were the best. Yesterday was an example of where we really do need to pivot and change. I don't think the fairgrounds is the optimal walk-in facility, but you need to know that you can walk in. Why? What if it starts to rain? What if the weather changes? What if the heat index is over 100? We need to make sure that we can do these vaccination hubs, clinics, in different ways. So in that way, it's a very good opportunity to see how we can make that work. Having been through the day yesterday with 1 million phone calls, I concur with you, Commissioner Modis. It's not just about working out the kinks or getting it. It's just drive-through works best there. It's what we do well. It's fantastic. And when we need to do walk-in, the trolleys and the hybrid of you designate whether you need special help is is definitely better than what we did yesterday. Again, I'm not going to second guess the operation. Health and safety comes first for the personnel and for the people that are attending. They made that operational change on the ground, thinking that was the best thing. And I'm still very proud that we vaccinated 4,700 people. And there may have been some inconvenience along the way, but I hope when they left, they felt relieved that they've received their life-saving vaccine. With that, the only other correction I have, that's an important one, is that there is a clinic tomorrow on the island. That is a Christus Spawn clinic. It is supported by Nueces County Logistics, like we always do for Christus, and also how we always do for Amistad. But this is a clinic that's not necessarily sponsored by Nueces County. It is just supported by Nueces County. It is a Christus clinic with Christus Pfizer vaccine. I don't know how I could possibly put into words the gratitude we have to Christus Spawn for being able to find us vaccine when we needed it the most. I know Commissioner Chesney, I know you would want to echo that. I texted you first and said, you asked, we answered, but only because we have an incredible partnership with Christus. Only a private provider can provide in this way. And they have a clinic right there next to Waves, and so it just worked out perfectly. It was very hard to find vaccine. They had been denied like 3 weeks in a row, and just the way it always happens, they were able to find a way through. So we'll also be able to do Port Aransas through their generosity. And Commissioner Gonzalez, we're coming to a place, as they say, near you. I'm about to visit with you later this afternoon about calling Dr. Scamilla and asking if we can use Del Mar West for a vaccination clinic 500. I'll let you help me put that together. Of course, I'm looking for all of your assistance, but that one happens to fall right there with you. And I think that we'll test this first come, first serve. If we like that and we think that goes well, it's really hard to pre-register right now and get a full, in other words, people are registering everywhere. And so if you register 500, sometimes you'll only get 300 to come. So maybe the first, with the right, I'll say that this way, with the right communication, we think we can get 500. That's a really vulnerable area. It'll target Molina, Greenwood, West Oso, Ayers. I think it's an excellent area. I love Del Mar West. Again, that is coming as soon as we can put it together. I mean, we have the vaccine, so as soon as you can help me put that together, we will do that. And that's all the corrections I have, Kathy. It was a great report.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
I just want to mention that I also got phone calls from yesterday's and this morning. And first of all, I want to tell you, I appreciate, or we appreciate what y'all do and are doing for the community. But there's some things that maybe if they're not broke, don't need fixing. But again, I just want the public to know that you are doing the best you can with what you've got. And maybe if we continue doing the walk-ins, we can have a little bit more trolleys out there to help the public.
Yes, sir.
Thank you
We
very much, ma'am.
certainly can address
Yeah.
that.
Appreciate you.
And again, I'm in favor of no walk-in unless it's inclement weather issues. The way we can solve this, is to get more personnel. And we talked about that yesterday. Again, I'm going to tell you that I appreciate very much the understanding that you've shown, because that's really what's needed. I know that the director made the call she thought was the best one for that moment. And she also understands that that it's a very large complex. So again, the reverse alert had already gone out for walk-in. We didn't want to create more confusion, but we did correct the mobility issue. So we'll see how it goes. But my hope is that we solve the problem with personnel and that we go back to drive-through and make sure we have additional personnel to cure the heat issue and the rain issue. Well, rain is a different animal altogether, but the heat issue is a real issue. It's for the vaccine and for the iPads, just so you know. It's everything.
And they, even though they do have certain conditions where they place the vaccine into a receptacle with dry ice on it, it's still hard in these heated conditions to keep those vaccines cool. Even with the air conditioning systems and that sort of thing that we have at the fairgrounds, it's still difficult to keep it cool enough. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Hurricane Hannah.
I just want to say, Judge, I want to thank the county health department also with Amistad. I know they went to Bishop this morning, they did a drive-through. And last time I heard, they had like 40 people that actually came through, which is good. I really appreciate that. And thanks to
And we're also helping, I just want to say a big shout out, believe it or not, this shows you how people really reach out and touch someone. Benavides ISD gave 300 vaccines to City County Health. They called me, we were able to transfer them. But a shout out goes to Sissy Bettis, our old friend from Ray High School. It was Dr. Bettis who gave us that opportunity. And she's in Kingsville. So it's everybody helping everybody. And also, if you all have any homebound seniors in your rural areas, our fire marshal, Jose Olivares, has been vaccinating every week. Bishop, Driscoll, Banquete, Agua Dulce. We're now into Orange Grove and Blunser, and amazing work being done by our fire marshal, by Chief Zapata in Robstown, and now we're adding Chief Clack from Annaville to the mix. And so if you have anybody that's homebound, that's rural, right, outside City of Corpus, please work with Kathy, and she will get that information to the right folks on our side, because they are trying to make certain that we take care of anybody. Did you mention about the all-call on Monday?
I'll call on
So that we are changing gears. Anybody who's over age of 16,
Yes.
starting on Monday, can be vaccinated.
50.
No, sir. It's going to be everybody.
Oh, I think you said over the age of 60. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
misheard.
16.
Oh, my bad. I'm
16.
sorry. Okay.
Yeah, so in other words, if you want a vaccine in Nueces County, come and get it. Sign up. We're going to have a lot of vaccination clinics, both private providers and hubs. And now is your chance. You've been waiting for this chance, and Texas is going to give it to you starting on Monday.
do we know where they're going to be, like CVS, Walgreens, or?
So it just all over Nueces County. Kathy can provide, she went over a few of them, but we will make certain. That's why I'm saying I want to do the Del Mar West Clinic. Through Christus Spawn, we'll be able to do 1,500 additional doses. I hope 500 of those. We already have a list of 1,000 people who are waiting, but having said that, I'm sorry, a list of 1,000 in Port A alone that are waiting. But I'm hoping to do 500 first doses in Port A, 500 at Del Mar West. And then I need to speak to these other commissioners here to see where else we can target. That would be really important. I say that because a private provider can target. We in the city county public health cannot target. So by providing logistics, which is our helping hands, we can help this provider and help our vulnerable populations at the same time.
And
So-
Judge, I think I think there's a second dose going in Port A, right? That's the second doses that are coming.
Next Tuesday.
In addition to the island. And then is there another first dose coming too, right?
Yes.
In Port A?
Yes.
Yes.
So again,
I believe that's Friday,
next,
Yes,
No,
Friday.
no.
this Friday.
this Friday.
This
In
Friday.
addition to the island, it's going to be, okay.
We're gonna work our fannies off, but
Yeah.
we're gonna work, and we need you there.
The island is on Thursday, March 25th.
And then
Island's
Mustang
Thursday,
Island,
okay.
Port A is on Friday,
Okay.
The 26th.
right? And then we are working feverishly to set up the other clinics. But we'll get remember, our websites have comprehensive lists of where we're gonna be. But again, the game changer is if you want a vaccine and you are over the age of 16, you can come get a vaccine. That is the difference.
Absolutely.
We're right now working with Judy and Bishop to get some of those homebounds that might have been missed or whatever, but.
We can certainly do
Yeah.
that through our ESDs and Chief Clack.
Judy and
Just,
constables are helping out with that. So I
And-
will let you know.
And just let me know. I can reach out to Chief
Right.
Clack and
And-
Jose Oliveras, and we'll get that done for you,
Right.
sir.
And just all of this works because we have our own license on Luminaire, which is our software that registers everybody and tracks it to M-Track. So I just want you to know, all the good things that we've done have really come to help us. The other thing that's exciting is that it is very hard to take note of how much human capital it'll take to get second doses out while you're still trying to administer a whole lot of first doses. And I want to thank Johnny Hip and the hospital district for helping us, really helping City County Public Health and Annette with working on second doses. If we did not have those tools and resources, we would really be struggling. So anyway, things are really opening up now, and I'm certain that the hubs will be a thing of the past, by summer, maybe earlier, because we're getting so much vaccine out to providers, and that's the goal.
And someone asked regarding the pharmacies. The pharmacies are being well supported by the federal government, and they're pushing a lot of the Johnson & Johnson to the pharmacies across the nation and the state.
And I'm sorry, you said Port A, it's first doses are Friday or second dose?
First doses this Friday.
And then
Second
Tuesday?
doses, March 29th.
March 29th.
Is second doses, because
In
they were
Port A.
due on the 28th.
Right.
So we're just one day off, which
Oh,
is
that's
fine.
right. And how many are you doing on Friday?
500.
Okay.
I know there's more.
No, it's
I
okay.
just
I
felt
get it.
like we have to spread it around.
Hey, I appreciate that we're doing it out there. That's a big deal. So,
And
yeah,
I'm
they've
not
got about-
joking, you helped a lot by sending your folks.
And they'll
If
be
that's a
there.
possibility,
Yep.
it's a big help.
No, I agree.
Kathy?
They actually enjoyed it.
Have-
They really
good.
enjoyed being out there and doing it.
Yes, we need volunteers.
We need volunteers. Kathy, I haven't looked at the crystal ball. Do we have good weather coming up? You are also my target for Kathy sends all the National Weather Service emergencies. And Kathy is very busy always because it seems like there's always a weather service,
Always.
literally.
The weather's been very good. The only thing is it's been dry lately and we've had a
Okay.
lot of fire warnings, but the weather looks good for this forthcoming
Good.
week.
Well, look, I just appreciate all that you are doing. And just so you know, Melissa's not with us because she is running point out at the fairgrounds for all of us. And so, hello, Melissa, if you're listening, thank you for everything that you're doing out there, making sure that we can have a better experience today. And that means we have to have our eyes and ears and your good logistics out there. Thanks to Edward as well, who's running point. At 10:18 a.m., Edward text 2329. 2,329 people at 10:18 in the morning. That's an incredible amount. So anyway, there we are.
I understand at Richard M. Borchard, they have approximately 17 vaccinators at the walk-in, so that's a lot of vaccinators.
Yes, it's just incredible. We're doing well, but I don't mind saying when things don't go as well. I think the public appreciates our honesty and our ability to say, we can do it better. But sometimes we do need each other's understanding. That was my prayer this morning, and it remains my prayer at this hour, that we really do try and work together, because everything comes out
Just don't change
the
in
way it
middle-
should be.
Just don't change in the middle of the street because.
Well, those are not our calls, right? That's not our call. That's the hard part sometimes, is that when you're there to be logistics, sometimes you have to say, I don't think that's the best, but that call got made, and that's what it is. But I will say that I do believe that our director and everyone on the staff worked very hard to autocorrect yesterday afternoon and today, and they're aware. They're aware. Thanks,
Yes.
Kathy. You want to go on?
Yes, ma'am. Hurricane Hannah, it was declared on July 24th, 2020, in 32 counties. Judge Canales, with the support of the state leadership, senators and congressmen, submitted an appeal for a deadline extension to Chief Nim Kidd and Governor Abbott. And Chief Nim Kidd honored his word to help support Nueces County to get an extension, which was granted to Nueces County to add an additional 30 days, and is now extended up on Monday, April the 12th. So we are working with Haggerty grants administrations, coastal parks, and others to continue to gather damages and supporting documents and reports, to resubmit an appeal. The Bob Hall Peer Committee is also working together with Melissa Munguia, Maria Badia, and Michael Robinson, as they are an integral part of the Bob Hall Peer Committee, and they meet with the committee on the FEMA appeal. They assist in finding opportunities and rebuild procurement processes so that the committee can identify how our team can help and how our knowledge can support the committee's effort as we move forward on the reconstruction of the Bob Hall Pier. We are working to present revenue losses to FEMA, as well as an additional report from Texas A&M regarding the change in the sand and the sediment underneath Bob Hall Pier as possibly an avenue to get approval for FEMA. Do I have any questions regarding Hurricane Hannah's appeal?
Yeah, the only thing I want to say is that we have been working with Congressman Cloud's office very well on this issue, as well as I brought it up last night to the larger South Texas delegation. And I think that a letter is in order, Kathy, that we can just, more of a county judge, just a letter from my office that states forth everything we basically said to Tatum in the appeal, but something we can take to Congress, our congressional delegation, so that they can also ask the administration on our behalf. So they can support our request. They're willing to have that. As they say, they've got our backs, and we think that would be a good thing to do. That's something I was going to pursue with you.
Okay.
We're not going to give up until it's completely no longer an option. But again, we're not waiting. We're just pursuing.
Absolutely. And we've set some specific precedents that had been set by previous counties during disasters that are not often well known.
Right. I also wanted to inform the court that I went to on this very issue, and Scott Cross is here, and so I'll update him as well. But I had the opportunity to meet with the General Land Office on the parking lot, and I clearly understand now what the concerns are from the statute, and they're going to address those. Of course, we all know that a concrete replacement is better than an asphalt one, which will just come up again and have to be removed, and that would just not be smart. They are thinking vehicular mobility, Matt. You'll recall that Scott Cross gave us good reasons why he thought that was not a good option. But what I wanted to tell you is that I learned that our own beach management plan and our joint erosion Corpus Beach plan both have conflicting verbiage that would also prevent a permanent structure like a concrete, or it's called an impervious structure. And so I want to explore with Director Cross and this board the changing. Well, I want to explore with Corpus Christi and the county, because it's a joint task force, and explore with Coastal Parks changing the beach management plan, Commissioner Chesney, because we could make it super narrow. We could say after a disaster and for ADA, right? If it's deemed to be in the best interest of ADA accessibility, that impervious structure could be built only in this particular parameters. In other words, we know why the beach management plan doesn't want concrete on the beach, but where there was a footprint before, where the structures could be restored to the benefit of accessibility and resiliency, could we not change that coastal management plan, beach management plan, to make certain? In other words, the GLO points out, hey, even if you jump over our hurdle, you've created your own hurdles.
Right.
So we need to address that, both as the city and with you, and not with you, but with Coastal Parks.
No, I agree, and as you and I discussed, Judge, I've had some conversations with a member of the BMAC who they were
Yes.
also bringing forward saying, they'd like, to be involved. Could they help out? And my response was,
Yes.
yeah, and get with Coastal Parks and let's go. I mean, if we need to,
Hey,
if we need to
Scott,
make a change and let's.
We're talking about you.
Okay, that's fine.
No, all good. I was giving a report on the general land office. I know you wanted to know more about it and what they said with regards to impervious structures. And we have our own impediments that I just relayed to Commissioner Chesney that we can remedy so that we can demonstrate to the general land office that if they can remedy theirs with the variation or variance for this very narrow area of ADA accessibility, given that we're under a federal order to do so, and that it's in the best interest of resiliency, there might be, an opportunity to make an argument. But our own beach management plan and our own joint erosion plan with the city doesn't even allow it. So by changing ours, we can lead the way. And that's the only thing I was bringing up. And Commissioner Chesney said, and BMAC could also, lend a hand on commentary. But at any rate, we can't ask them to do what we haven't done ourselves. That's the bottom line. And so we need to pursue that vigorously. I think that's what I heard, and I had a very good positive meeting. And they know time is of the essence. So, Kathy, with that, the winter storm, we also have a disaster statement that was due, and we're working with Haggerty. How's that coming?
It's coming along. We made a complete list of all the entities in the region that we believe were severely affected, water districts, electric companies, all of the cities, the local cities in our county were reached out to, all of the water districts. And during the middle of this, due to the fact that we're doing we're using a new virtual tool called a PSTAT, and now the counties and all entities are required to complete a PSTAT assessment and submit it to TDM individually, as are each of our departments underneath Nueces County are required to do that. So the Haggerty Consulting Team has been a great assistance. They worked with Nueces County Water District Number 3. They have submitted a PSTAT of over $800,000 in damages for the county. That's one of the largest outside of the city of Corpus Christi. So we are working diligently with any entity. In addition, we're helping with the recovery process and collection and the compilation of the damage assessments. We need pictures and cost of assessments. And we're also submitting cost, and this is a bit different. This disaster looks different than a hurricane looks. We're submitting costs to implement emergency protection measures, which was provided to save lives in our community when many of our firefighters and the Nueces County Sheriff's Department went door to door checking on our citizens. And that took a great number of man hours to do. And not only did they check them once, they followed up and checked them twice. They took information from these individuals to see what their needs were and then reached out to entities within our community to provide those needs. And so this was a full operation unto its own. And this was done throughout the county by numerous organizations, as well as, the Red Cross and all the fire departments. And also we've reached out to Port Aransas. We helped assist in establishing their shelter there. So we're working with their finance department and their city manager to compile some data for them as well, because we feel like they have probably a large number of amount of submissions to make.
And in fact, we are in charge of procuring all the damages for all of the jurisdictions in the county.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad we're actively pursuing that.
City of Corpus Christi, I think, has 2.3 million to submit, and our threshold
I
was.
guess they're not going to add the 35 million in bonds they had to borrow to pay the gas bill.
Probably not.
I don't know if you all saw that.
the threshold to exceed for our county is 1.3 million.
Mm-hmm.
While we have met that threshold based on the estimates that I've received, the PSATs haven't been totally entered yet, so we're still working through that process. Also, we want to, while we know we've met that threshold, we want to increase our submissions, because as we submit those submissions, they allow us to open up different categories of this
Correct.
disaster. And that's what we want, particularly the debris management category. That will make a tremendous amount of difference. And road and bridge, we want that to open up. And the more money that we submit on a local level, the more categories will open up. So we're working very closely with TDM on a regional level to work through any issues that we might have, so that we can continue to work on these assessments. They did have a soft date. Many may have heard Friday, March 19th, but that was a soft deadline. So we're continuing. If you think it has not passed, you can continue to submit these PSTATs to TDM, and we will continue to help you as needed. It is not a difficult process, but they do, as I said before, want more pictures. There's not enough pictures being submitted, because with it being virtual, we need something to give an eyes-on approach. So we're continuing to wait cost estimates, and we are looking at permanent work damages right now. The emergency work damages have been approved, and categories C through G, we're hoping to open. And one additional thing is, after this winter storm warning and Hurricane Hannah, we need to continue as a county to work on our mitigation and strategic reserve planning, as well as water, generators, additional facilities, critical infrastructure preparedness, because as you know, it's the end of March, April, May, hurricane season is fast approaching, so we need to start being prepared for our next season and disasters that may present themselves.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. I concur with all of the above. We have a lot of work to do to create our strategic reserves, our strategic preparedness as we enter hurricane season. So I do want you to know the greatest toll was to obviously a lot of pipes being broken, a lot of concerns there. So I'm looking forward to seeing that after action report and some of the policy choices that we can make to prevent that from happening again. Are there any questions for Kathy? Okay, thank you, Kathy. The only correction I have is, please forgive, I said that Del Mar West I asked Commissioner Gonzalez to assist. You are now off the hook. I now am going to turn and ask Commissioner Modis. Del Mar West is in Commissioner Modis's precinct. You just happen to have a lot of those neighborhoods. And so, and Commissioner Hernandez as well. So look, it's going to be a cumulative effort. The truth is, there's 1,000 vaccines that are available, all right? So I know that 500 is what we feel comfortable for in these clinics when it's first come, first served, because there's a process that needs to be on-site registration. But if you can find a third location that you believe would be excellent, Kathy and I need to hear that today. So again, Del Mar West for 500 is my first choice. Don't you know someone's calling Dr. Escamilla right now going, did you know that we just volunteered? That would be my choice, Dr. Escamilla, if you're listening. I don't know we can do it, but that's my preference. And then if you all collectively will send to me your ideas, but because it's in Commissioner Modis's precinct, I'm going to ask you to please to call Dr. Escamilla.
How far west do you want to go, Judge?
How far west? I just want you to come up with some good ideas, and we'll vet them together, whatever you
I was
think.
thinking of Tolosa Midway.
But you're right, I have West Oso and Molina, that's in my.
Yeah, I said, in my mind, I was thinking West Oso, Molina, more neighborhood, but this is great, because it'll project, I mean, that's something we could, what you want to do is pick a location where you know that we have, that's convenient for the people.
Yeah, of course.
Okay? And I think that probably could be a good one. Just remember that during the week, the schools are not your best spot,
Yes.
right? And we need to work together to figure out if, to be honest with you, we need to burn this vaccine as fast as possible. So I'm really thinking early next week more than, but maybe we could pull it off on the weekend, who knows?
I'll make contact if you.
Yeah, I mean, just make contact, see what our options are. You all kind of visit with Kathy, okay? Visit with Kathy, but in my mind, we need one good spot for another 500. And again, we're trying to reach this vulnerable population that transportation tends to be an issue for. And why can we do this? I'm going to say it 1,000 times a day. Thank you, Christus Bond. Thank you to the Christus Ministries for making their mission, they live their mission of the healing ministries. Yeah. So, like I said, 500 to Port A, 500 to Del Mar West, and then we'll pick another 500. What a deal. What a great gift we're going to get next week.
Okay.
Please, Kathy, you're about to get bombarded with good ideas, but that's okay. That's what we
That's
want.
great. That's great.
And
That's
then
what we need.
you will help them work out the best location.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I will be there for logistics team meeting later this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
We
Thank
are
you, Kathy.
done with all of that. Thanks, Commissioner Modis. Don't ever hesitate to say, you just literally said that.
I know we're gonna be drawing the maps this year, but I double checked just to
Yeah,
make
no,
sure
no,
it's-
no. Well, west is always tricky for me because of the lines right there.
Yeah.
Because Molina literally is across the street.
Road?
Horn Road is the line. So
I
anyway,
actually have part of Westosa, not Molina, but.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have part of
schools are at,
West
Where the
Osa.
high school and the
Yeah,
junior high
it's a
are at.
perfect
So
hybrid.
It's,
the
yeah,
junior high.
yeah, the junior high.
Yeah.
On that side of the junior high.
Okay. Thanks, I guess she left. Okay, thank you, Kathy. Oh, there you are, sorry. Thank you so much. Again, we're going to move on now. We have accepting the, do I have another resolution, Belinda? No?
Actually, we have a certificate of appreciation, Judge.
Let's do that. Let's do
Okay.
that.
And so, as the court knows, Lance Murphy, our Director of Information Technology, is going to be, his last official day with the county is going to be March 31st. And so we do have a certificate of appreciation for y'all to present. It's hard to believe, it's only been 5 years that he's been with the county. You know, if you asked me, I would have said it was much, much longer. I remember when he would show up in court in a suit and tie. So anyway, we do have this
Thank you.
certificate.
Lance, I know that I don't have the certificate with me, but I know it says how much Nueces County appreciates in gratitude for your service to this county. I will be the first to say, I don't really know what I'm going to do after March 31st. I truly feel, and I said this on a call yesterday, that I'm losing my left hand, and I am left-handed. This is a big loss for emergency management. And that's funny, right? Because aren't you head of IT? But we could not have survived getting this entire county to go remote had it not been for your willingness to work round the clock. And your complaints were very few, and your work ethic was extremely high. I really do mean this. Even since we found out that you were getting this great opportunity in another state with your family, we wished you well, but we knew that we didn't really want to separate because people don't understand how much infrastructure IT provides to an emergency situation. In fact, your folks are on site at every one of our operations, and we cannot do without that. In addition, we got hit with CGIS completely changing the ball on us as of January 1st. And just yesterday, or maybe was it Monday, that you helped work with me and Tyler Technologies to make certain that after you're gone, we still have a seamless transition for online viewing of criminal records. You made the civil records happen by helping me identify what the problem was during COVID-19, and we got civil records online, and it made every judge do a dance. They were so happy. you just really have been a tremendous asset, and we're wishing you the very best in your new state. Is Nevada? Utah?
Utah.
Utah, okay, in Utah. And I don't know if you want to say, see you later, alligator, or, you know, or if you'd like to make some comments, but I'm very sorry to see you go.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity. IT is involved in a lot of things. It just kind of comes with the job. But, you know, I couldn't have done it without the staff. I kind of point them in a direction, and I've got a great staff that just charges forward and even gets pulled into other areas, like Connie there. But anyway, it's been a crazy experience, a couple of hurricanes, pandemic, and I think I've got like notches that I didn't expect to have in my belt there. All the people that I work with, I'm not going to dare begin to name them because I'll forget somebody and then I'll hate myself for it later. But everybody knows who they are, directors, chiefs, and employees in general that have helped us push this forward. Originally, I kind of thought that I would. Your comment, Belinda, was interesting because originally I think I had it in my head that I'd do about 10 years and then move on. But I feel like I kind of did 10 years worth of work in 5 in some respects. So maybe that's why the calling is happening now. But my goal, of course, is a smooth transition, and I've made myself, available to make that as smooth as possible, even here in these last weeks and even post. And we'll see what I can do to make that as smooth as possible. And I appreciate the praise, but I always kind of feel like I'm just kind of doing my job. So, but thank you.
You did, and you do have a wonderful team. And I want to say that Bridget is, until we can get a formal director, I think has stepped into the role once before as interim, and we have a lot of confidence and faith in her. And your teammates are just, I know they will do everything they can to fill the gap. But and also thank you for your willingness to really get us more modern when that was a goal. So from cybersecurity to the cloud, we've done some amazing work together here in the last 2 years, and I do think it feels more like a decade. So
And
with that,
just one side
yeah.
note here, I'd like to explain the hat. I'm attempting to grow my hair out, and it looks
Oh.
like a newborn right now. So I'm covering that up for y'all guys.
That's okay, I look like that in the mornings too, so.
So, commissioners, I know you want to wish Lance the best, and again, he has given us the ability to have a very different, in my opinion, profile from Records Warehouse to CGIS, of course, Odyssey, and emergency management, cybersecurity. We've done a tremendous amount, but you had to have a director who would be willing to implement and carry the day. And we're still not done, because until it's the last minute of that March 31st, as a matter of fact, I'll be calling you shortly because we've got to solve that luminaire issue. So, anyway, commissioners, I'll yield the floor.
Thanks.
Commissioner Modis.
Wish you best of luck. We've both been here in the county around the same amount of time, and I can't imagine, I'm sure, I was going to say, it probably feels like more than 5 years, and with all the accolades and challenges that you've listed, I mean, it's no wonder that you've been so busy. But, like you said, you have had a great team. Sad to see you go, but, I want to thank you for all you've done. I mean, we probably shouldn't even talk about them, but, cyber issues that have come up, right, that we face, that a lot of government entities are facing, that you've been there to help protect us and ensure that we have what's needed. The issue of the cloud, I remember that was just a big issue early on in my first term, and continues to be an issue that I'm glad that you pushed, because, it's as you've said, technology is just constantly evolving. You have to stay on top of it. And so to also consider how important that is to work with all these companies and corporations that can help protect us and ensure that we have the space, the storage that we need for all of these softwares, all of these issues that come forward. And so you'll be missed, but thank you and best of luck on your future endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Well, Commissioners, I'm definitely hoping that we'll all get a chance to figure out how we make this transition, and Lance is going to actually help us make some recommendations, because I don't think we want to lose sight of the goals and the visions. And he said to me this weekend that, or last weekend, that there was a 3-year plan, and that we've done so much of that 3-year plan that there's sort of a need to reassess. Is that a better way? Is that a fair assessment? There's a plan that needs to be put forth so we know how to.
There's some overhead to overcome just from jumping that far that quickly. But
Yeah.
especially when it comes to the courts, the game has changed pretty dramatically with the SAS operations, but also with the plexiglass and all the arrangements in the room. So that one
Sure.
does need to be reviewed. And that's one of the final pieces I'd like to at least do. We are already trying to set up a meeting with Tyler representatives to get that in line, so.
Okay, great. Well, today's just my formal way to represent the court and all of the employees that say, just call Lance, he'll fix it. You know, everybody thinks any glitch in the computer can be fixed, by IT, and that makes you probably the most, valuable and person, and probably the busiest, because there's always glitches. But the truth is, IT is so much more. You're really the engineer of all things technology. And again, I'm wishing you the very best, but hoping that you really won't be too far if, in case, as they say, a 911 occurs.
Just in case.
Just in case. Okay, thank you, Lance. I'm going to present this to you from a distance, only because we're being extra good and careful these days. And we've all signed it, and I'm hopeful that, as I said, that you will please let us know where you are, and if anything happens and you come back this way, that you'll let us know what technologies you're improving in the western part of the United States.
Will do. Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioners and Judge.
Thanks so much.
Congratulations.
Good luck. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. We are now at item J, and item H, which is accepting the minutes of March 10th, 2021, and March 17th, 2021.
Judge,
And is there, yes?
you said Kathy was doing 2, 3, and 4, right? So
Yes.
4 was covered by Kathy
Yes.
also? Okay.
Yes, but did you have a question? She's still here?
No, clerk was just making sure. She was just asking if that
Okay,
was the case.
sure. Yes, 2,
yeah.
3, and 4. We didn't call it, but she covered all 3.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarity.
Motion to approve the minutes, Judge.
Thank you. I'll
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, present the following certificates of recognition. We've done that. Item number J, the Nueces County Board of Coastal Parks Commissioners. And I want to put forth 2 names. We did 2 last time, 2 more names this time. And that is Kim Winton-Zahn and Bob Paulison. Kim Winton-Zahn and Bob Paulison. Those are returning board members.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I got a question first in discussion. I have an application was submitted by Mr. Rick Patel, for the board, I guess. And I don't know if there's any more openings or whatever, but I know that, and I asked him that you have to be appointed by you, that we would approve it. So there is an open application from Mr. Patel, and I think he'd be great because he has a venue in the beach, and he knows all about the beach, and he knows about venues and on the beach, so.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking Judge if you can consider him to.
I will,
to
sir.
appoint him on the board, because I think he'd be a great asset to this board.
I will, sir, and there are more openings. I'm just trying different approaches, so I'm doing just 2 today, but thank you so much.
Sure.
I will consider. I called the vote for the clerk. I'm going to do it one more time, just because we sort of stopped it right there in the middle. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Belinda, would, those, letters we like to send out?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then on the next item is consent agenda. Consent agenda. A through J, Commissioners, are there any? Is there a motion for A through J?
I just want to pull J just for a
J,
real quick question.
you got it? Okay, J is pulled. Any other issues here?
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
A through I.
Thank you. I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then J, I'll pitch that one to Tyner or to Belinda, if you don't mind. J is in jam? Commissioner?
Just open it up though, right?
I know the history, that there was a posting error because it had to do with an at-large district, but I don't know if you want to explain or what the question might be, if that was what the issue
Yeah, I
might
just
be.
wanted some clarification on that, and then just one more question, so.
Certainly, and Tyner can jump in if I don't have all the facts here. But my understanding was that it was posted, but upon review, it looked like that we had only indicated that they needed to be a resident of Nueces County as opposed to Nueces County and the Water District. And so that was a distinction that I think was actually brought up to us by the chair. And so we went ahead and reposted.
And so it is all of Nueces County, right? Or is it just the district?
It's Nueces, it's within the district in Nueces County.
Gotcha.
Yes. So we had to get with Public Works, pull that map, make sure we had all of that.
Okay. And so on that, if we can just get more specific, and I know this will be something for Tara to help us with, if we can be specific on when we look at the board description or the roster of the members, if we can make sure that instead of at large, that it says unincorporated, perhaps, maybe that's what the general sense of that was. I mean, if we want to leave it the entire map, that's fine. And maybe that's something to change in the future. I mean, I don't want to block it now because that position is held by Ms. Lohman, and I think she's indicated she's going to seek reappointment. So just maybe for the future to consider that. It's nothing against her. I appreciate her work. But that kind of gives us two people from one city, one community. And I think the intent, at least the way I understand it, the intent is to include people like in Banquete, right? Because they're greatly influenced by this water source, and so they don't have a dedicated spot, right? Agua Dulce does, Bishop does, Driscoll does, but Banquete doesn't. So just like I said, for future, it doesn't have to be changed now because I'm sure there may be something that has to be worked out on that, but just so we can kind of remember for the next term when it comes up.
We'll definitely follow up.
Now,
Commissioner.
I always thought that at large would mean anybody across the county, from Nueces County, because sometimes it's hard to find an at large just in that small area. So, and a lot of the at larges that we have are countywide. I mean, I just don't know if that's changed. Was it that before? Before, I know we've done it countywide. And no matter whose precinct it is, whatever, it's countywide. Can we check on that just to make sure we're not?
Yes, and right now what we have on the agenda is for places 6 and 8. And so that was part of what we had to clarify.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. So motion to approve, Judge.
Thank you so much. Do I have a second?
Okay, sorry.
Okay, multiple seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. And I'm going to advance, I have a request due to a conflict, but I just need to see which one it is. Belinda?
It's A4, your Judge.
A4. Okay. Kyle LeBlanc is on the phone, and I'm going to advance A4 ahead of 1, 2, and 3. We'll come right back to it. and discuss and consider Nueces County Capital Improvement Plan, project prioritization. You'll recall that we put this on the agenda from the last meeting's workshop to make sure that you didn't have any additional questions or concerns, or if you wanted to, I suppose, add projects. If you have a project that wasn't listed, this would be the opportunity. Is there any information for Kyle at this time, commissioners?
Judge, just a comment. There are several projects on there and I don't want to spend the day
Correct.
doing all that. So my thought was, there are several projects on there that I have questions on, don't agree on the scope, but that could take hours for us to hash through. So my thought would be just to move forward, because I know we need to get this approved for NOE's purposes, and just be able to state on the record that I would just reserve the right to, as these projects come up individually,
Of course.
not support or change, or I just
Right.
don't want it to be
It
said,
doesn't
well,
mean-
you supported this earlier, and not at least kind of
That's
qualify
correct.
it a little bit to say, look, let's move it my opinion, just to move it forward, but there are a lot of these projects that I'm gonna question a lot on and may not support down the road, or may support a different scope, but we need to get a plan in place. I
That's
get
it.
it, and for sake of
Okay, I think that's
brevity,
fair.
That would
And-
be something I would like just to state, and like to put that in the minutes.
And
that
do you
would
have
be-
any additions? Because this is an opportunity for additions.
Not at this point.
Does anybody have any additions at this point? That would be any project that you have in your precinct that you say, gosh, this is a capital project that needs to be listed and it's not on here?
Well, my concern is the warehouse. I
The-
know it's
The
not a-
records warehouse?
Yes, ma'am. I
that-
know it's
That's a good
rental
point.
that we're doing, but it's really deteriorating real bad.
Right, no, we have definitely plans to do a new one. Why don't we add that one? Why don't we add records warehouse, Kyle, to be discussed? We may not want to buy one, we may not want to rent the same one, but somewhere in between, there is a need for a infrastructure for records warehouse. And they're talking about the one that's on Leopard.
We had previously identified that if it's a same records warehouse that I think I recall from 2 years ago, it's the old bread factory.
Correct.
We had gone and done a quick look at that facility in preparation for potentially renovating the entire facility. And the direction at that time was, let's look at not obligating the county anymore for a lease of that facility, and instead digitizing these records that are currently held there. So if we need to revisit potentially a different scenario with where the county holds their records, we can work with you guys definitely to do that, either to renovate the existing facility, and I don't know what the terms are with the owner of the facility with the county as it currently stands. If there are other potential facilities that might be able to house that same documentation, that same volume of documentation, if digitization is not feasible, we can certainly help with that. We would just need a little bit more information
Sure.
to know how that might progress.
Yeah, we can give you that information, Kyle. Basically, to digitize all the records would be like, 25 million, so that's not feasible. Although we have begun that process of digitization. I think the concept was either move locations to a better building where humidity could be better controlled for the records, particularly the ones that must be sealed for many, many years, or potentially purchase another building, because we had that opportunity to look at other buildings that might be available that, when financed over time, would actually be the same and or cheaper, more cost-effective, I think is the polite way of saying it, than what we've got now. I'm not sure that qualifies for capital infrastructure as far as a lease goes, or financing of an ownership of a building, that might qualify. So I'm not certain how we do it, but I think it's fair to say, why don't we explore the concept? And that's a good catch, Commissioner Hernandez.
But if it's not our building,
Certainly.
can we spend the
No.
CO money?
No, I'm just saying if we were to buy a building, like we looked at that building that you We saw that used to be Bell Helicopter. Unfortunately, they didn't want to sell after a while. But we've looked at other buildings, and the idea is what can we get that's much better for the records? Is it possible to own our own building for the same price that we're leasing a building that's highly compromised? And it was honestly, got damaged during during the winter storm. There was damage to those documents during the winter storm. And so it's very important. I think it's a good catch. Records warehouse is only being articulated in terms of digitization. And so Kyle, we could do a hybrid perhaps. And again, just because it's in the plan, as Commissioner Chesney says, doesn't mean that's the route we're going to go. It just means it's identified by a department head or ourselves as being a crucial need for the county.
Excuse me, Judge, if I may make a
Yes.
suggestion? I just want to suggest, and I know we've got plans for the old Memorial Hospital, but to save us money for the meantime, till we get this done, we're spending, I believe, something like
$15,000.
$250,000 a year in rental.
Correct.
If we can utilize Memorial Hospital that has everything that warehouse needs, it has a dock that they need to load and unload. And if we could fix some space for them there for the meantime, I would suggest, building is already there.
So believe it or not, it would probably be more expensive to be at Memorial because we don't own Memorial. It's leased to Krista Spahn, and until 2023, when the building comes down, they would have to lease it to us. And based on previous negotiations that I've had, it would be fair market value. So I don't think it would change the cost. I love the idea if we owned the building.
Yeah.
I wish we did, but we don't. But the idea is that, again, I place it on my wish list, but we definitely need, there's a lot of opportunities to go after. And I think the idea is if we put it on inside the capital improvement plan, it gives us an opportunity to go chase those. So I think we should add that. Is that your recommendation to add it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we'll start looking for opportunities.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, or continuing to look. Okay, Kyle, I think you understand the differentiation, right?
Yes, ma'am, we understand.
Commissioner, anybody else? No, it looks like we've got, was Ortiz Park in there, Commissioner Modas? That we talked about the sidewalk and the lighting. Kyle, is that in
I
there?
know we've talked about that
We-
with ABM.
We have identified a placeholder for parks improvements through discussions with
You wanna list it
Mr.
down?
Herrera, and a need to identify the flat work, which is parking and roadway and sidewalks at different parks throughout the county. We do not have a named project specifically for Ortiz, but there is a general identification of inland parks improvements. We've differentiated that between inland parks and coastal parks, but there is that in there. It's not on this screen that we're showing currently. It was not identified as a top priority in this 90 million screen that we're showing now. However, it is in the CIP, so it is identified to take place at some point in time, and I suppose depending on where the court stands in elevating the need for that particular project, it could come up into a capital improvement CO 2021 funding source.
So Commissioner, I'm in favor of going ahead and delineating it, if you'll work with them on that. I mean, it is in there, but it's just in there in a way that doesn't really give you a lot of guidance, because you don't have cost estimates. And I think that's the first step to getting cost estimates is to labeling it.
I know we've had some work done on that, so we'll see if we can get that to them. I mean, had discussions with ABM on that before, so I believe there is some work on that. I mean, I don't mind throwing it on, and I've shared this with Kyle, and I guess this is the best time to do it. I definitely want to be protective of my precinct and invest in my precinct, right? We all need to. But my philosophy on this is, what is really serving a countywide purpose? And that doesn't help my chances at all with a park or with the sidewalk, because you and I mean, we've been out there. I remember that cold day that we were walking the sidewalk. Well, you want to call it a sidewalk, right? It's just asphalt. I mean, it's a sizable cost, and I would love to have that part of it. And I think that's a discussion that we need to have with Edward as we look for investing in each of our parks. But, you know, I want to make sure that as we move forward, you know, that what we select is really serving a county-wide purpose. Because if that's, I mean, if that's not what truly guides us here, then we're all going to have some sort of project or another that we want a part of this. And I think we should. I think, you know, we're trying to be conservative in how we approach this project with the dollar amount. Obviously, even with all the prioritizing and the assistance that we've had from LAN, it's, you know, we're at the $90 million mark, right? And that still doesn't take into account other big ticket items that, you know, I think that we should include, at least looking into the future, which is, you know, a new jail. I think that that's something that we should have as a discussion. And so really, we've heard it already, and we've said it ourselves, you know, we're in the hundreds of millions if we really look at what our needs. But I want to make sure we focus on needs over wants. I mean, I want a new sidewalk. I think we deserve it. From time to time, let me tell y'all, I mean, we get injuries out there because of the condition of that sidewalk, that asphalt, broken up asphalt path there at Ortiz Park. But I think that needs to be something separate that we look at. But, you know, for me, moving forward, I want to make sure that we make priorities on what is needed countywide. And so that's really what's going to guide me on countywide facilities that are used for a greater purpose rather than just one particular part of the county. So that's, I just want y'all to be aware that that's how I'm going to be looking at when I prioritize, or when there's a list of narrowed down projects with cost estimates, that's how I'm going to be voting. So that's to get my own emotional pitch out of the way, to say I want and want and want for Precinct 3, but it's what really do we need. And so I hope that we look for that bigger approach as we come up with the final $50 million or so of funding.
No, Commissioner, and I agree with you. And that's why I listed in the bottom of my things that I listed, is that our major functions as a county is ADA compliance, county courthouse, the jail operations, and roads. I think those are our 4 major core functions that the county is supposed to be worrying about. Everything else comes secondary. But, you know, and this is why I also recommended the 1 million per commissioner, because you got projects to do, you can use them on your projects, and you can pay for your projects, some of your projects. You know, while we still have the roads and everything else in the CIP. You know, that $1 million has to be, it could be earmarked parks, period, or, you know, drainage, or whatever you want to call it, but.
I love that idea. I think that, you know, that's what's been done most of the times in the past when there's been COs. That takes out about $5 million out of the 50, so we're down to about 45 million. I do agree we need to look at what our main functions are on that. And easy math makes it an easy number. But, you know, for this and for all future projects, we really need to consider, until we redraw our lines later this year, is that, you know, Precinct 3 has the most county roads in the entire county.
That's right.
Most county roads. You add up Precinct 1 and Precinct 4, not to their detriment, it's just the way the lines are and who has more of a city footprint than the other. Their mileage combined still doesn't equal the amount of county roads that I have in my precinct. So, and then you look at the amount of parks and the amount of community centers that I have in Precinct 3. I love the idea of $1 million, but when you look at responsibilities that we have, you know, what it really falls under my purview, it's a lot more, right? I have 4 community centers out of the 6 or so that we have in the county are in my precinct. So, and then, you know, we all each have county parks, but, you know, I have multiple county parks. So as we look at that, we also need to plan for how do we divide up our precinct lines going forward later this year, because I want more equity. I need it. I mean, when we have people are asking about county roads, and our staff has done a great job, and we've all been partners in this, but But if I, or and not just I, let me take myself out of the equation, if any precinct, because we could redraw it where it skews it to another precinct, if any precinct has too many responsibilities or mileage of roads, which includes drainage and everything else that goes a part of that, and then also parks, that $1 million is going to go a lot further in some precincts that don't have as big of a footprint as I do. So I hope that we also consider that as we move forward, because even though we have this funding that, like I said, I love that idea of, we each have some money that can allow us to tailor to our needs. If we do go that route, we need to take into consideration that hopefully our boundaries in the futures will also reflect more equity, not only with population, but with resources and responsibilities. So I think this is the time and the place to say that, because that's always been a concern of mine coming in. And like I said, it's always easy math to say everybody gets equal amount. And maybe that's the way you do it. But, like I said, if you look at anything else that you cover, if I didn't have all those responsibilities, I could be building a whole lot of other different things and partnerships that I wanted to. But in reality, I look at my budget and it's got to go to really those basic infrastructures like you talk about. So this connects with that in my mind, that hopefully we can take that into consideration and also get an update, Judge, maybe on that in the future.
Yeah.
In the next month or two, how we're going to approach the redistricting, because it's going to happen at some point, probably not until the very end of the year. Because
Let's don't get into redistricting
Oh,
yet.
I know, but I'm just saying that we're going to have to take on that responsibility as well. So that just worries me for, if we shift this responsibility to another precinct and we don't spread it out as evenly as possible, and I know that's not easy with every precinct, but if we don't do that, whoever is here or in that other precinct, however it works, is going to face the same difficulties. So it's a little off, but it kind of ties into what our priorities are, I think, with this funding. And also, when we talk about this funding, I love the idea of the COs, but, what can be included on any type of voter-approved list is something I think that we should include as well. Because then the voters have a say whether yes or no to shoot something up or down as far as a need for a big-ticket project, like a jail or something like that.
Hey, John, and look, can I go back to your comment? And we've done this before, but I think it will help you, especially in your precinct. If we could get an analysis of where the majority of the road funds are spent in Nueces County, I think it's going to show that you get and you should get a disproportionate share of the road maintenance funds because you have those roads. So for example, I think we've done this before, and I think Juan could put that together pretty quickly. I may be wrong, but I think it's going to show we spend more of the road maintenance fund in precinct 3, for example, precinct 2, for example, than we do in precinct 4 because of that very fact. So I think you need to make sure, because you're going to get those questions, and so you want to be able to respond and say, hey, look, I'm getting 40% and precinct 4 is only getting 20 or whatever the number is because I've got twice as many roads as precinct 4 does. So you make a very valid point, but I do think there are some things. So Juan, if you wouldn't mind providing that analysis for us that shows, the road maintenance budget, how much goes into precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4, that would be helpful. Because for example, like we've used Road District 4 money, for Road District 4 stuff, and in addition, into putting it into the general fund to help offset some of those things. But maybe that would help you too with some ammunition's not the right word, but when your constituents ask, you can say, well, but I get more of the road maintenance fund. And I think when we did that, it's been several years since we've looked at that, and I may be off. It may not be what I'm thinking, but Juan, do you know off the top of your head, or? Because Commissioner Mata makes a great point on that.
Judge, Commissioners, we can put something together, Commissioner, but off the cuff, Commissioner, no, I can't. I can get that far.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that one.
And that's why, Commissioner, I listed public, roads and drainage by itself in other category. I don't mean $1 million is going to do everything for us, that we need to do, but, when I came on board, I think I must have been punished because I had Banquete, I had Agua Dulce, I had Blunser, and I had Bishop. So, you talk about roads, from one end to the other.
You were blessed with those areas, man. You were blessed.
So,
You're well qualified.
so I appreciate the spirit of your comments,
Yeah, it's just
because
to-
they're
to
so,
tie everybody in, sure.
really, your comments are very appreciated and very selfless and correct, I think. There's two things I wanted to address here with Kyle before he leaves, and then I want to make a global comment about something that I'm really concerned about, and I would feel wrong if I didn't bring it up, because I know what the spirit is, but I want to make sure that we address this from the legal aspect. But first, the easy stuff. Teresa, I have a quick question. On the badging system, which was scheduled at 108,000 to be included in CO 2021, did you and I discuss that those dollars are already covered by the, what I'm going to call the courthouse security funds from old COs from county judge's office? So Kyle, I just want to mark that, and for the commissioner's edification, that we can remove that as a need for funding, because I'm going to use old COs to address that need. So that's 108,000 savings right there. And then I also want to bring to your attention, but Teresa that the number of 771,000 on the courthouse security stations, Teresa probably will have that number be a lot lower as well, because I also intend to use old COs to address courthouse security. I think courthouse security is so important that the county judges' COs that are old, that means old prior to 2021, and not including 2019, because those are already expired, should be used for courthouse security. So I intend to give you that notification as a court here today, that courthouse security stations at 771 and badging at 108 will either go away completely or be drastically reduced to a very small number. Is that correct, Teresa? Okay, and I'll let you get with Kyle, but now you guys are on notice that, that those can, I agree, it's not gonna make that 90 million vaporize, but I suppose everything helps. In addition,
And I'll also say, Judge,
Yes.
because it's right in that same vein, Commissioner Chesney has committed for County Road 22 and 49, the London Road projects that, and tell me, Commissioner, if I'm speaking out of turn here, that you'd use 2016 COs to pay for the materials testing piece that we've received a proposal from PSI on.
Correct.
And
I
so
think that was
that,
somewhere in the $48,000-$49,000
okay,
range,
so I feel like, this is like Dave in that movie, American, it's called Dave, where everyone's like, okay, we can slash this, we can slash that. Okay, so now we found over $1 million in about 2 minutes. So anyway, so that's very good news. And I do want to ask Kathy, that disaster response refrigerated morgue trailer at 90,000, I think that that's something that we might be able to put on in another area, given our COVID-19 needs for that morgue trailer.
Yes, ma'am, we certainly can.
And so again, I'm not saying that it shouldn't be a part of the CIP, Kyle, it needs to be, but that the funding for that, although it's super high priority, I think we might be able to find another funding source for that. And so I want to bring that to your attention. And one other one that I noticed. Okay, I'll just leave it at that for right this moment. I want to come back to the court on the generator subject. I think that 6.6 million can also be drastically reduced by bringing you an option that we're working on. Juan and I, it's going to take us probably another court or two to get it as an agenda item, but just wanted to alert you that that number can be drastically reduced as well, if we decide to pursue it a certain way. And then finally, I just want you to know that we've been in good dialogue and conversation with our financial advisor and with our bond counsel. And there is a lot of concern and pause that needs to be taken with allocating blindly dollars for precincts. In fact, I'm going to suggest and represent to the court that it's my opinion that it cannot be done that way. And I don't want to bog us down with it. Let us work with the county attorney and have her have the opportunity to visit with Blakely Fernandez and Noe Avila from that office. I realize that you might have done it before. That does not make it correct. So just because something's been done before, doesn't mean that once you're made aware of it not being the right way, that we should repeat it. So there is a way to make certain that you're funded, and that means, that's why I ask again, if you have a project, it needs to be specified inside the CIP. Otherwise, you cannot use CIP you cannot use Certificate of Application money. So don't confuse the acronyms, right? The CIP is your blueprint for all things potentially deeded, and your CO is your vehicle, your tool for financing to fund those items.
And I have to go back and look,
Yeah.
Because I'm doing a lot of work right now in conjunction with the city in trying to get County Road 43. Is that in here? I can't remember now.
Kyle, County Road 43, can you identify if it's in the CIP?
And here's the question, because what's happening in my precinct is kind of like this fire out in London with all this development. So what's happening is these county roads, which are going to convert into city roads, at some point, we're trying to work in conjunction with that. We've done one, this is the second one, there may be others. We're trying to also work in conjunction with the city where we can, if we can, on drainage. So some of these things literally come up as they come up, and that's where I've been shifting a lot of the remaining COs I think my 15's gone, and whatever's left, my 16's getting pretty low too. But that's what's happening, is these projects are coming up as they come up. So if we, to say, so I guess what I need to know is, do I need to, I can't anticipate every single one that's coming out there or that's coming up, because they literally come up and then they go to Juan or they come to me and we start working on them. So do I need to put some catch-all in there that says London County roads?
We do have, Commissioner, we do not have specifically named County Road 43, but we have reached out to Juan and Bert to give us some feedback on what roads specifically might be in that 5-year window, that 5-year timeframe. Currently, what we've got allocated or identified in your CIP, this is called CR 2501, if you're looking in your packet. Just a county roads at large budget. We've got a placeholder of $50 million happening in 2025. And it's simply just a way to say, there is some need, there is some budget that we need to allocate, that we need to identify for county roads. We know that there's constantly work on the roads that are going on.
Okay.
We're working with Juan and Bert to get that list of roads further defined, kind of from that county roads at large group.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That sounds like I'm covered then, because
I think you're covered there.
they literally are popping up.
Right. I think you're covered, and just so everybody knows, I mean, this is an IRS issue. This is very important to understand. I mean, I'm not trying to be, mean about it. I'm trying to make us understand that these rules and regulations exist, and if we follow them, we won't have any concerns. But if you toy with this idea of a blanket dollar amount, what the IRS will come back and say is that it was not a reasonable expectation that that particular item was to be expended within the 36-month period. And the issue is that you become treated as a taxpayer, and it forces the issuer to make up the difference between the taxable and the tax-exempt debt back to the county. So I've spent a good amount of time researching this. Also, the Attorney General's office is incredibly aggressive about this and the application of language. All of this has been, again, I don't want you to think that again, you've seen it before, so you're wondering, well, why is this coming up now? Well, look, as you get more aggressive IRS regulations, as you get better interpretations, as the Attorney General creates their interpretations, you start to see that there's a writing on the wall. And all I'm saying is that is why, if it's in this capital improvement plan, as it should be, whether it's general and or specific, you will be covered. If it's not, it's not. But you wouldn't be able to say, nor would I recommend, nor would I vote for a blanket, because that would be completely contrary to the IRS rules. And I think that we should be, and we've been warned,
Well,
and
it
so.
won't be, I don't think it'd be a blanket, Judge. I mean, it'll be just like it says here in the CIPs. I mean, you're gonna mark parks, drainage or roads,
Right, as long as it's in
as
there,
long
you're good.
And as long as we do it within our
Right, but you
precinct.
can't do it at your discretion. That's the difference. You're not allowed to say that it's at your discretion. It cannot be discretionary. And again, let's just let Blakely and Noe, we're not there yet, so I wouldn't worry about it until we get to that point. But I need to put the court on notice that that is not allowed. You cannot, they are looked upon and frowned upon in that regard. And so that's not a smart move on our part. And we should acknowledge that, because like you said, if it's a good project, it's in here already. It's just, you can't give it a blanket, I'll choose. That's just, can't do that.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes?
I just want to add on to the county auditors software.
Yes, which one is that one? IT, okay, go ahead.
Yes, I think we agreed that we were going to let the software,
Company?
company, like one solution, one source solution, give them the opportunity to come and present.
I think that's correct. I think Ade has something to say about that one. Excuse me, Connie, bring up her mic.
Her mic is on.
Okay, sorry, Ade, go ahead.
So, one solution is reviewing the software, so we're gonna have something, next month.
Oh, okay, so
Okay.
they are giving,
That's why they can be here today, but they will be, after 12, we're gonna have something.
all righty. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Okay, guys, so how does that, Kyle, do you have anything more to add? Or can we say that we've had a good discussion here and now you've gotten some changes?
Move passage, Judge.
Thank you. Motion and I'll
The
second.
last,
Yes,
the
sir?
last piece would just to continue to extend the invitation that we made to commissioners to visit one-on-one if you'd like to, on discussing any of the priorities, or if you have any specific questions. It sounded like Commissioner Chesney might have some.
I'm almost
If we
done,
want to
Kyle.
talk about those in any detail, or look at those project sheets in a little bit more detail and discuss scope and the estimate total that's currently listed in the document that you have, we're more than happy to do that. So just, if you could
Okay.
respond back to our emails and just let us know, and we'd be happy to schedule those meetings at
And
any
I'm
Sounds
almost
good.
done.
time in the
I've
future.
got my list. I'm tweaking it. I kind of modeled my format after what Commissioner Gonzalez did, and mine's different than his, but I'm going to send you something too so that you can have that. But I'm almost done. I got a couple more tweaks. I just had some questions.
Sounds good. All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll do the same.
Thank you. You're catching good traction on that invitation. Yes, who's talking?
Judge and
Sorry.
Commissioners, I think y'all's intent is y'all wanted to do a workshop to really talk about prioritizing these
correct.
projects. I know the date of March 31st was put out there, but I think there might have been a conflict. Is March 31st okay for everyone?
Commissioner Matas has a hearing in Austin on a county bill on that day, but unfortunately, that day wasn't confirmed. I tried to get confirmation. I still don't have confirmation. So that one is it okay if we get back to you maybe tomorrow on that?
31st was fine for me, but if we want to do it on another day to be safe, I mean, while
Right.
we're all here, that's fine too. I mean,
Commissioner?
it would probably be appropriate to do it on April Fool's Day if we want to do it on Thursday, Thursday, April 1st.
Don't show up, we know why.
Right.
There's something on April 1st. I can't remember.
Throwing it out there.
Okay, how about if we get back to Belinda quickly from our offices? I'll try to see if we've actually been called for hearing on the 31st.
Okay, I'll leave it on there for now.
Okay, that sounds good, and I appreciate that. And we did have a motion and a second on the floor, so all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
And again, just want to make sure the
Opposed, same
clerk
sign.
puts my qualification in there. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, all right. At this time, we'll dismiss you, Kyle. We'll go back into regular order at 3A1. Scott?
And Judge,
Yes.
if you don't mind,
course,
because
there's someone else.
Kyle is not going to be available. and
Yes.
I think Juan is here. Item 10 is
All right.
also involves LAN, and
Okay,
it has
that's,
to do.
you know what, that's a good point. Kyle, so that you don't have to come back, Juan was here. He might be in the hallway. let me go ahead and introduce the item. It was an amended work authorization. Every time we want to, when we bring up work, we need to bring work authorizations to the court. This is for that McKinsey Annex Generator project. It's for program management. We are trying to get generators procured. Michael will tell you a little bit later that we extended the procurement, I believe, for 2 weeks due to the fact that there was one little line that needed some extra consideration from the folks, but we really do need to be ready. So where we are is we hired NRG, the court hired NRG for engineering services to provide specs, and we've got a procurement coming up. But there is a lot, this is not a plug-in generator. This is a tremendously complex piece of equipment with transfer switches and connections, and we're hoping to provide resiliency to the county at the same time. And so, Juan, would you take this, and you have Kyle on the line for any backup resources?
Okay, Judge, we're doing the work authorization number 1 for LAN, and this is to assist with the project management portion of it.
Program.
Program, I'm sorry. And this is to assist us with the generators, and recommending the authorization, Judge and Commissioners.
And will you remind the court that this is in the scope of they get to work in 4 spaces, which is courthouse, jail, annex,
That's correct, Judge.
and,
What's the source of payment, or funds? I didn't see that, sorry, I missed it.
It's in the-
that one I need to look up.
So
That's
It's a
our,
reallocation.
Right, I was going to say, just as a point of clarification, there's an amended work authorization number 1 because we got some CDGB money, so we're actually removing some county roads from that original work authorization. And then we have work authorization number 6, which is the McKenzie Generator Annex project. And so basically, the monies that were going to be used for the roads are actually being reallocated for some additional work for the exterior remediation of the courthouse and for the McKenzie Generator Annex project.
in other words, we're not taking it from roads because we're trying to take it. We didn't use it. We didn't utilize it, and so we're reallocating it.
Right.
Okay. And it was for the same purpose of program management.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you didn't use it for roads, you're not gonna use it for the generators, right? That's what we're saying, right?
That's correct.
So the money we're gonna use for the generators goes back to the pot, right? So I guess to the overall, where they're drawing the money from. So we're not using the generator fund that we had earmarked for this, we're not using those monies, right? We're not using both funds, we're not using the roads and the generators together, just because it wasn't used for the roads, now we're gonna use it for the generators.
Just for their portion of it.
Right. I mean, so these were all monies that were originally, I guess, encumbered under work authorization number 1. But because we were able to have some other funds to deal
Right.
with those roads, and additional work came up for the exterior remediation for the courthouse, the funds that were originally, allocated for those things under that work authorization are basically going to remain there to cover this additional work.
So it's gonna be the road fund plus,
I don't believe, Teresa?
The
Right.
CDBG roads for the 2019 tax notes we're reallocating those funds to cover the courthouse exterior. And then County Road 33 was deleted. Those program management funds are being reallocated to cover the McKenzie Annex Generator.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. So I just want to make sure Commissioner Gonzalez understands, this is not for generators, like it's just for the program management. Yeah, we're just trading one for another. We had money for them to do program management in County Road 33. That's not happening now, so we'll take those funds and move them over here to
That's
McKinsey Annex
is it
generators.
still part of their package, or is it, why can't we rotate somebody else to do the parking management?
Because
It's already.
it's already been apportioned. They're doing courthouse, jail, annex, fairgrounds, and I'm missing one, courthouse, jail, annex, fairgrounds, and juvenile
Yes.
detention center. That's the whole purpose of program management. You want there to be a manager that's comprehensive.
We want them to be either doing a good job, but evidently, we're having some issues, I think,
Which ones?
Project management, you know, either
For which one?
for the, one is probably at the fairgrounds, so I don't know,
Okay, the fairgrounds,
one is the, Juan, you wanna mention what's going on in the
yes, do
fairgrounds?
tell.
You know, and it's not just really, I'm not just saying land, but I think when you've got everything in packages, I mean, these people know they're gonna draw money from those. You know, and I think we just gotta be more careful about packages and, you know. putting
Okay,
them
but
in-
this is not a package.
I know, let me finish, Judge, okay, let me finish. I'm just saying, it's not a package, it's already there. I mean, because that package is already there, because they've been put on 5 different areas. That's a package to me. I mean, you're gonna be project manager for these 5 areas, that's a package. But I'm just saying, we need to be, you know, I just don't think this works together when you got somebody just gonna take care of all 5 areas and not open up to other people that can actually do a good job or a better job or whatever you wanna put it. Because I think sometimes people just feel like they get complacent, I guess, because they know we got that money to work with. So, but I don't know, I understand, one, we having problems out there. I don't know, can you just kind of
I
clear
think
this up?
the issue that you're discussing, Commissioner, is that there's at the fairgrounds, we just found out this yesterday, is that there's some base that's being used, I guess, on one of these other contracts, and it's a recycle base versus bringing in new base. And we just found out yesterday on this meeting that we had with LAN and also with ABM, and it's at the fairgrounds. And that's something that we're discussing at this point with ABM and also with LAN.
And either one.
Yeah, and because of LAN, we're fixing it, not because of ABM or us.
No, either one didn't catch it. One was the one that caught it.
No, sir,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
not accurate.
Yes, yes.
That's not accurate. You're disparaging a company that I don't think you even understand what they do.
There you go.
No, I'm very concerned about the defamation that you're creating
I'm
here.
not I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing, Judge.
Well, I think you have
know?
to
And I think
understand
we
what
should
they're doing.
rotate. I just feel we should rotate.
Well, you voted for it, sir.
services. Well,
You're the one that voted
now
for it.
I'm bringing it back because actually it's not working, right? And I admit it's not working. I voted, but it's not working.
I don't,
Evidently, you know,
that's,
so-
Juan,
so we have a lot of
is
issues.
program management working for our county in value engineering? Because let me just say
Be honest.
that what we were able to do is do something that this county has never been able to provide, which is value engineering for our projects. LAN was chosen, and they cannot compete with any other type of project inside those work authorizations. The reason that you get to come and bring this to court is because we have a very good system. We say, we voted as a court to put them involved with certain arenas, which we just mentioned, and then this court gets to look at the work authorizations that Juan brings. So it's not a package. It's you voted on it through an RFP. They competed fairly with 8 different companies. And a program manager is supposed to make certain that the RFPs, the RFQs are being done. But if they're not given the review, that has to be done through us, through work authorizations. So I can point out 100 different things that they've done where they've saved this county lots of not only change orders, but money, and quite frankly, been incredibly effective with value engineering. The reason this particular piece comes up is because we asked LAN to review ABM's work. That's exactly why we went from 6 to 8 inches. It was J.P. Grom and Kyle LeBlanc, and they're on the call, so they can tell you, they were the ones that brought that forward.
Judge, I just want to make that statement on that one item. I think Byrd and myself were the ones that identified those details to
Telling you, but you don't
ABM.
believe me.
And just, I'm just making sure, I mean, I know probably we could talk about this in a condensed situation.
Oh, no, we're going to enjoy this. We're going to talk
But-
about this right now.
But, you know, Judge, but it was my staff, myself and my staff that we.
But you've been working with LAN on
we've been-
all of the review of the documents.
We've been working with LAN on
Right.
the review. of
And
all
did
the-
your
because
staff,
part
did
of-
your
part
staff
of-
recommend the 6 to 8 inches?
Part.
No.
What's that? I'm sorry, Judge.
Kyle, are you on this call?
Judge,
We're here.
this was an item that was discovered, and I'm not gonna tell you a time frame, but it might have been 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago with ABM. And those are the issues. What I'm discussing right now is that there's some base out there that's being reused in a project where the contractor is supposed to bring in new base. So the base that's being used right now is recycled material that's on site.
That's on site.
The contractor was supposed to bring in new 6 inches of base material, and at this time, they're working out there using this recycled material, and that's something that, and I just found out this yesterday. So this is a discussion that ABM right now is, I talked to Joe yesterday, and I talked to Larry Hershaw yesterday, and they know about this issue. And Joe texted me this earlier today that they're working on this issue. So it's something that we're coordinating with ABM, and but it was discovered yesterday that they are using existing material versus bringing in new material. But in regards to the base material and the rebar spacing and the compressive strength of the material, that came from my office. We discovered that a long time ago.
Well, if you discovered it a long time ago, why didn't you bring it to the attention of ABM and into LAN?
No, but this is a different situation. This is what we
Yeah,
told
I
them
talk
that
to you every single
Yes,
day.
ma'am.
We literally
Yes, ma'am.
talk about
Yes,
program
ma'am.
management every
Yes,
day,
ma'am,
and
but
this is the
this
first time we're hearing about it.
Well, I just heard about it yesterday, Judge,
Mhm.
on this recycled material. So that's something that we are discussing with ABM right now. It is a big issue, and our office is coordinating with ABM.
Or
and,
maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's not a big issue. Maybe it's an environmentally sustainable, excellent product. How do you know yet? Have
Well,
you heard their response
If
yet?
If the contract states new base versus using old base.
Well,
that means
that's-
we're not getting our money's worth.
No, that doesn't mean that's a legal decision and a legal
Well,
consequence.
Judge,
But
but Judge, it's in the contract for them to bring in.
yeah, I
6
want to
inches
hear
of
from
base.
them. I want to hear
It's-
what it
it's in
is
the
that they're
contract.
doing. But new doesn't necessarily mean not recycled.
Excuse me, Judge, I myself in the dog part have had problems with ABM, not doing the job up to scope.
Well, we've talked about that.
I understand.
We've talked
So-
about that.
So it's not just that one.
Right, well, we're
project.
talking about program management, though. We agree that ABM has, needs to answer for their, for the concerns that you have raised. And they have said, Edward Herrera has told me that he has told Juan multiple times that all those issues would be corrected. The ones that you were concerned about, we have been told that they are working on it, would be corrected. There's clearly something going on between Inland Parks and Public Works that needs to be corrected.
Excuse me, as much as I appreciate Edward Herrera, he's well knowledgeable in the county area, but Mr. Herrera is not an engineer, okay?
This
So
is-
I don't know why we depend on
This
Mr.
is not on
Herrera
the
to
agenda.
approve.
Yeah, I agree.
You know?
It's not on the agenda, is what the county
Well, I
attorney
know,
says,
but,
but, no, I mean, she doesn't want us to talk about it, so we'll just put it on the agenda for another time so we can discuss that. But is program management effective in our county, yes or no?
It's effective in certain ways, Judge.
What did you say?
It's effective in certain ways.
Yeah. And how many engineers you have to manage all these projects? You yourself ran the selection committee for this project,
We did.
right, for program management. Hold on one
I know,
second,
but
hold on one
I think
second.
we're off track on this. I mean, this is not what I mean, I really.
Yeah, I
think
mean,
we're
I
getting-
agree. I just,
I don't mean to cut you off, but
the
county
idea
attorney says we're
here,
off track.
the idea here is that you're bringing in a new,
Put it in the agenda.
a new problem or a new concern that you found, and somehow you want to trick that or make that go to program management. And I'm
I'm not,
no, that's what Commissioner Gonzalez was trying to make that nexus. The idea here is that it's a opportunity to have program management on the annex generators, which you are recommending. Is that correct?
I'm recommending, Judge.
Okay. So it's good in that regard, if you're
Yes,
recommending
yeah,
it.
I'm recommending it.
All right. And we have the funding source as being identified. Okay. Okay, all right. Well,
I've got a
then-
question to that. Juan,
Yes, sir.
will you be taking the lead on that project?
Yes, sir, our office is taking the lead. Yes, sir, we'll be taking the lead on the generator project.
All right, thank you.
let me double check something here. Understand that he's taking the lead, but NRG Engineering is doing the specs. This court's already approved that. They're not doing the engineering design on the generators. That's NRG, who Juan recommended and who we've approved, just for your clarification.
I'm saying, but one will be involved with that project.
He's involved with every project that has to do with mechanical, electrical, or plumbing in the courthouse, jail, annex, juvenile, and all county facilities. But he's not the engineering designer of these generators. I just want to make sure you understand that. All
And
right,
those two
so,
projects are out for bid right now, so there's generators being bid for the county courthouse and the jail, and there is a bid out there for the McKenzie Jail Annex. Judge is right that NRG is hired and contracted for both of those projects. They've put together specifications for procurement of the generators, the box, and for those two projects, just as all the other projects we're working on as program managers, we're answering to Juan and his staff for support in management, program management of those projects.
Okay.
all right. Clerk, will you help me? Was there a motion? Not yet. Okay, is there a motion to approve the work order? Number 1?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We need generators. Let's get to work.
And work order number 2, work authorization number 6 also, Judge. So
Where's that one?
it's there number 10, so it's a semicolon.
The second
So
part.
it's an amended work
Oh,
authorization number 1.
all right.
and a
Sorry,
work
guys. I
authorization
need
6.
another motion then to make that, it's a 2-item piece. So moved. All right. I'll need a second. Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. All right, let's see here. Let's go back in order. Anybody else that we need to take care of that has had a time constraint? I don't think so.
Judge,
You
one-
do?
One question.
Sure.
Just on the item 3A8. Are we
3A8?
going to need executive session discussion with that as well? Or was that just put in case we had any legal questions?
That's a great question.
Because I know we've had, I don't know if
Sometimes we
Sherilyn's
just put it
on,
in
but-
to keep a placeholder
Yeah.
and cover it.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure.
But let me ask the county attorney, is that a placeholder or is that something you need to talk to us about?
There is still some question that we need some guidance about, and
Okay,
Okay, so that means yes.
so we have to go into executive.
I don't want to throw us off the order, but I know,
I'm
I
happy
don't
to
think
do
Sherilyn's
it.
on, but she just texted me, let her know when she's on, and
Okay.
I know most of our meetings, she's been at the very end. And
I'd
so
like to
I
help.
wasn't sure if we could she could wait, but if it includes updates from the judge, then maybe we go to all of the executive session items maybe right now. I
Okay.
don't know how long it
How about,
takes, but-
what would you say if we do Scott Cross, which is number 1, get him back to work, and then we'll go straight into executive to accommodate.
If that works. I mean, I don't want to throw it
Okay.
off, but I just wanted to try to help it.
Back to the
work
parks.
better.
That's what I meant.
We'll let you throw it off, John.
Okay.
Huh?
You can throw it off.
Is that okay?
I do.
No, I'm good.
Do one?
However you want, Judge.
All right, so
I'm
Scott,
costing you money just standing here, so I might as well keep going.
go ahead and give us the information on the beneficial use dredge program through the Corps of Engineers.
Okay, so, the beneficial use dredge, management program that the Corps of Engineers has out there is something that we've never had to participate in before. Typically, historically, on our Gulf-facing beaches, the county has never done what we call engineered beaches, which is beach renourishment. There have been a couple of projects that you've probably heard about in the past in relationship to Packery Channel, where they dredge that, and they take the dredge material and they place it out in front of the seawall there where the Holiday Inn and all the hotels are. And that could be considered engineered beaches, but that's specific to keeping Packery Channel open and functioning. Packery Channel is behaving like it's supposed to be right now. And so Hurricane Hannah really threw us for a loop. You know, before Harvey, it had been about 47 years since we'd had a hurricane.
Then we had Hannah. Hannah came in on a southwesterly trajectory where most of these storms will come in and they'll turn and they'll go north, northeast, maybe a little northwest. And so it came in at a really ugly angle. And as such, the way the storm surge would come in, and it would come straight into the beach and it would shoot basically south, for a lack of, just generalities. It was just scouring our beach and just washing away our dunes. And it definitively changed our beach profile. And so, based on the data that the Conrad Bluchard Institute has been rendering, there's a lot of data being processed. It's in its raw form, but we're seeing that we've had definitive shoreline change. In other words, our shoreline has eroded in areas that it typically wouldn't erode that much. We lost 45 to 50 foot of dune face. That's our critical dunes. Why is that critical? Because for you as commissioners, when you vote on these approval of these dune permits and stuff, that means that now anybody who's building out there that doesn't already have a plotted piece of property, now they're going to have to set back outside the 350, and that 350 has moved more landward. And so that whole 1,000-foot jurisdictional line has now moved more landward. I'm happy to say that the dunes are starting to recover really well and expeditiously, but the thing is, the dunes are going to recover faster than our shoreline. So that gets into beneficial use dredge material. So myself and Philippe Tissot and Megan and Coraggio and Ruben and Coraggio are with the Corps of Engineers. Dr. Philippe Tissot is with Conrad Bluchard Institute, and you know us with the Coastal Parks. We spent a day a couple weeks ago from 11 a.m. till 3:30 p.m. They came down from Galveston, and we started looking at different programs that may be able to help us immediately with dredge material as well as long-term planning. And so Megan's got a PowerPoint, if you want to pull that up. We're going to run through it, and it's just a few slides to kind of give you an idea of the PASS and the CAP program under the Corps of Engineers, pros, cons, and what our commitments may be, and requesting that the judge execute a letter of intent, which we've already got drafted if you all approve it, to where we can get started in the program. The reason why this is important is that if we don't identify with the Corps and have a placeholder with the Corps where we need, and Judge, I know you're very familiar with dredge projects because of your time at the port, but if we don't identify what our needs are short-term and for long-term planning for these type of events, you're never going to be able to address them. You're never going to be able to respond. Case in point, and then I'll turn it over to Megan. After Hurricane Harvey, I don't know if any of y'all really looked at the coastline outside of the commissioner and the judge, but there was a huge washout of the beach next to the South Jetty in Port Aransas. That's on the Aransas Ship Channel. And the Corps was actually getting ready to dredge the city marina and do the dredge out to Harbor Island, where the ferries are in the Aransas Ship Channel. They actually took that piece of pipe, went right over that huge void that got washed out, and took it and pumped it all the way offshore about 2 or 3 miles. You'd say, well, why wouldn't they just put it there? It'd be great, because there wasn't a permit in place. It was as simple as that, just having a geographical permit location. So that's why it's really, really important that we get into this, and we want to do it where we approach it with the city of Corpus Christi as well, strengthen numbers. So Megan, I'll turn it over to you.
All righty, good morning. So I'll just start straight away with the PowerPoint. If you can go ahead and go to the next slide. As Scott said, we're trying to participate in 2 programs with the Corps of Engineers. And the reason for this, Scott gave some background. Over the last 12 years, the coastal bend has seen a fair amount of meteorological events, including tropical storms and hurricanes, and even nearby hurricanes. And that's causing a lot of storm surge. It's shearing our dune faces and pulling away sand from our beaches. And so on that top corner photo, you can see, this was taken after Hurricane Hannah, there's a lot of shearing to the dune face there. It's just been ripped away. And so if you go to the next slide, we partner with Conrad Bluchard Institute, and we do beach transect surveys. And so in this slide, you'll see the green line is pre-Hannah, and the pink line is post-Hannah. And even at that front-facing dune, where that large vertical line is, you see that we've lost about 50 feet of dune. And as you go down to the dashed mean high water line, you'll see that we've also lost a considerable amount of our dry beach. And so what we want to do is, if you can go to the next slide, participate with the county, or with the city, excuse me, and submit for 6 reaches of beach. In this photo, you'll see that we've got 3 county beaches, including Ivy McGee to the north, Newport Beach near South Mustang Island, and then Padre Bali. The city has 3 beaches as well that are in the pink polygons. And next slide. So the first program is Planning Assistance to States. This is under Section 22 of the Water Resources Development Act, and we would be partnering with the city of Corpus Christi and submitting for a request for consideration to develop a sediment management plan. And under this, the Galveston Corps Office would go through and do a study of all 6 beaches, and they would include erosion rates, nearby infrastructure, and identify a lot of different things that are involved in these different plans. And next slide.
Oh, sorry.
Too many things going on. So the financial commitments for the PASS program. This is a 50-50 match program. They do allow for in-kind match, but we will not know if we're eligible until they begin their scope of work. Since we'll be partnering with the city of Corpus Christi, they will be providing match funds as well. And go to the next slide. The benefits of this program is that we can identify the sediment resources in our region. We can quantify how much of these sediments we have and evaluate whether or not they're suitable for use on our beaches, our dunes, and in our nearshore habitats. And with this program, we will end up with a written plan which will consider alternatives involving all 6 reaches of the beaches, and it will provide us with some guidance on how to move forward when it comes to managing our sediment resources. Next slide. The second program that we want to participate in is the Continuing Authorities Program. This is also through the Corps of Engineers, and we would partner with the city again for submitting a request for the program. This is a 2-part program. The first phase is the feasibility study. The feasibility study will develop alternatives, provide an initial design, do all the cost estimating, and then provide an environmental analysis. The second phase of the project is implementation, so that will be a final design. It will include contracts and permitting, and it will also cover the implementation and construction of the project. Go to the next slide. The financial commitment for the CAP program. For the feasibility study, the Corps will cover the first $100,000 in that phase. After that, it's a 65-35 match. Match can be applied for LERRDs, but we don't have any of those. This is, again, something that we would split with the city of Corpus Christi. So we would be responsible for at least 5% cash match, but it would most likely be 35% total cash for that portion. Next slide. Benefits and outcomes of the CAP program is that it will allow us to be eligible for beneficial use dredge material when it becomes available. It will also help us to get the permitting to place this beneficial dredge use material on our beaches, in our dunes, and even in our near shores. And going into this program, it will reduce the county's cost for any kind of nourishment that we choose to use, because we are only paying for the transport of the material to the beach. So we aren't paying for the dredging or any of that. That's already being covered under some other activity that the channel's doing, or the Back Bay area, or anything like that. So we're just taking advantage of what's already happening and then paying that extra transportation cost to get it to where we need it to be. Next slide. So the goals of the program. We want to identify where our resources are in the region and whether or not they're usable. We also want to know how our beaches are doing and being able to keep track of kind of where we stand as far as, with the city and county. We want to make sure that you know, our dune environments, our beach environments are staying healthy, and we want to make sure we provide our beaches and dune areas for recreation and tourism in Texas and for conservation. And does anyone have any questions?
I had one question on the map that you showed earlier.
Sure.
So when you're talking city, you just mean city of Corpus Christi, but you did mention that it goes all the way to Port Aransas, so I guess it's both actual cities that we're going to be involved with, or just mainly city of Corpus Christi?
It's just the city of Corpus
Okay.
Christi. And for the area up there near Port Aransas, that's going to be Ivy McGee and that area around Horse Caldwell.
Thank you. The judge stepped out, so any other questions?
I want to add a couple of things. The one thing that I always try to do when I bring something like this to you is what are we on the hook for? What's our financial commitment? With the in-kind match that we could use under the past program, we're probably not going to have any at all. And looking at the city of Sal Padre, they had a project that's almost identical to this. By the time the different agencies of the Corps got through doing what they do and what they fund, the local government financial obligation was only $20,000 on a $250,000 project. And so it's really affordable. But the one thing is that we cannot even begin to go down the road and assess what we're going to be doing in PASS or the CAP program until we authorize the judge to send a letter of intent. That's all it is. The letter of intent doesn't mean that you've obligated any funding. And at any time, if it comes time to shake the money tree and we don't have the funds, the Corps has said you can back out at any time. So there is nothing holding you to anything other than let's exploring this, let's see what we got, and let's look at what we do for long-term planning. And those kind of decisions are going to be brought back to you and made at that time. We're just wanting to start doing our discovery work. So that was the point of all this.
And there's terrific grant money that's available.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
It's almost, I spoke with GLO about this very issue. And, I mean, your PowerPoint is great. We'd really almost need a little roadshow on this because it's so important and impactful to our legislative delegation to understand that we've never, ever had to re-nourish beaches, ever on North Padre Island. And what this means, it's very significant, but in the hardest way, right? That the storms just took a tremendous chunk out of our beach that was already eroding. But I think that what I like about this is that it's going to be a collaborative effort. And we're going to be able to not only model, but really figure out these delineations are required, number one. And the renourishment is something that we can apply for multiple sourcing of grants from Restore to NIFWIF to GLO. NERDA. And it's not as expensive as I actually thought. I was really, really worried about it. But I think it's worth every single penny. And I just want us to make sure that we have a little bit more visibility to it from the community, because this is quite impactful.
Judge, I would make the motion that we approve you.
Thank you. Send the
submitting a
letter.
letter of intent to participate.
Thank you.
And Judge, a question about this is that we would like to get the same letter of intent from the mayor we can draft one for her to sign if you can help me with that. With the city of
Okay.
Corpus Christi.
Okay.
Because since we're coming at this jointly, we want the Corps to
Right.
see that this is a joint effort.
Right. Why don't you do the nice template and then she can tweak or edit as she sees
Okay.
fit? But sometimes, I know I appreciate the template being prepared. We'll work on that for everybody. It's in everybody's benefit.
And thank y'all, because when they start dredging that Aransas Ship Channel, if we don't have this stuff in place, it doesn't matter what our intentions are, we won't get beneficial use of that dredge material at all. So,
Right. Well, and I think we talked about this. I think it's important to allow our federal, partners to know as well. We talked about that earlier today. Where they can help, this is one way to make sure they make a quick and decisive decision. So, thank you, Scott.
that's all I had. Thank y'all for letting me go.
I need got a motion. I just need a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, That's good. Discuss and consider approve budget planning schedule for this coming year, 2021, 2022. That is, Teresa. Is that correct, 2021 to 2022?
21.
Okay, gosh, we're already planning the next year. I thought maybe we were going to amend our. I'm still trying to cope with the idea that we're in a new year, although it doesn't feel like a new year. It just feels like the last year, like repeated.
Okay, so basically, Judge and Commissioners, this is the planning schedule for starting, looking at the budget, taxes. The auditor's going to send out the budget request packets on April the 1st. They're due back on April the 23rd. I'm just going to point out some
Can I ask-
highlighted dates.
Could I
Yes,
ask a
sir.
question? Is the June 24th, 25th, is that set in stone or,
Those are budget workshop days.
right, are those days that I could at least put, I know there's some of these are kind of, you have to have like on a certain date, but those aren't ones that I could at least throw that to the court for consideration, different consideration, right? That doesn't screw anything up for the timing or anything?
Wakanda? Well, Commissioner, we had already submitted it out, trying to get,
I understand.
dates. The only tentative one is July 6th. It's a tentative date that's not actually set.
Okay.
It's just in case we still have to come back and continue some more workshops for the departments.
Let us work with you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So all the highlighted budget workshop dates are June the 15th, 16th. On June the 23rd, the Commissioners Court is going to designate the tax assessor to calculate the no new revenue tax rate. We have workshops again, June the 24th through the 25th, July the 6th, August the 2nd, and August the 3rd. We have another workshop, August the 9th and 10th. And then on August the 11th, that's when we discuss the tax rate and take a record vote so that it can be published and they can complete those schedules. The notices for salary personnel will go out to the elected officials August the 13th. The newspaper Call the Times publishing of the tax notice for 2022 will happen August the 17th. We have the public hearing for the tax increase, which is a big change. It's September the 1st. Because we have to adopt the budget 7 days from that date. So we will be adopting the budget on September the 8th. That date actually hasn't changed from prior dates that went out to do that. Are there any questions?
I think you had asked or gone around asking on, was it September 1st?
September the 1st, correct, to
So we're
start
gonna
that
start
meeting
that-
at 8 o'clock.
Or, yeah, because we
That's
have,
to accommodate our conference, right?
yeah, we had to
Right.
be in Austin ASAP that day, most of us, so. Judge, and I just wanted to ask a question and see if it's practical.
Yes?
So, we, at least as long as I've been here, the last 4 or 5 years now, when we've done the budget, it's just typically the budget, it's the department head or elected official who comes and
Correct.
presents only if there is a change. But my experience that I've appreciated, and I think maybe it helps the few people that are maybe watching from the public online, they give us a chance to interact with all of the department or elected officials, even if there isn't a change. Now,
Right.
I know that's a lot. I see Commissioner Chesney's really holding his thumb up because he wants that. But I sometimes we don't have much interaction with these department heads or these elected officials. And this is really our only chance. We're voting on their item now. I know maybe most of them don't want that. Maybe it doesn't even need to take very long, but at least to give us a chance to have them here so that we can interact with them if questions come up. I mean, if they're doing the same that they have every year, great. If they've done some sort of reduction, I see the tax assessor collector's office almost yearly coming up with ways of being innovative to reduce his budget. He's been very methodical about that over years. I just think it, gives us a chance to have some interaction and to either just listen to a brief summary, overview of what they're doing. And, that's really the only chance we get is, I think, during budget time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really the only, I want to say control, but the only influence we have is when we're voting on their budget. And even if it's not any change from previous year, which I personally think in managing budgets, that's hard to try to keep, but I would just like to see if that's some way that we can include the various departments here, and have them come before us. Maybe that's not the will of the court, maybe it's not practical. Like I said, every other budget that I've dealt with, that I have voted on in previous entities that I've been a part of, we've always had every department there. And it doesn't require PowerPoint, it just may be, hey, I'm here, do you have any questions? And maybe it may be more waste of their time, just if we, look around and say maybe there's not. But I think when we're looking at the budget process, and we all know this is gonna be a tough year, that we at least have a chance to interact with them. Let them know, hey, are you, how's it going? What have you found maybe our best practices? Or what are you doing that you're able to manage your budget so well every year when other departments or positions are frequently asking? Now, I know it may be the nature of the work they do, but maybe there's some best practices out there that we're not aware of. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Maybe there's another way that I can do it. But, I mean, I just think that that's always been my experience, is having everybody come up. And it's kind of your time to be accountable, right?
Yeah, it is.
Right? It's your time to be accountable and say, this is what I've done, this is why we need this. And I know that's for the positions that we're asking for more, right? More for a budget of personnel or what have you. But even for those that are just managing the course and keeping it the same, there still could be ways of improving or changing the way that they're managing their budgets. So
I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea, and the only thing I would tell you is that we really have encouraged, you wouldn't believe how many people don't want to come.
That's my point. That is my
But
point,
just so you know,
exactly.
since I've gotten here, I'm with you. I encourage every single department head to come, and I'm telling you, it's like pulling teeth. But I want to echo what you said and just say, we will invite every one of them. And I will tell you, it'll probably still be the same. But having said that, let's make it a little bit more warmer invite to say, we're not going to bite.
It's
We want
them
to
or
hear from you.
them or their designees, so if they want to send their number
That's
2 or
right.
3 and have them
Fair
sit in
enough.
here, because, I mean, I just think that that's overall, when we're looking at the overall budget
Yeah.
too, right? Because there may be times where things come up, and Tyner and Belinda may have that information, but I want to go directly to the source, because sometimes they may not have all the information. But if we have someone here from the department that's versed in what the needs are, then they can quickly answer our questions, and we'll be done with it. So that's a thought. Like I
great.
said, I don't know how y'all feel about that. I mean, we're already going to be seeing each other even a lot more than we have been lately. But I just think that this year is going to be a tough budget, and there may be an ask that we have collectively as a majority, at least a consensus from this court, to look at how do we accommodate all these needs. I mean, we've had county, assistant district attorneys that come here, but all these departments that are needing to get closer to parity with other counties. I mean, we're collectively around 25% or 25 rank of budgets across the board in positions pretty much in this state, when we should be around 15 or 16 like our population size.
Yeah.
And so to me, that says this budget, we're going to have an ask of everyone above a certain pay grade, going to get a certain percentage of pay raise on it. But we're going to have everyone on board trying to help us reduce costs in one way that we can hopefully transfer that over to making some accommodations to cover the cost for that big pitch. Because I am full on board believing that we need a budget that reflects our investment in our people and pay raises if they haven't seen a pay raise. And I'm not just talking, the every 3-year pay raise. I'm talking something substantial that we can get. So I think that's going to take a lot of time and a lot of buy-in from the court, obviously, but also, like I said, all those different departments and offices that need to be represented.
I think it's a great idea. We will work with everybody. I do want to,
Judge, question? Oh.
yes,
So since today we're supposed to be approving this, would it be the time to then propose alternate days for the 24th and 25th to the
yeah.
court?
I
or
wanted
do
to ask you that and ask you what days would be.
I was going to suggest the 28th and 29th of June instead of the 24th and 25th, if that was okay with the court,
28, 29?
instead of the 24th.
Okay, we're all gonna have to look at that calendar. Teresa, I did want to ask, or maybe a day, I heard that April 1 was too tight. Is that something that we need to change on here? That you weren't gonna be able that was too, that's what Dale said. He didn't think,
The date was prior to this
oh,
one.
prior to that one.
Yeah,
Okay, so
well,
this is the new date. Never mind, okay.
Right,
All
and
right,
on-
because he
and
said he
on,
couldn't meet it earlier.
On June the 28th and 29th, they have the South Texas County Judges Association
Commissioner Gonzalez just
conference.
mentioned, so I guess maybe I can just,
You
we can pass this
participate by Zoom?
contingent on, really can't, contingent upon, looking at some other dates, can I vote to do it that way, and then we can just, I don't know how to do that.
Let's do this. Why don't we vote on it, and then I'm gonna pledge to you that we will work with the schedule, and we'll come back, just so that we have it, and then we can work on it
I know
with
they
you.
publish stuff and
What
things
days you
like
looking
that,
at,
so I don't
Commissioner?
want
What date?
the 24th, 25th are the ones I have problems with, so.
June?
Pardon me? Of June, yes, sir. I mean, I'll suggest several different combos.
Let me
later.
ask you something. When we go to 15 and 16 for budget workshops, Teresa,
15
could we go 15, 16, and 17 and try to get everybody?
We could.
That
What
would
do you
be-
think about that?
And you
That'd
can
be
go
better,
17,
probably.
18, it's fine with me. If you want to do that, that'd be great. If you
Well,
need
let's
all
let
four-
everybody look, if you don't
that
mind.
work. Well, no, I'm just saying, if we need the 4 days, then that would be fine, 17, 18, that'd be great. I mean, if that's okay with everybody to substitute.
That's the IRT, man, we're gonna,
Yeah.
we've got a lot of people
Oh.
involved in the IRT.
What's that, what's going on there?
The IRT.
The military will be in.
On those days?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Okay.
look, let's do this. Let's approve it, and then we will work with the schedule. Let Teresa and I go back to the drawing board here.
week?
And,
They're in all week, guys? Like the 14th too?
2 weeks.
They're in for 2 weeks? Okay, all right.
yeah, and,
The 24th is the last day.
That they're here? So then what about, okay, so just kind of throwing stuff
Give me
out. What
just a
about the
second,
week
let me
prior,
look.
like the week of June 7th? Is that, I mean, I know you'd have to flip the notice provision too, but would that be possibility?
Yeah, I mean, that's
The
a
10th,
possibility.
like the 10th and the 11th, maybe, or just trying to get it done, so I know Teresa wants to post or get this all published and
well,
set
we have
out.
to have the 72-hour notice, so we'd have to bring that back up. So Teresa, we can go back and look at it.
Okay.
But again, let me look at the calendar here.
Well, we have to
Look, let's
approve-
do
we have to
executive
approve this
session.
because we don't have another meeting until
That's what I'm worried about.
April
That's
1, so
right,
we gotta
that's
set
the
this.
we have to set it.
Yeah.
Look, let's do this, let's hold this, let's do executive session.
Okay.
We'll give a chance to look at
sorry.
the calendar and come back.
And I'm sorry, I just caught that. I apologize for doing that at the last minute. It's my fault.
Okay. Let's come back into,
Okay,
As
thank
far
you.
as far as all the departments coming in to do a presentation, the county auditor sends out the letters to the departments with the dates and timelines for the budget packets, and they
That's
normally
correct.
state that, you know, if they want to do a presentation, they would have to contact Commissioners Court admin, so they can just change that to let them know that you're really requesting to hear from all the departments, and then we'll coordinate those slots for the budget workshop days. Is that okay?
I'm not I don't know I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not.
I just,
hate
and
to
I know,
force-
I
I
don't
hate to
want, I
force
mean, this is
people.
already gonna be a very forced schedule to
Right,
begin with, and I get it, but if we at least get them at least once in here, because we have several dates, I mean, they can be
Yeah.
spread out at any time.
Right.
Those that need actual changes are the ones that are more important, and I know that we need to meet with more frequently. But I just think this is sometimes our only chance to bring in a department head before us, and it's a justification. It's a justification whether they're gonna stand still as what the budget shows. Obviously, if they need an increase, they're gonna come in. Or you know, I don't know if many will go the opposite way, but I just think that's our chance to ask general questions. I mean, I appreciate, we don't always get the JPs in here, but when we do, it's usually for a change or something. But I appreciate being able to hear from them and know what's going on in their offices and ways of being innovative, but there still may be challenges with the cost for their overall operating their budget for that year. I just think it just gives us a chance to have, you know, some oversight, because that's what we're charged with, is oversight. And so I just, you know, it's been with me over the last few years, and I just thought, you know, one of these years we need to, and for me, it's this year,
So
because,
you are asking them to mandate them to come?
I mean, as much as I know every elected official is going to tell us you can't mandate,
Yeah.
but I think in the budget process, that's where we have control. That's where we need them. So maybe we can't make the elected official, but obviously if they know that they are going to ask for an increase, they're going to be here. But I think for anyone else that is a standalone, well, not standalone, but falls under the purview of the court in some way, form, or fashion, that they got to be here. They're required to be here.
Well, we have
And then everyone
five.
else is strongly encouraged to be here, because like I said, look, I get that people need pay raises. I get it. I was there for many years working for the state of Texas, and I know that our people in this county deserve pay raises. But also too, you know, I'm a little frustrated with elected officials who will tell us, you stay on your line, I'll stay on mine. But when it comes to pay,
Yeah.
they want to rile everybody up and go. Those are the bad guys, those four up there, or those five up there on the dais. Yeah, we make the decision, but we need their help too. We need their commitment. We need them, if they feel that their employees, even if they're asking for the same pay rate or the same budget every year, if they want any of their employees to stay, then they need to be here with us in unity. They need to be here on record and say, hey, we support a pay raise for our employees. Not just give lip service to their employees, but come up here and say it before the public as well. Because I'm willing to take on that issue this year and say, we need to do what we need to do to make sure to make ends meet and to keep as many employees as we can based on the salary. But if they're not showing up, then they're just, once again, pointing the finger. They don't want to have anything to do with it, because they'll quickly dismiss and say, oh, no, that's the commissioner's court. They're the ones that handle your pay, and it's not because of me. Well, no, they need to be here to say, I'm here with you, and I'm going to be there in that meeting to say that publicly. So I think that's really what it stems from, right? Because I know what our job is, and I take it. That's what I signed up for. But gosh, if you're going to come and tell us, hey, these are the people that are making the decision, and if you don't get a pay raise, it's all on them. No, it's not. It's on every single elected official and department head out there as well. If they believe in it, they need to be here, and they need to go on record, even if their budget is the same. Say, oh yeah, by the way, yes, we do need pay raises for this pay grade and above, because everyone else was taken care of over the last 2 or 3 years. I think that's where this really stems from, is that frustration, Judge, in court, is that we need that buy-in from them, because they, joining us with that claim, give us a whole lot more backing than if it were just the 5 of us deciding. I just think that's a big part of it, and I think that's why I want them here.
Commissioner, we have 5 budget workshops that are going to be scheduled for department briefings. So, like I said, we can send out, an email to all the departments to let us know what slots they want to be in, and then we can accommodate the schedule. But we have 5 workshops, and it might be all day each day, but we can do it.
And I think those that they're gonna need a raise, John, or want something, they're gonna come.
I hope so. I really do.
They usually do.
They always have.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's not always the case, I can guarantee you. I mean, there's been a lot of.
People listen, who didn't show up?
No, I think
We'll
you're
let
right.
you know.
I think you're right. I mean, if we don't get to that point, it's because, look, we never heard from the elected official or department head. I totally agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we've heard.
We'll keep track.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. So we'll come back with the calendar later for the clerk. We're just going to hold, okay? We'll bring it back. Going back into our regular agenda, we have a interlocal agreement for our consideration for medical examiner services with Wilson County and related matters. I'll set the table here Judge Jackson from Wilson County contacted my office and had an emergency, and we were able to accommodate him, his county, for medical examiner services. We do not have an interlocal with Wilson County. We sent his County Commissioners Court an example of our interlocal agreement. We have them work with Tyner and Belinda, and before you is the interlocal agreement that, that they have approved.
And just as a follow-up to that, Minnie has been reaching out to Wilson County, and she hasn't heard back from them. So if y'all do want to move forward with this, I would recommend that y'all move forward, subject to
That's right.
Wilson approving and also filling in paragraph 4B,
like
which
to
is their
table it.
certified availability.
Well, I want to make sure that we get paid. So I think that we need the contract. The contract's the same as we use for 20 other counties.
We have to have a contract to get paid?
I would.
I always thought we, no, I mean, I just am concerned, I mean, I know these are like, if we can use them, but I'm concerned over, I don't think we can handle what we've got, and I'm concerned about continuing to bring these forward, because I don't want to encourage, I really just don't want to encourage other people to come call on us, because
I do. I want to make money. We
But
need a
we
new
can't-
medical
but we-
examiner's
but we-
office,
we're
and
still
this actually
behind,
gets us revenue,
But we
Commissioner.
can't, but we can't get done what we have.
How do you know that?
Because the
How do you
DA
know?
continually tells us that.
Okay, well, I've spoken to the medical examiner's office and to the entire staff, and the DA's office is not the medical examiner staff. They have told me that.
But they are the one who works with them. Then let's have,
Okay,
then
just
let's
so you
have-
know, I'll have him come in, but the person you need to ask is the person performing the autopsy. And on an emergency basis, we need to be able to perform for our counties. They don't have a medical examiner's office. There was an emergency. I want to make sure that we have a contract to cover the county, and this is what's appropriate.
I'm all for, I'm all
I
for,
don't think I'm gonna turn them down, Judge, if they have an emergency.
right, I'm all
But,
for,
but I'm just saying, I like to have a report. The last time we talked about this, till now, how many cases have we cleared in Nueces County? Hidalgo County that we
Right.
contracted, and what the cases that are still pending? I mean, I asked them to give that last time they were here, but they didn't give it to me, but I'll let,
Right.
I'll put it in writing.
But just so we're clear, we can have I'm happy to have an agenda item, Belinda. Let's bring, so we can have a report from the medical examiner's office. But what the district attorney, Commissioner Chesney, for clarification, was referring to was an issue that had nothing to do with this. It had everything to do with the previous backlog from a previous employee. It didn't have to do with whether or not we could perform the services. It had to do with a backlog of reports that were due from a previous employee. Those have all been taken care of now.
and maybe what I would love to have is a presentation, a joint presentation with the DA and the medical examiners before we do any more of these, because that's not what the info I get is that they are indicating they can't get it quickly enough from the medical examiner. It may be what you say. I have not gotten that information relayed to me that way. I can go check, but I'm concerned, and I brought this up the last time we did one of these. I went ahead and voted for the last one because I did, but I'm just concerned that we're continuing to add these contracts, which is encouraging other counties when we can't, when allegedly, maybe not, when allegedly, we can't. So I would love to have the DA and the ME come in here and hash this out, because I'm getting conflicting information, and to continue,
I understand.
To continue to add that, I'm just concerned.
We
that
will
we're
get the
overloading our
information to
facility.
you. I just want to make sure, the last information you got was months ago when they came in. Is
No,
that correct?
I got this today, Judge, because
I haven't seen that,
requested
but-
it
No, but
yesterday.
I'm asking Commissioner Chesney, is that the last time that you got an informational report from the district attorneys when they discussed it with us?
No, it was.
When was it?
It was 2 or 3 weeks ago when it was mentioned to me that they still have concerns. I don't know what Commissioner Gonzalez is referring to, but,
I got one today because I asked for it.
right,
You know,
so I don't,
I'm trying, and they're still behind, they said they got, you know, it's not any better than what it was before. So I don't know where we at. That's
Right,
why
that's
I'm-
Well,
Just bring it all
I
in
spoke
here.
with, before we accepted even the emergency, I spoke with Dr. Shaker and this entire, and Dr. Shaker, who performs the autopsies, would know whether he could perform the autopsy. So,
Right.
again, we will get you we'll get all the court the information, but I just wanted you to know that that information that was presented before was a unique situation due to a unique individual. and Dr. Shaker was asked before we accepted. And the interlocal is important to complete you would not want to have this type of arrangement without an interlocal. We did so without it because of the emergency nature. Just so you know, your interlocal, you need to read the clauses. The clauses give us permission not to accept. We have to accept. They don't have a right to send us the bodies unless we have the ability to accept and perform the services.
I understand. I'm just concerned with the precedent we're setting by taking all these interlocals, even though we have the ability to not accept, because of the fact that it implies that we are willing to accept because we're willing to do an interlocal, in my opinion. And I get that it has an out clause. I remember that from the last time. I read it this time. I would just prefer to have the medical examiner, and I'll put it on the agenda, I'll put it on myself so that it comes in there, that we invite the DA, and if they don't want to come, they don't have to, but we invite the DA and we invite the medical examiner so we can have that presentation in court, because that, to me, is what I've been told in the last 2 to 3 weeks, is there is still a problem. So the only way I can.
And just so I know for clarity and on the record, who was it that you spoke to at the district attorney's office, so that I can also ask them to reach out to the county judge's office, because they have not done so? I'm just curious, who was it?
Ms. Hernandez?
Ms. Hernandez. Okay, so we'll ask Ms. Hernandez to contact me.
Well, actually,
She didn't reach out to you, Judge, because I reached out to her, she didn't reach out to me.
Well, I'm speaking to Commissioner Chesney.
Right, she just mentioned it to me
But I'm
when.
just letting know why she reached out to me, because I asked her, not.
Right, no, I understand that.
She just mentioned to me in passing that it was still of concern. I said, great. And and honestly, I forgot. I said, let's put it on the agenda. Let's talk about it so that everybody's clear on it.
Right.
It wasn't a negative or a positive. It was just, it's still an issue that we'd like to discuss. I said, and it's so.
It's just that I met with a district attorney a week ago, and he didn't mention anything like that, so I just think that's odd. But we're gonna get the information,
Excuse me,
so,
Judge, are these people coming to us because they know that we accept people, or?
sir, they're coming because they don't have a medical examiner's office, and Bear County, due to COVID, the urban centers are no longer able to accept. We already are just like we're a regional lab, we're a regional medical examiner's office. As our need grows, this is an excellent opportunity for our county to serve as a regional hub, to be able to pay for the services that we need for our growth, just for our county. So I think we're working on a benefit cost analysis of taking on the work that we already have with the 19 counties. But when we need something, I promise you, when we needed morgue trailers, we go to our brethren inside South Texas counties. That's how we do usually perform services, is when somebody needs our help, we ask for it, and when we need help, we ask for it. I've never heard of a situation where we couldn't help somebody when we had the ability to. If there's an opportunity to help a neighboring county, I promise you, when it's our turn, we would want that same courtesy. We'll make sure that we get a full report, though. But that's why they're coming. Bear County has stopped. Travis County has stopped. Hidalgo is short pathologists. We are, by the way, recruiting pathologists as we speak. We have an open posting, and I think we have some excellent candidates coming forth. So we'll be able to expand our services. What we don't have is an excellent building, but then again, you already know that. So is there a motion to table, or is there a motion to apply for a contingency upon their approval?
I'll move the table.
I would second.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. You get your wish. We will work with Judge Jackson, Belinda, and make sure that, I was told by Judge Jackson that they were gonna get it on their agenda. They may not have been able to because of a posting situation. I think that could have been an issue. And so we need to follow up with them. Where are they? It would be nice if they were already approving of the interlocal, and then it comes to us for approval. But even if it's for the one body that we took care of, the one service, we need an agreement. I mean, we can't, County Attorney, do you mind working on that too? Because I feel like if we've done something, provided a service, I just want to make sure that there's some sort of an agreement.
Bill, excuse me. Bill?
Yeah.
Bill?
Yes, sir.
what kind of agreement do we have with Fernandez when he was doing it? I mean, he would do for everybody, just about. Was there an agreement, open and ended agreement, or is this?
Yes, Commissioner, we have several interlocal agreements with numerous counties,
No, no,
and
no,
those,
no, that's
those
not what-
agreements automatically renew,
Right,
so
but
they're
I'm not
usually in
I'm
place.
not talking about local agreements that we have.
Mhm.
Those that didn't have agreements, he still did the autopsy because they came to him, you know, but I'm
Mhm.
just saying, how is that done? Is there something different that says that if somebody comes from this county, they can do it? I mean, you're not gonna turn them down or something?
So I don't know what he did in practice, but I know that from a legal perspective, the advice would always be that you need to have an agreement in place. And so on the legal side, we would suggest that y'all would have an agreement up front.
I thought at that time he accepted one, they would sign something.
Mhm.
It wasn't an agreement for everybody, it was just something, they would sign something that they, agreed to take that individual.
Sure.
I don't know what he had. But whatever they had, they went to look at it if you got it, so.
All right, I think we voted already for the clerk. Right, I'm going to move on. Discuss and consider the change order, $25,983.78 for Hilltop Roof Repairs Project from Castro Roofing. And it's a removal of 3 AC units and installation of new metal curbs. I don't see Juan here, but I can hold it and come back to it unless he's in the hallway. Michael, did you happen to see Deputy? He's not here. Would somebody buzz him on a text? Well, do you mind if I just skip it so he can come and present it unless somebody,
Till he gets here.
till he gets here? We'll just skip it for right now. Let's go to discuss and consider supporting the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership. It's item number 6, related matters. Oh my goodness, I forgot completely about Sherilyn. We were gonna try to, is she okay?
I haven't seen anything
You
else,
wanna
so I don't.
give that a quick text?
Oops,
I
Coastal
think
Bend.
they were just ready to, they just want to know when.
I forgot she was on there
They
too,
were
Judge.
coming,
Okay.
so. I haven't seen anything else.
Okay,
so.
hi. Forgive me. You know, Sarah, I saw you earlier. I would have advanced this had I thought you would just come. I should have known better. Forgive me. Sarah Garza with the Port of Corpus Christi Environmental Director and Gretchen Arnold. Discuss and consider supporting the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership and related matters. And to present this, I am going to call on Gretchen because she can really set the table here. But let me just tell you that I placed this on the agenda. This is an unbelievable partnership that I'm proud to say that I'm willing to put dollars from CJ funds for this project. It's one that's needed, required, and I think yields great results as we are in clean air attainment. We want to keep showing that we're in clean air attainment, but in order to do that, we need monitors. Gretchen, will you let us know about the program and why you believe we could be of assistance?
I'd be glad to. And there is a presentation there that.
Oh, great. Well,
I'll
let's
just
get
go
that
through
up.
quickly.
There we
Here
go.
Good afternoon. Most of y'all have heard from me as chair of the Corpus Christi Air Quality Group in the past, with the exception of our new commissioner, Mr. Hernandez. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
I wanted to provide a little bit of brief background information as I set the table on the group, knowing that we have a new commissioner, and it's been about a year since I've been before y'all. Next slide, please. The Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership, as we're called now, is a group that was initially voluntarily established as an ad hoc group back in 1995 when our airshed was close to violating EPA standards for ozone, which is a pollutant in the air that the EPA does set standards and thresholds on. We were close to violating that and slipping into a definition called non-attainment of air quality standards. And I'll get into a little more definition on that here in just a bit. Back in about a year or so ago, the group decided to change the name from Corpus Christi Air Quality Group to the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership to more accurately reflect the EPA's definition of our airshed, which is all of Nueces and San Patricio counties. Next slide, please. This is just a depiction of our airshed as it's defined by the TCEQ and EPA, all of Nueces and San Patricio counties. Next slide, please. The main criteria pollutant that we are concerned with in our airshed is ozone. That is the only regulated pollutant that we had been in the past dangerously close to violating the standards for, and we're still close enough to violating the standards that it is of importance to our airshed to keep a very close eye on where we are with the standards that EPA establishes that can be changed every 5 years in compliance with the Clean Air Act, and where we are with our regulatory monitors in compliance with that standard. Since the Air Quality Group was established, the standard has changed a few times, and that's what that blue line at the top of the chart that you're looking at defines. So that makes our challenge even more significant. It can be a moving target. Back some years, we were struggling to deal with an 85 part per billion standard. We are now struggling to continue to meet a 70 part per billion standard as it's been ratcheted down by the EPA through the years. But we have enjoyed a basic overall downward trending in our averages of ozone, thanks to 25 years of hard work by this air quality group, which is voluntary, but with numerous stakeholders that bring very aggressive measures to the table on an annual basis. But it's a voluntary group, it's an unfunded group. Next slide, please. This is the current reporting of where we are in compliance with ozone standards. We concluded 2020 ozone season with an average reading of ozone at both of our regulatory monitors of 61 parts per billion. Next slide, please. So I'm going to get into a little bit of the past group structure and funding, which I've touched on a little bit, and most of y'all are familiar with. I've come to you on an annual basis, bringing you updates and telling you where we are. But up until 2020, we were a very unstructured, informal group. And in 2020, we began to work hard to build the skeleton and the structure to move from an unfunded voluntary group to a full-time structured organization. The way the group was meeting and getting together up until then was me working from my home, pulling together agendas, doing the research, where are we on air quality, taking that information to this volunteer group. Volunteers and stakeholders would bring potential grant opportunities or programming possibilities that they could bring to the effort, again, all on a voluntary basis. No formal structure in terms of a board of directors, permanent long-term funding, funded staff, etc. Basically, it was just a volunteer group being chaired by myself out of my home. Next slide, please. So, as time has passed, we, through the group, have discussed and recognized that we have significant challenges in our future, which is unprecedented industrial growth. We have a lot more vehicles on the road as well as off-road. I would challenge anybody in the room here to drive more than a mile or two in any direction and not see construction activity taking place. The Harbor Bridge, of course, being a significant project, but a lot of bridge building, road building, subdivision building, all of these working or idling off-road vehicles off the road, workers coming in and idling, congestion, trying to get to the work site. This has all increased significantly just over the last couple of years. And we recognized the critical need for a critical response that a large municipality with a significant industrial base that's growing exponentially is deserving and needing of a formalized structure with bylaws, a board of directors, long-term dedicated funding, and a long-term plan to keep our precious attainment status of ozone in check. And that a voluntary group being run from a home is not a strategic or really even responsible way for a community to have a platform that they can count on that's going to protect their precious air quality in compliance with EPA air quality standards. Next slide, please. So I used the word critical a couple of times in the previous slide, and boy, is it. One of the things that we did last year, we as the Air Quality Group and growing into the Air Quality full-time organization transition process, was approach Dr. Jim Lee out at Texas A&M Corpus Christi to do a study on not just the cost of non-attainment in general, but what would the cost be to Nueces and San Patricio counties specifically, with our unique footprint, our unique income stream, our unique development stream, our unique future plan stream, and figure out what is it going to cost our counties should we fall into non-attainment of ozone standards. And the results of Dr. Lee's study were compelling and eye-opening. Basically, the results of the study indicated a cost to our airshed of somewhere between $500 million to $1.7 billion a year. And what's even more impressive to take on with that information is once you ring that bell of non-attainment of air quality standards, you are not considered by the EPA to be back in compliance of standards for that violated pollutant for a minimum of 23 to 25 years. And I'll take a moment to explain that. It takes you, if you fall out of compliance, remember I was talking about a 3-year rolling average that is looked at as the number for compliance for ozone standards. You need that rolling average to get back into a compliant number, which probably takes a minimum of 2 to 3 years. And then there are 2 10-year maintenance periods required by the EPA for you to be in a maintenance period, which also carries the additional costs, until you are truly designed and designated back as attainment. So basically, we have an entire generation of people living in our county, in our airshed. Once we are designated as non-attainment, they go through their lives in and out of college before they ever see a day of attainment in their community at $500 million to $1.7 billion a year. We think that's critical. Next slide, please. This is kind of a summary slide of Dr. Lee's study, where he comes from some of the more significant costs and how they're assigned and designated through the potential costs of non-attainment for our airshed. Next slide, please. So, here's our critical response. We are transitioning what had been a voluntary group run from a home to a full-time, full-fledged, dedicated organization that does nothing but all day, every day, at least Monday through Friday, looking at where we are with our compliance issues, how can we get additional funding into our area to support emission reduction programs, and make sure that we have a dedicated long-term plan and funding that our airshed can count on. Not somebody working from a home on their time when they can, to have a serious full-time continual maintenance and eye on this situation as opposed to what we had been doing in the past. We have determined an annual budget, operational budget of approximately $132,000 to fund this organization. In the past, I had come to y'all for $5,000 a year in contribution, which Nueces County has generously provided to run this group for the past several years. We are coming to you requesting an elevated level of support of $15,000 so that a full-time executive director can be funded, paid, and we can get down the road to a full-time established organization. I'll ask for the next slide and then make a brief introduction. The status of the transition so far has been that we have appointed and set up an interim board of directors as we get our bylaws developed and approved. We get our application for our 501c3 sent off to the IRS. We get our strategic plan done. And I would like to introduce Sarah Garza with the Port of Corpus Christi to you. She is our interim board president in our transition process for the Corpus Christi Air Quality Partnership. Sarah.
Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you, and hello, Judge Canales and Commissioners. On behalf of the interim board, I appreciate the opportunity for our organization to make this presentation today. I echo the comments that have been made by both you, Judge and Gretchen, on the importance of air quality, and really we can't be complacent in our attempts to maintain air quality. We've got to be focused and intentional. And so I'm very pleased to be the interim, or the chair of the interim board, and be able to help with this transition to a new organization that's essentially going to set up how our community, with intentional actions, is going to stay in attainment of air quality. And I have, as many of you know, the support of my organization. This is, in my regular job, I do a lot with air quality. The Port of Corpus Christi is very forward-thinking with regards to emission reductions, and we have a few things that we're moving forward. Right now, we're undertaking an emissions inventory, and all of these things will roll up very well into this Clean Air Action Plan that we're going to establish through this organization. And so it's great to be a part of this. Gretchen has been at air quality for a long time, and it's really a privilege to be able to support her in this, and really, in the long run, be able to assure our citizens that we do have good air quality.
Very good. And just so I know, on the last slide, we're talking about the development, which is really what you're here doing today, is developing these relationships, creating these collaborations. To date, besides the port, and of course, now we have the opportunity today to join, has anybody else joined yet? Because the reason I ask is I sit on the MPO, I could put it on the agenda. Where are we as to who is committed?
So I'll let Gretchen speak to
Okay.
that. She's been doing a lot of legwork on that already.
Great.
So
Great.
Gretchen, please. Thanks.
All right, there may be one more slide. There we go. This kind of concludes exactly right where we are. So, the Port of Corpus Christi has made a significant financial contribution. What we are doing in our interim process, as we apply to the IRS for a 501c3, we do have an official agreement developed with the Coastal Bend Community Foundation to receive funds as the 501c3 in the name of the partnership. So received into that account already is a contribution from the Port of Corpus Christi in the amount of $45,000, and San Patricio County in the amount of $5,000. This was my first year being able to go to them and request that. The City of Corpus Christi has an MOU on the way for $15,000, as does RTA for $5,000 and Chenier for $5,000. I have approached Mr. McDonald with the MPO. He was able to agree to what MPO has always submitted in the past, which was $4,000. When I visited with him about the ability or capacity to increase that level, he expressed doubt because in order for him to go to his funding account that increase would come from, he's going back to Nueces County and the City of Corpus Christi.
Understood.
And everybody that I'm going to and asking. So he was reluctant to pursue that since I was already going to those same contributors.
That makes sense.
In the process, and has not been received yet, and is going to the Port Industry Group and making a request of them as well, which has not been approved, and we're still working on trying to get that.
Okay, great. Teresa, would you identify for the court, I can never remember the number, but the funding source for the 15,000 would be? 0136, are they? That would be special revenue. And I do have the funds to be able to do that. Of course, I'm happy to have all of you contribute.
I was just going to say, Judge, I would like to, that's a big issue, especially for the area I represent. I know it's for everybody, but I would be happy to put 5,000 into that from the special revenue. And
So-
I appreciate you doing that. And, but this is absolutely essential. We've got to and I appreciate the port's involvement. I appreciate everybody, the city, everybody that's, has always jumped in. And Gretchen, you've always done a great, great job.
Thank you.
So obviously,
Okay.
it's all subject to the court's
Of course.
approval, but I will happily participate for my
I was just gonna
whatever
say that.
special,
We
whichever
have to
one. it is.
approve it, right? But, I mean, I'll do 5,000. Oh, didn't you were with A&M, right, for a while?
Yes. Well, you've got a great memory. Somebody asked me in the hallway earlier if I was still there. I said, no, I retired. And I was like, I was trying to think of what year. So I retired in 2013, and part of what I did at A&M was this. And I didn't want the group to go away. I've had a little Wiesla dog as my executive assistant, and she's great. She's crazy, but she's great. But I just think that it's time for us to get out of the very informal situation where we are and make it a full-fledged organization. I think you would be hard-pressed. I've looked around and never found one to find a city, a municipality like us that does not have a full-fledged, through their COG or somewhere, they've got a big team working on air quality attainment all the time.
Your reports were always pretty good, and you came back and gave us a report every year, so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Commissioner, Teresa, we're obviously going to rework the funding, but for Gretchen's purpose, the good news is, sounds like you've got some great support. Now we'll hear from Commissioner Modis.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on for 5,000 from my own
Thank you
special.
very
Well,
much.
I'm not going to get to give any, Gretchen. That's
I was gonna
okay.
say,
Or maybe we'll just
so that
give
we
more.
hit
I like the more idea.
No, mine's plus hers,
That we at least hit the 15, if not maybe a little bit more.
Maybe more.
Or bring down the cost so we can still cover. But I was going to ask you about Port Industries, and I'm
Yes.
assuming that they're going to put in a pretty good chunk because they should. I'll just go on record saying that.
I'm going to agree.
Thank
I mean,
you.
if they don't go at least
They should.
the 45 that the Port of Corpus Christi has, I think that would definitely be just a slap in the face of the community. I know they will,
We're
but I
working
think
on
we
it.
need to be able to use this bully pulpit from time to time to put the pressure on the port because we're doing it. It's a mutual relationship, right? We need them, they need us. So we just want to make sure they're on board, and I know they will do the right thing. My question was going to be on the COG. I mean,
Yes.
you mentioned that other communities. So is that another group considered to help with funding? Do they really have any funding, or would it be kind of like the MPO, which would be kind of going back to the organizations that help support them already?
I visited with the COG. It's been a few months, well, actually, it's probably been several months at this point now, and I visited with Mr. Buckner, I believe it was, and the ability to tap into any kind of funding or be supportive or helpful was not successful.
I also want to ask a question that I had asked you during the main part of COVID, was still in the main part, but I guess the earlier days of it, probably around a year ago. And I was trying to look at the data you were sharing with us, and it was, how do we know, or do we know, was there any impact, especially in the early, say, month or two, when no one was really leaving their house at all? Did we see a significant change, or did it pretty much stay the same as far as for air quality? Because there was hardly ever anyone on the road except for essentials. So did we see a dip, or was it pretty much steady?
We absolutely saw a change, and with your permission, I can send to Tyner, which he can forward to you, an email of a little slide, like 2 slides, study that I did right after the stay-at-home order was established. It took place in March and April. So I compared 2 months, March and April of last year to the 3 previous years, and we saw almost a 20% reduction at our research monitors for ozone levels at that particular time. I could not do a lot of the modeling and in-depth research that could say, yes, that was definitely because there were fewer cars on the road. You can interpret that absolutely a significant part of that reduction was probably cars on the road. It could have also been which way the wind was blowing and other things affect those numbers. But we absolutely saw a reduction in vehicles on the road. I think some of the things that we would still like to look into when we're a robust organization, our programs such as anti-idling requirements at schools and things like that, I think that the long lines of idling, getting into workplaces and schools particularly, when that was just immediately cut off and shut down, I think things like that did make a difference. And it did show at the monitors.
So did that get out, or did we not see it in the news, or it hasn't been something you've really pushed?
There was a small article in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times that did discuss the reduction in the ozone levels as a result of the stay-at-home order. And there was also some small coverage with the KEDT talk interview radio show on that.
I just think that, that was one of the first questions I asked you, like I said, about a year ago. And I don't know if you had done the information, your study at it yet.
Yeah.
But for me, I knew for a fact that we would see some sort of drop and dip and just kind of show, what our own vehicles do. And also I wanted to kind of see what the baseline, what was more, you could say, what is industry? Because that's a reality. We know that industry puts a tremendous burden on the air quality. But like I said, they're here. They're not going anywhere. We're here. So we need each other to help with the economy, and they help, supply our nation, really. And so, but just to be able to show the impact that we as individuals can make, I think is really important. And I hope, God forbid, that we ever have to see any kind of tremendous kind of stop that where everyone pretty much just stayed home for at least 4 to 6 weeks before people started eventually getting into some sort of work. And I would argue that I don't still think that there may be some days that we see a lot of traffic, but I still say that there's still, you can noticeably see a dip. I'm able to get around town a little bit faster, maybe 5 minutes more if I'm going across town, that I'm saving time. So I just think it's fewer cars still on the road, more people doing at-home work rather than going into an office. So all those little bits that make a difference. But I've been looking forward to this presentation because I had a feeling that you would present to us that there has been a big change in that.
There was, and one of the things that I think that would be very beneficial to a full-time organization is that you've got the dedicated staff where their full-time function is not only doing the research and implementing the programs, but getting the information out there. One of the goals of the work tasks that we're setting up for this full-time organization is to get a full emissions inventory of our airshed done that indicates how much of a percentage of the pollutants that are emitted with volatile organic compounds and NOx that create ozone, how much of that is industry, how much of that is vehicles on the road, how much of that is vehicles off the road. And yes, industry is a contributor, but I think one of the things that we need to do a much better job of here in our airshed, and I've said this it's been this way for years, it's difficult for somebody to drive down I-37 and they see the industry that they're driving down and think that they're making any kind of an impact whatsoever, but they are. Vehicle traffic, idling, it does make a difference, and we do make a difference. I've said to folks I'm rather hopeful that perhaps some of the working from home practices that folks have gotten accustomed to will stick afterwards because you don't have to, very few people go to a meeting in a car full of people or go to work in a car full of people. You hold a meeting, okay, we've got to go to this meeting, everybody's got to go to this meeting. So you've got 20 people getting in their cars going to a meeting. And I think folks have realized by the discipline that was rather inflicted on them that I can meet with people and get things done much more effectively and efficiently from home sometimes, as opposed to getting into a car and burning up 2 or 3 hours of my morning for a 45-minute meeting. I hope those lifestyles stick. There's a lot to be said for face-to-face. I'm really kind of grateful that I got the chance to get here and talk to y'all in person. I haven't done much of that in the last year, but our lifestyle, how we get our goods, how we get ourselves around, how we transport our people, has a significant impact on our air quality as well.
Thank you, Gretchen.
And now we'll have a baseline for the future. As we see electric cars come online and a movement for funding electric vehicle stations, I mean, I must get an email a week. I mean, we're going to get it done. We just have to get it done. But it's going to be a baseline to see how that dramatically also improves our ability to have good air quality. But we won't know that unless we understand what these baselines are.
Absolutely. And
So-
that's important to us, and we know that. We don't, we want to be able to, no matter how formalized and structured and good we get at what we're doing, we want to make sure that we are focusing our energy and our precious resources most effectively and efficiently as possible. We want to be able to identify the sources in the appropriate manner with the appropriate recommendations to make the most positive, meaningful reduction benefits for our efforts, and that will take a strong baseline and a strong understanding.
I agree. So, Commissioners, at this time, I'd like to make a motion that.
Excuse me, Judge?
Yes.
I also would like to contribute.
Oh, that's great. You see what happens when
Let
you
the man
come in
talk.
purpose?
Yes.
Yes, that would be great. May
Consider-
I say that that's 5,000 as well?
We just need to figure out how.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Considering the precinct I come from, that I represent, yes, ma'am, I would like to be involved in that.
Thank you.
And I do agree with you.
25.
I've noticed, I come from that area, and the traffic is not as bad as it used to be. So I appreciate what you do, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to let Commissioner Chesney say something. I'm going to make a motion, so we can just get a motion second, then we'll have a little discussion. A motion, and there's a second for supporting the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership. But Teresa, we'd like to do $25,000. Each of us would like to do $5,000 to show our commitment to air quality and air, and staying in air attainment for this amazing inaugural partnership. They couldn't have chosen a better interim. And then Commissioner, what were you, I couldn't
He
hear.
was saying, because she needs this on a yearly basis, so do we put this in, how do we do that? 'Cause-
So I'll tell you what, we have a little discretion right now. I want you to understand we're using it from special revenue. When we come into the budget, why don't we,
I think that's-
we'll do a presumption that it's 15,000,
Right.
okay,
That's
in
what
the
I was-
budget?
right.
But this inaugural year, because we just happen to have special revenue right now, and it's not in our budget cycle. But you're always welcome to come back and showcase why that 25 made a big difference. And you can always ask, what do you think about that?
That's, yeah.
Okay?
Makes sense. That's-
Thank you.
So I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 You know, also remember, most of the money came from the judge's budget.
From before.
Yeah, before.
Yeah, that's correct. No, this is a better way to do it. We all have buy-in. And again, the budget cycle might yield the 25. We just need you to come back and showcase it to us. And we were just talking about our calendar earlier, and I'll let Sarah know when the right time to do that is.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, would the court
Thank you.
be asking for an MOU to make this
Yes.
happen?
Yes, it wasn't on the agenda, but can I add that as a extra addition to the motion? That we'll ask for a memorandum of understanding with the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership, and that also that the money be held, I suppose it's an escrow, if you will, with the Coastal Bend Community Foundation, a 501c3 organization, to comply with our standards that we have, which requires that 501c3, I think.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, we'll add that to the notes, or the minutes for the clerk. And we'll ask the county attorney to help establish that. Jenny, meet Gretchen.
All right.
Great ladies.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Well, thank
We're
y'all.
gonna be
Thank you
using
very
this
much.
PowerPoint quite a bit, I think. It's gonna really, when we get back to doing Rotary and Kiwanis and chambers, this is the kind of thing we need to be talking about. Who knows what other buy-in might be out there?
I would appreciate that so very much. We all would appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
It's, we were a unique organization, and transferring that into what we really need to do is just it's an unusual presentation and ask. So whatever assistance you can give us that way would be greatly appreciated.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners,
Yeah.
the hour is 1:20. To satisfy multiple needs, I'm going to elect at this time to go into executive session. I'm giving notice that the Commissioners Court may go into such a session. It's authorized under the Open Meetings Act.
Excuse me,
Chapter-
Judge?
Yes.
I think Mr. Robbins is trying to get your attention.
Oh,
Did y'all want to catch on for number 5 real quick? Just a small change order to a roofing.
Oh, yeah. Might as well do it.
okay, that was the Castro Roofing. All right, I'll be happy to accommodate. Juan, you have a change order for 25,000 on or about, not on or about, but about,
Yes, ma'am.
for Castro Roofing.
Yes, ma'am. Public Works is recommending the change order increase of $25,983.78 for the hilltop re-roofing. The scope of work for this is to reinstall 2 new units and 1 unit, and also to put a 6-inch curb underneath these units to meet the requirements. And it's also supposed to be windstorm certified. So we're recommending approval.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Juan?
Yes, sir.
Have we gotten the windstorm certified yet?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, we're still waiting on the windstorm certification. As a matter of fact, I just got an email from Ms. Montemayor. She did get a letter from Castro about the warranty, and we're still waiting on those 2 items, Commissioner.
Okay, so payment will be made
Yes, sir.
to Castro anyway.
Yes, and this will be part of the
You know, the windstorm?
Yes, yes, sir. Contingent that we get the windstorm and the certification.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Second, make a motion?
I think,
Is there a motion? on the
is
floor?
there a motion on the floor? I don't think so. You can make it.
So moved.
And I think
Second.
Commissioner Hernandez seconded. And again, I guess you said it, but it's 2016 COs. I don't know if I heard.
Yeah.
But it's 2016 COs from Precinct 1, is that correct? That's correct. Okay. Precinct 1, 2016 CO, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. As I stated just a second ago, we have some business to take care of, and so we're going to I'm electing to go into Commissioners, oh my goodness, executive session pursuant to 551 of the Texas Government Code, and in accordance with Vernon's 551, 071, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 86, and 87. We're going to hold this executive session to consult with our attorney on matters relating to litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, county advisory bodies, security advice, economic development negotiations, and any other matter that may be discussed is appropriately noticed in executive session. Upon completion of such executive session, we will come back into open session and take any action as appropriate on items that we discussed in executive session. The time for the clerk is 1:21, and this is a great time to grab a bite to eat, and we thank you for your patience on the extended hour. 1:21 PM, and if also you'd be so kind as to test. Okay, we're back on the record at 2:26 PM. We have concluded our executive session, and I'll be calling on different members of our court as we have some items to act upon. In the matter of Frontier Communications property damage claim and settlement, Commissioner Hernandez, do you have a motion?
Yes, Judge, make the motion.
Okay, to reject and to continue negotiations?
Yes, I do, Judge.
Thank you. And can I get a second?
Second.
Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And on item B, regarding the settlement demand for Sonia Resendez on behalf of Javen Gomez, Commissioner Modis, is there a motion?
Yes, Judge. Motion to reject the demand and authorize the county attorney to enter into negotiations. Is that
Correct.
okay? Good enough?
Good enough. Thank you. Got a motion. I think I heard the second. No? Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Hernandez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, in the matter of Donna Nolan's property damage claim, I make the motion that we settle this claim in the amount of $180 in favor of Donna Noland. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. In the matter of John Smith versus Nueces, cause number 220CV00316, is there a motion for the ratification?
I make a motion that we ratify that Hiram Keith, whatever his last name is.
Siskowski?
Siskowski,
That's a hard
with,
one.
Brainstorm PC to appeal the case on behalf of Nueces County.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. And on F, item F, this is cause number 2016 DCV 484 Sundial versus Nueces County. Is there a motion regarding the ratification of hiring Jim McKibben? Commissioner Hernandez, do you have a motion?
Yes, Judge, I make the motion to hire Mr. McKinney.
All right. I've got a motion to hire Mr. McKibben on this matter. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay, and so that concludes our matters that we needed to take action on in executive session. You'll remember that we are not at the end of our agenda, although we've gotten quite far. We took the matter up in order to be able to take an item that needed some legal consultation, and so that's item number 8. And, but we'll wait for Commissioner Modis to come back. So let's move to remind everybody, we've finished item 3A1, A2, we've tabled A3, A4 has been concluded, A5 and A6. We are now on A7. A7, that's discuss and consider approving the resolution, approving and adopting the change of name designation for the Nueces County Public Libraries. I saw Ida, she was on.
Yes. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. Do you want to introduce this for us?
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. I brought this before the court today because we need a resolution for you to review. We need to provide yearly reports for accreditation. And the current, this current year, I was trying to change it, but we had to bring in the resolution to signify that we do encompass 3 libraries and not 1. The way it is listed on my report, it says that it's only listing the Nueces County Keach Family Library. And so Judge Shamsi had done a resolution a couple of years ago before I came on board, and it listed it as Nueces County Public Library. And we would like to change it to Nueces County Public Library, since we are 3 libraries encompassing the Law Library, our library, the Keach Library, and the Bishop Branch. And in order to make this change, it had to be a new resolution. And I'd like to thank Mary Estrageta with the county attorneys, Tyner, and also Belinda were very helpful in getting this taken care of for the libraries.
And what's it called again? I couldn't hear.
It's going to be called the libraries.
Oh.
Yes.
That's it? Okay, I didn't.
Instead of library.
So moved.
So moved. Oh, second.
Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Yeah, and we use all our libraries fully.
Thank you.
And we
Thank you very
thank you.
much.
Thank you so much. Since Commissioner Modis is not back, we're going to move to we can go to item number 9 and then come back to 8. Tiffany, don't worry, Commissioner Modis just stepped out, but we are going to tackle item number 8, but I want him to be present, so give him that courtesy. Let's do item number 9. Item number 9, let me move, I've got, hold on one second while I get all these contracts in the right spot. So item number 9 is, you heard earlier that Lance Murphy, our IT director, is going to be moving, and we have posted the job, and Julie Guerra not on? Okay, so we've posted the job, and we are hopeful that we will get somebody to fill this role, but you also need to know that we've just lost another significant member of our IT team. So we are going to be down 2 people, and the real concern that I have that I wanted to bring to your attention is that in order to run all these clinics, we run them with very specific IT-based software called Luminaire. And even though we could pull somebody, usually Lance goes with us and takes care of all of that, we'll have to bring somebody from IT in order to cover, and we've made those arrangements, but then it leaves another gaping hole inside IT when we're already down 2 people. So it was brought to our attention that we could do a personal services contract for kind of an on-call basis. Belinda, I've got to turn to that because I want to make sure I see how we styled it. But I asked Belinda to work this up so that we could have this as a consideration, so that if we needed somebody, and again, we are actively looking and pursuing somebody in the IT, but this would be April 1 through June 30th is the term, April through June. So April, May, and June. That gets us through this process of hoping to find somebody suitable for this and then being able to train, onboard, and assimilate. So the idea here was to be able to have a contract period. We all have been working remotely. There's no better person to understand remote technology than Mr. Murphy, because that's how we've been doing it. So I wanted to make sure that we were not void of some real valuable resources in this very important area. So, Belinda, I'm missing a few details. I want to double check something else, but scope of work is defined here.
Yeah, so basically, the county attorney helped put this agreement together, and what we used was Lance's current job description, and obviously took out all his supervisory roles, but we basically left a lot of his duties that he had as the director. And then as far as his hourly rate, that was pretty much his current hourly rate plus benefits as provided by the HR director.
So does this contract give us the ability to, if we need him, then he goes on hourly rate, but if we don't, we don't? Is that, if we don't need him, then there's no obligation?
It is basically a work authorization that you could,
And basically,
you could issue, that's our standard agreements.
Okay.
sorry, and I think it ends the end of June is what I also saw, which
Yeah.
I wasn't real big on it until I saw that. Not because I don't like Lance, I do. I know we need to move forward and get an IT director, and I guess that's what we're going to be working on, but we're gonna need some transition time.
Yeah.
You know, I get that. So like I said, I wouldn't want this to linger for long, and again, that's no knock on Lance, he's great, but for a couple of months to transition and to help the county and
Yeah.
do what they need to do, then I'm certainly okay with that.
And
Whatever
also, if
that's
we
worth.
find somebody quicker, then that's
Sure.
great too.
Yeah.
We just
Call-
figured
call
it
it-
wouldn't last more than
Just call it as you
90
need.
days.
Call it as you need.
At that rate with this contract.
Motion for a pass.
Okay, thank you. Motion and second. And all those, I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, great. Commissioner, we just bounced ahead just to make sure that we could do some small items and can come back to item number 8. We're ready. Awesome. We're going to go back to item number 8, and that's the execution of a second modification of a restrictive covenant in the special warranty deed, and it's relating to Corpus Christi Bay outlets. And Commissioner Modis has been helping us take the lead with county attorney, and Tiffany Ritchie is on the phone as a resource for you,
And
Commissioner.
Cheryl, I think there she's
Oh, there
coming on
she
the
is,
waiting
coming
room,
on
so
now.
Perfect.
Can you let her join in? Yeah. Okay. Great. So I think we're, as they say, in the last episode of our court, when we had this item for discussion, we had the opportunity to really share with the folks that are managing Corpus Christi Bay outlets how important it was for us to be able to provide them the flexibility they needed. And some of the deed restrictions we were not opposed to. So we had their lawyers and our lawyers collaborate since we last saw them. And now I think we're ready to at least bring forward a document and have this court consider that document for final execution that addresses their concerns and ours as well. I think what I want to do is just pitch back to the county attorney for her to be able to go over with the court what we are considering here today.
I'm gonna let Cisco handle that.
You bet.
Good afternoon.
We have, there's one last section that we have been reviewing, and it has to do with the language regarding light industries. We are hoping to continue working on that language, and we believe that we're able to address some of the concerns that exist regarding industries, but we do need to have a dialogue regarding possible operations that can be at the property, and I think that we should be able to have something very soon. We don't have it in writing yet, but we can probably have something very soon.
And Sherilyn and Tiffany, what we discussed is that the way we had left it with your lawyers before today, it was that you, the company would come, the entity would come to court to ask for written approval for certain, what's called light industry or manufacturing. And what we've done is, the will of the court is to change that so that it gives you a lot of breadth to work a variety of industries without any written permission. And those would include, but not limited to, and this is what Cisco is talking about, county attorney's talking about, that he will go over these with you, but they include things like logistics, assembly, electronics, warehouse, distribution, trying to think of, I didn't memorize it, but it gives a huge breadth, and the only thing that it takes out completely is the word light manufacturing, I believe. And that is because that is really subject to interpretation, and there's a definite will to give you guys the autonomy and the flexibility you need to go and attract everything you can, from e-commerce to logistics, assemblies, in so many different industries, from food to books, medicines, cosmetics, cloud. Like I said, we're excited about the opportunity and potentials. What's very clear is that we don't want to get into a debate as to what constitutes light manufacturing when it comes to petrochemical, refining. My definition of light industry might be different than your definition of light industry, but what we can agree on is that by putting in all those lists of the things that make the most sense for that property, in which we've included so many, you'll get a lot of opportunity to never have to worry about, is this in or out? And as to things we did not list, then we could, have you come and discuss it with the court. Our job is not to protect this court, it's to protect future courts as well. So we think that that's a good way to approach it. And I realize everybody wants carte blanche, but the way we work in government is we've got to make sure there's certain protections that are afforded. Those deed restrictions were placed there for a reason. They run with the land. Once given away, they can never be brought back. So we feel like we've given you lots of latitude to do all those good things that we want to encourage. And to the one extent that we're a little uncomfortable, which is the light manufacturing, we could still discuss that. That's the only area that would need to be, worked on. But I feel like we've covered a huge amount of ground, and you're gonna have, I think you'll be happy with what the language. But since we just did it, Cisco wants the opportunity, of course, to make it nice and neat and present it to you. I'm gonna let you
Okay,
guys
so-
unmute. There we go.
So what happens from here? He's going to draft the modifications and then y'all will have
send it
already
over.
approved them, so then they can just be
Correct.
submitted to.
Yes, correct. And I mean, and that you can have those discussions as early as you want to with them, even after today's court, if you like.
Judge, it would just be approval with,
Subject to.
subject to
Yes,
negotiation. or
right. We're ready
discussion
to
with-
act here
yeah,
today.
We're ready.
And what do we do?
And we'll have Cisco read out that language here shortly. Do you all have any questions or concerns?
Just on the things I've asked before, that was all. I just was wondering what that how we resolved on those two items, RV and junkyard. That was the only thing.
Those are out, I
Those-
think.
Okay, okay. That's fine.
Are those out? Do you know,
Junkyard.
Sherilyn or Tiffany? The junkyard and the, the RV, I think
I just didn't want to give it up without talking about it. That was the only thing, the other one I wanted to. Maybe that's subject,
like,
maybe.
like I said before in the RV, I mean, Commissioner Chesney's experience, just so you all know, is that he has a very robust RV system in place, especially there on the island, and so he doesn't want to concede, and I agree that, as far as we have RV hookups on the back side or the south side of our complex there at the fairgrounds, and would anything you develop compete with that? But like I've said before, I think it's two different groups. I think for the people that are going to be going there to the fairgrounds for barbecue competitions, or for the rodeo people who's, they're participating right there, like a few 100 feet away, they're going to still connect to our hookups. And so I think that's just part of his question that he has there. And then the junkyard issue, we're just, I think that's a concern for everyone. But like the judge said, it's not anything that we can't work through, and we want to give you all a chance to start today moving forward with any possible, leases or companies that you're working with, to give you, ground to move forward on it, and then just finalize the final touches with our staff.
I think that sounds great. I think I've already said we don't want to put a junkyard there, so hopefully nobody else in the future would too. And I think we've already agreed that that needs to come out so that doesn't happen. So we're all about that. I'm not sure what I don't know what changes you've made today, so I really can't comment to those until they're read.
Right.
So what are we doing today?
So the main, I can have Cisco help read it, but so just so you know, the way that we had left it before, the last document you saw, Sherilyn, basically said you needed to come seek permission, written approval, for a variety of industries, which included assembly, logistics, help me out.
So the list.
Warehouse.
It will include warehouse, assembly, logistics, distribution, technology, e-commerce, big box, retail, and hotel. I believe those are the items, and they're still, we're still waiting for direction whether or not to include those, but that's what we have right now. And then the items that will need written permission will be those purposes not listed above.
Okay.
Could we add RV to the?
We could add RV.
To the needs written permission?
To the needs
I just
written
think
permission.
we really ought to look at that
Sure.
area.
So in other words, we're gonna give you permission to do all of the above that we just listed without needing our approval. Hotel, big box, assembly, all of those things. And if they're not if they don't fall into that category, then you would come and seek written approval, which would include an RV. Because it's not warehouse, distribution, logistics, assembly, e-commerce, electronics. I literally tried to give you the universe and exclude various things that are clearly sensitive items.
Okay.
We appreciate how hard y'all have worked on this, and thank you so much for being supportive in trying to help us get as many diverse tenants out there that we can for that region.
Right. I will tell you that it was the recommendation of the litigation section to just exclude all light industry from a deed restriction point of view as the ultimate protection for the county. And I want you to know that because we came back and said, we feel like we can find some middle ground here. And through the help of our county attorney and her first assistant, we've been able to do that. I say that because I'm looking at it from an economic development point of view. And we want to send the signal that all those great things are out there. But if we give you a blanket, I promise you, you and I may not be around, but somebody's going to come back and say, that was a poor judgment call. So I think that we've done it in a way where we've sat in your shoes, or at least I put myself in your shoes, and gave you as many awesome, huge genres to go after. The two that are sensitive, you already said one, you're not even interested. And I'll tell you, the RV could be wonderful. I think Commissioner Chesney's point is, let's just bring it back to make sure that we're not in some sort of a direct competition. I'm still going to be excited about it, because if we wanted to do great music festivals, we're going to need a lot more RVs than just what the fairgrounds can accommodate, right?
And the fairgrounds are built, I think that
They're
the
built
intention
differently.
is gonna be to help, give a base of people that will
That's
go
right.
next door to maybe a sit-down restaurant or whatever that's developed there.
Yeah.
And the multitudes of different businesses that will be there. So I think we're gonna need, I hope one day, a hotel that was proposed and almost built a few years ago, and potentially, a nice RV park.
Yeah.
That's gonna, bring in people from all over, so.
With
I think
amenities.
I think they need that component to help
I agree.
support, a kind of an ongoing usage of it throughout the week, especially during the summer, and then maybe on weekends, if there's any kind of business that needs that kind of capacity. I think that they will need that. And it's, I think, to an extent that it's a more established center. It's not just something that's going to be run down. And I think they're going to need that space. But, I don't, if we can leave here today moving forward, giving them opportunity to move, and then that's just one issue that I don't anticipate, something like that being closed on within a few days, that, come with a plan, let us, work on it. And my support is that I support that concept. But that there may be a question or two on this court, but I'm just all about, I want us to pass this today, to get it to move forward so that you all have some sort of finality to it. And then that item, we are kind of kicking the can down the road, so to speak, but that it doesn't mean it's eliminated. It just means we'll come back, talk about it a little bit more, with plenty of time to work on any kind of concept that you have with the developer, that you all develop yourselves for that.
Well, I would just like to say, I really appreciate y'all moving so quickly to try and get this resolved for us today so that we can move forward. I know your concern moving forward, and I appreciate that concern as a county member. So I just want to say thank you very much for helping us to be able to move this project forward. And I know that together we're going to make it very successful.
Thank you for your time, Sherilyn and Tiffany. Thank you. So, Judge, then, county attorney
Motion?
staff will get with them on this?
Yes, and would you like to
So,
make a motion?
I make the motion that we accept the deeds with the additions that the judge read out. Do we need to list those again, or do we understand what they were?
I can relist them.
Yeah, just one more time, please.
The items are warehouse, assembly, logistics, distribution, technology, e-commerce, big box, and hotel.
And then, could you also read the ones that would be coming back for?
And the ones coming back would be any other purpose not listed above.
And that would include the RV.
That would include the RV, correct?
Okay. Then I would second that motion, since that's been clarified for the record.
And just to clarify further, so it's just, I think, Judge, if there's some minute changes, then we would hope that, Sherilyn and Tiffany would express those, so if we do need to come back and maybe make some minor tweaks to this language, that we could do that. I think, like you said, we were trying to be as inclusive as we could with all of this language, but we want them to have some success and start landing some tenants as soon as possible.
I think that's exactly the goal, right? And I know that's y'all's goal too, Sherilyn. And just so you know, I mean, we're here to work with you. And I think that this is, I don't want you to see this as anything but an opportunity to lift restrictions, to accept our fate, that we need to have a much greater diversity of activities there than were first contemplated. But, we're here to also find out how we can be of greater help. If something comes up, we are completely accustomed to and have participated in economic development negotiations on many occasions. We've done so where we've been under NDAs. We've also done it where we go into executive session to protect both developer and county interests. So we're here to be of assistance and to try to attract the best businesses to our region. So I hope that meets with your satisfaction, approval, and contentment. We did work very hard, as Tiffany said, to satisfy all all concerns.
And we thank you so much.
You bet, you bet. Okay, there was a motion and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And also, I think it'd be appropriate to ask a circulation of the document to all commissioners before any execution, just to make certain that it met with the requirements of this motion.
Yes, we will do that.
Thank you.
So how soon can we anticipate?
How soon?
Jenny or?
Hopefully within the next week or so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. In that case, we are going to move to our next item, and appreciate the fact that you all stayed on so long, Tiffany and Sherilyn. We'll move on to item number 11 now. We already had item number 10 prior to our break. This is the report from our, I was going to say, I don't know if she's here, but here she comes. Maria Bedia, Grants Administrator. Also Haggerty is available.
They are actually not on the line right now.
Okay. Well, you know what? We'll have them come next time. I noticed that Reed couldn't be here either, but I've spoken with him today, and so I'm prepared to deliver a statement as well.
Okay, so I'm just gonna start, I have like a really brief three slide little presentation, just
Okay.
updates from the last court, on the numbers. And actually, so I did these numbers yesterday and they've been updated since then. So, we have, since last court, we have gotten another $53,000 in reimbursements. Since yesterday, we just had another $52,000, approved. So we should be getting that within the next, week or so. So then that changes that other number, and we're still expecting another, $59,047, within another week. We were able to move $2 million from step 2. Remember, if you want to go through the next slide, just if you remember the steps in the process. So we were able to move $2 million from step 2 to step 3. So slowly but surely, you know, the reimbursements are working through the process. Once they get to step 4, it really is just a matter of time before we get reimbursed. I wish Kaylin with Haggerty was on the call, but she did. They're working really hard on the labor reimbursement, which is the bulk of the remaining reimbursements that we have. It's about, collectively, it's about $1.6 million. But again, you know, we're working through the documentation request. I think we are really, really close. Ide and Lulu have been great in responding to Kaylin's request for information. You know, just kind of matching up the overtime requests to the timesheets and things like that. So we're working through the process. So that's working really well. TDEM did just give us a deadline of April 26th to respond to all documentation requests. We are not going to wait till April 26th. We, you know, in talking with Haggerty, we're setting an internal deadline of April 1st to hopefully respond to all of the documentation requests and get moving pretty quickly. While the numbers do not seem impressive, again, remember, you know, just in the past day, we were able to get a reimbursement of $52,000. So if you do the math and the days that to come, if we, you know, continue to get, you know, these reimbursements, again, the 1.6 million is the majority of what is left that needs to be reimbursed to the county, and those are personnel and overtime costs. So the next slide is regarding our FEMA Public Assistance Project. I know I touched on this during the last court. We did submit a FEMA Public Assistance application. These costs are covered at 100%. There is no match. Normally, FEMA Public Assistance has a 25% required match. We did submit a project worksheet for a little under $5 million. The way this expedited vaccination administration project works is that we do get 50% in advance. So the county is actually expecting $2.2 million to be deposited by March 31st.
How
It
much?
is in $2.2 million. That is, so FEMA allowed the county to use a per unit vaccination cost, so we were able to use that as a projection of what we think vaccination costs will be for the next 6 months. And again, with the expedited project, which this is unique to FEMA, normally everything's on a reimbursement basis. This is unique that they're allowing the 50% advance. So again, $2.2 million. It's in step 5 of step 7 in the TDEM process. And again, we're expecting that, if not sooner, by March 31st. So that's the numbers that I have for COVID. I know item number 12 is kind of a different thing when we're talking about the new kind of CRF 2.0 is what we're talking about, but I'll take any questions if you have any.
So this funding is separate than the money we will get based on the COVID relief bill?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't know if you wanted to commingle number 12, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
Item number 12 is in relation to the American Rescue Act. I know I sent an email, of course, the judge is intimately familiar with this, but I did send an email to each one of the commissioners, I believe it was last Monday, to update you on the information that we received from Haggerty's policy team. And it kind of broke down some of, the entire act. But I know you're more concerned about what money will be coming to the county. Nueces County is expecting $70.26 million from a direct allocation from the U.S. Department of Treasury, which is, again, I think I mentioned this last time, which is kind of great. It cuts out TDEM, which has slowed down our reimbursement process. And I believe out of that money, once it's approved, and, I believe we get a 50% advance once it's approved within 60 to 90 days. We're still awaiting further guidance. That's kind of one of the reasons, unfortunately, Haggerty wasn't able to stay on the call, but they are requesting a Commissioners Court workshop. Once we get a little bit more guidance on the uses of these funds, they want to, meet with the county to hopefully create a spending plan. $70 million can go pretty quickly, but we do want to create a spending plan similar to what we did with CRF, so we can identify, the immediate needs for the county. They also want to help us kind of intertwine those funds with FEMA public assistance, make sure there's no duplication of expenses. And right now, the unique thing about what we're calling CRF 2.0 is it does allow for the county to recoup lost revenue. Again, we're still waiting on some additional guidance. There's also some leeway in this particular bill for water and sewer and broadband infrastructure improvements. So yeah, as we get more guidance, they wanted to share that with the entire court. But yeah, so we would respectfully request a workshop specifically to talk about CRF 2.0.
Yeah, and I'm gonna actually, I used to say that until I saw the language of the bill. I'm sorry, my eye's killing me here. I gotta stop saying it because it's so much broader than coronavirus. And we all were advocating for coronavirus. In fact, I had somebody say to me the other day, I can't believe that bill. It only had X amount percentage dedicated to coronavirus relief. That's correct, because we all thought initially it was going to be a coronavirus relief bill. It is much, much more than that. It's an America Rescue Act is the title, and it's a stimulus bill. And stimulus means that it's meant to stimulate the economy. And so therefore, it's going to help cities and counties recuperate dollars for lost revenue. It's going to help us continue to pay for our COVID expenses that we couldn't cover earlier. It's going to do a lot of important work for us in the world of, quite frankly, behavioral health. I'm excited about that. And education to our schools to prepare for the return of complete normalcy to schools. But it's got a huge other goal, and that's to stimulate the economy, as you so correctly said, in certain areas. But we're still, I guess, learning about all of the different eligibilities. And so I do think we need a workshop, but I'm sorry, I'm the one that said CRF 2.0, but now I think it's misleading. And so I think we just need to call it.
Yeah, that's just one aspect.
That's just one aspect of it, absolutely. And then, of course, on the PA piece, let me just remark, Haggerty could not be on the call today because sometimes we never know, how late it's going to be in the day. But both Reed Clay and Haggerty and Maria and Natalie, I don't ever want to leave out Natalie, you guys are really to be commended at the highest order. Like, I wish we did do medals, because y'all would all get medals. What we did is, in record time, avail ourselves of the opportunity to not get left behind. And we did that by utilizing our expert on TDM and FEMA, Reed Clay, talking to TDM at the highest levels, and getting this fast-tracked. I mean, I think that from start to finish, we got it done in 2 weeks. And the money has already been deposited, and we're getting another 50%. And it is just really, really exciting that when you put the right teams together, this is the result. I wish we had had the chance to have done this before. The government didn't give us the chance to do it before on coronavirus, but for vaccine distribution, they did. I don't even think the city has done this yet. We've availed ourselves in a way that nobody else did, and so I'm very, very proud of us. We've also taken the same approach with City County Health District, and we've applied for an over $20 million grant using the same exact team of people. I'm sorry, totally wrong, so sorry, my bad. Using Accenture, using Reed, using, because Accenture's our dishes expert, so we have different experts for different things. And we think we're gonna be able to get a huge amount of money that is gonna be available, not for this year, but for this year, next year, and the year after that. And we threw everything in the kitchen sink because we had the data. Why did we have the data? Because we had done all of this advanced work with the groups that we hired last July. That was so beneficial to us. And cross your fingers, we'll keep you updated. But also shout out to Dr. Dante, who put a ton of work in it as well. But this is an example. We wanted Maria to shine and shine a light on the good work. And again, our 90-day window, Maria, for the other is coming up pretty quick.
So yeah, 90 days I think would be April 20th. Again, TDM
Okay.
kind of set another deadline of April 26th to have all documentation requests in.
Right.
That just came out late yesterday.
Right, I saw that.
And so yeah, we're working on
Okay.
getting that done way before then.
Right, right. And this is like a monumental, like, nobody could have predicted. We're doing the work of 10, which is why we have 10+ people working for us every day. And this is just one event. It doesn't include Winter Storm, and it doesn't include Hurricane Hannah. So I think this is a good slide, and I hope you guys will share it. This particular one, I hope you'll share it on your own social media platforms. Again, we did something that nobody else did, which is receive advance payment. Good for you guys. Thank you.
And I didn't have any, and I know Kathy touched on, Winter Storm earlier, but I did want to tell you, Judge, that the work authorization for Haggerty to work on the after-action report is waiting your signature, so. it's
Okay,
with
I'll
Maggie,
catch it up,
so.
catch up with you after this court so I can sign that. Yeah, it's just, again, I mean, it would be nice if it were easy and there were blueprints and you'd have books and manuals, but nobody's ever done this before. And we've been able to use all our resources and all our experts and all our advocacy every time.
Yeah, so Haggerty
to
will
get
be
this done.
offering the, administrative support for a FEMA public assistance application for the winter storm event as well. We don't, other than, the numbers that Kathy shared earlier, we don't have any other numbers to share. We will be using that information to submit the request for public assistance, which is due, I believe, it's due April 20th, I believe, but again, we'll get it submitted before then. I think we're just waiting for some final damage numbers so we can make sure that it's, as close to accurate as we can get, so we don't shortchange ourselves once we get, a project
Yeah.
worksheet written.
Okay, guys, we talked earlier this meeting about how it's gonna be a challenging year. I will say this, every year is challenging for different reasons. But I am so grateful that these dollars coming to our county is going to help us tremendously recover. But for that, it would have been an extremely challenging year. So now we're just down to no adjectives, just challenging. And I think that's in great part due to the amazing work that we've been able to do with our consultants and you, Maria. You should take a big bow, really. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Okay, guys, we're going to move on if it's just receive only. Okay, we're going to move on to the, she kind of covered 11 and 12 for the record for everybody, okay?
Judge, I see that Melissa Munguia is online. I don't know if she wanted
Okay.
to add anything.
Thank you, I'm sorry I didn't notice. Melissa?
Good afternoon, everyone. I didn't have anything to add, but I just wanted to thank Kathy for giving the update this morning so that I could be out at the fairgrounds. And then Maria, of course, and Accenture and Haggerty, everybody that was mentioned. We wouldn't be able to accomplish what we are without their support.
Yeah, they're bringing home the bacon. It feels really good. And we deserve it. God dog it, we deserve it. We've been working so hard. And, we're happy to work hard, but it feels good when you can actually deliver, and we've been able to deliver. So, thank you, Melissa. We always have item number 13, so I will move to Ade and ask her if there are any approvals of overtime pursuant to our county policy for essential exempt employees at this time.
Provide each one has the
Yes,
list.
it's
It
right
has the
here.
names,
I had
it
one
has the
question on
dates.
there. Question, down on the bottom, on the mega site, it says Edward, 4.97 hours for $46. That can't be right, because that's
Okay,
not
let me
his
look.
normal, like, below that, then there's 4.12 for 189, so I'm just thinking that was a typo, or,
Do you see it,
something like
Ade, at the very bottom? It makes sense, what he's saying.
every once in a while. And only because someone helped me, so I mean,
Can you check into that?
4 hours at 189?
well, no,
It
the
says
one where it says
$46.
$46 for 4.97, which, like, below that, it's 4.12 for 189, and 8.63 for 397.
Must be a typo.
Yeah, it has to be a type.
It must be 460 maybe or something. Okay,
think
well,
it's that
how
much,
about
but
if we have
subject-
you look at that?
Subject to
Or
just fixing.
189 like the other one.
Yeah, or
Or whatever it is, yeah.
Whatever it should be, so
Yeah.
that's,
189.
Can we say a motion subject to the correction?
The correction, and then bring
Yes.
it back when
motion
we go to
subject
the
to that
next.
correction.
All right, so motion subject to that
Thank you,
correction, Ade. Is there a second?
thank you.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, so Ade, please go ahead and fix it. We've approved it subject to, but the court's going to want to know. And just do a double check. Okay. All right. And of course, when we do this, just so you know, we submit it to all of this is 100% reimbursed. That money you just saw, that 2.2 million, that's where this gets reimbursed. And you know what's nice? It's already here. That's the best part. So, okay. Public Works, dune protection, we're gonna have, Island Park Estates Homeowners Association, and it's an approval for the dune protection. I presume it's already been vetted by Megan?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
Okay.
And we're recommending approval of the dune permit for the Island, for the Island Park Estates homeowner. Go
So
ahead.
moved.
Thank you.
Second.
And everything's in order, right, one?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. I've got a motion and a second. Is there anything unusual about it? Everything's good?
No, ma'am.
All right,
Everything's
all
pretty
those,
straightforward. Yes, ma'am.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay. The next one is Nueces County, it's a supplemental. Is it time only?
This is a time only. It's for LJA.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that motion carries. And then we're going to talk about Hazel Baysmore Dog Park.
Can you pass out some?
Oh, sure,
some
come
papers?
on in. Just, if
Chris.
you don't mind, give it to everybody,
Thank you, sir.
and then let me,
Judge and Commissioner, Chris is passing out, I guess, an email from ABM that they submitted yesterday on the dog park.
thank you.
Based on their letter, or I guess it's from Ron Wheaton. And we have a presentation, a real minor presentation you know, it's just to discuss, you know, the issues that are out there, and that ABM is working on trying to get this project back in the right track. We're still waiting on the ADA submittal that was submitted to the RAS. I requested that yesterday from ABM, so we can in turn turn that over to Carol Pruitt for his review. I just have a couple of pictures, Judge and Commissioner. You don't mind? Do you like for me to present them? This is the dog park itself. Right now, they've laid the existing, partial of the existing caliche base. Can you go to the next slide? It kind of gives you an overview with the curb and gutter. Again, this is just kind of showing the overall, or where the park stands of today. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is just the concrete area that they provided for the existing, for the proposed equipment. Next, please. And then just kind of giving you, this is a trench that I'm not sure if they're doing it, or it might be one of our inland parks who's installing that service line to provide water to the dog park itself. I requested ABM to be here today, Judge and Commissioners. However, Joe or none of his staff could, or even Ron Wooden were able to make today. They had informed me that they weren't aware, but I did tell them they're here in town, so I just told them you're welcome to come, and just in case y'all had any questions for them.
Yeah, I just want to state for the record that they did text me that you did ask them to come, but they did not get notice till 11:15, and they did have a conflict today. So we'll have them back on another day, and I think we need to have Edward here as well, because he was the one that signed off on the plans, you know, originally. But what questions do you have for Juan?
I've got one, Judge. I mean, again, I appreciate Edward, but I don't see why Edward should be the one signing off on the plans. Edward is not an engineer, okay? I think Juan should have been the one to examine those plans and approve them.
Well, I mean, we can go back and argue that, but that's, you know, neither here nor there. The previous administration, I mean, when we had ABM come and present all of these designs, I was present for many of those meetings, not all of them, and they were all conducted, many of them in Public Works' office. It's not like there was not an awareness to what was going on. So to really say that they're not involved is not necessarily the case. And Edward signed off on the plans November 2nd, 2020 is the date that I have. So I really believe that it isn't fair to have the discussion that you want to have, which I think we need to have, without all the parties being present.
Can we table it?
And so we can table it and then get everybody here. But we want to make sure that we have a great project. And I want to state for the record that this one had no program management in it at all. It was just it was a program run. It is a park, and so it's appropriate to have your parks director involved. And like I said, there was no hiding the ball or anything like that. Just so you know, ABM also suggested to us in an email that that they're waiting on Juan to sign off on some submittals. That's to, I guess, get us to do what, Juan? What is that for?
Are we talking about the dog park?
The dog park, only the dog
Well,
park.
as a matter of fact, we met with ABM yesterday, and there was no mention of them waiting for us on any submittals, Judge.
Right, so I have to tell you,
Yeah, I
it's,
mean,
we
it's-
just gotta get them all here, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
And that's the reason why, and Judge, just to let you know, I did invite Joe yesterday in our meeting from yesterday. So I'm surprised Joe did text you that and tell you that I did not invite him, because I did invite him yesterday to this, because I told him that we're having this presentation. That's the reason why he sent this letter out to y'all yesterday. So he was aware that I did request his presence or ABM's presence in today's meeting today.
Yeah, I think the distinction is you asked him to submit a report.
No, I
And
did
this
not,
was the
Judge.
report, And then he states that at 11:15, he got a call to Rapier within the hour to present the report.
You know,
And
Judge, when, and I'm surprised.
I'm just letting you know, we're not here, it's not a debate.
Judge-
I'm just letting you know that
Judge,
we
I'm
don't
just-
have
Let him
everybody
speak.
here.
Judge,
Excuse me, sir.
Judge, I'm just
Excuse
surprised
me.
that, I'm just surprised that when they were signing contracts, you had
Excuse
about.
me. Let him finish.
I'm surprised that when ABM was signing contracts, you had about 10 people in here. But now that we're having a presentation to discuss this project.
Again,
there's nobody from ABM
I would
up
prefer
here.
that you leave your, let's stick to the engineering and not to the opinions
Whether we table
of the
this
court.
till the next one, Judge.
I think that there's obviously tremendous acrimony going on. I'll take that table and look for a second, but it's not flattering to this county, to Public Works, or to Inland Parks to have this kind of acrimony at all, that quite frankly, you guys generated. So I think that that's, well, I'm giving you the facts as they're purported to me, and they're not, nobody's here to defend themselves. So we're gonna get everybody in the
It's not our
room.
fault or his fault. They knew
We
yesterday.
haven't determined that at all yet. We have not determined that. We need to get everybody here in the room, and there's some gamesmanship going on, and I don't like it. It's not flattering to the court, it's not flattering to your office, and so let's get it straightened. The best thing that's happened here is that we got a report. Give
me,
us a
Judge.
chance
Excuse
to
me, Judge.
read this report. Yes, sir?
Excuse me, Judge, I don't think there's any shenanigans going on. I think Mr. Juan Pimentel is hired to have the best interest of the county, and that's what he's doing at my request, because I'm not an engineer, and I could see that job's not done right. We did have a meeting with ABM, and they were completely lost about what the scope of the job is, and they agreed, and they said that they did not submit any drawings or any plans. I was there, Judge.
Yeah, so I have a copy of all the plans on my email that were submitted. Again,
I called for the question, Judge.
we already did it, I think. We already have a motion and a second. And I appreciate you wanting to call for the question, but the presiding officer calls for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We'll have you and all of the people back next time. The date of our next court is
First.
April.
Right now, I think it was set for April 15th, but I
15th.
don't know if that needed to get pushed or not
Okay,
because
well,
of the
let's just leave it
conflict.
for the 15th
Okay.
or the sooner court as if it gets established. How's that for the table?
That's fine.
Okay? So, anyway, we need to have a workshop on defamation around here. All right, let's see here. You've got Public Works supplemental number 1 between WJE. Is that time only?
This is only time only, Judge and Commissioners, for extending their time on their contract till April the 1st, 2022. We're recommending extension of their contract.
All right, I've got a motion. Do I have a motion to extend time only?
So moved.
So moved, and a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We've gotten some emails about illegal dumping. You have a report regarding illegal dumping.
Yes, ma'am. Judge and Commissioners, they wanted to present, I know we did this last year, Commissioners and Judge. Public Works did a presentation on the illegal dumping. First of all, I want to just thank y'all for letting me to do this presentation. Can you go to the next slide, please? As we know, the county has no abatement ordinance. The total monthly cost for us for brush and debris is about $900 per month on illegal, on the debris. And then it's also the total average monthly cost of illegal dump for tires is about $885 a month that we spent. Violations of health and safety code, approximately there's about 500 that we get per year, approximately. Next slide, please. This is some photos of what our court enforcement or enforcement officers pick up pretty much on a routine basis. It's an everyday process. As you can see that the ones on the bottom are pretty much, how can I say, waste from toilet papers and stuff that comes out of the people's garbage. As you can see, our court enforcement officers sometimes, and they don't have to, but they do pick up the waste that's on the side of the road and they place it in their vehicles. But, and then go to the next slide, please. Our 2018, we spent about $8,158 spent on brush and debris haul off. As you can see, a lot of it's just garbage that people throw on the side of the roads, just regular debris or stuff that comes out of their waste. Next one, please. And we also find carcasses, deer carcasses, animal carcasses. Our Ford enforcement has to go through this stuff, pick it up, do their investigation, and get their hands in hazardous areas. Next one, please. And these are photos that are recent. This is some additional waste that people just, I guess they were just dumping on the side of the road, and they just started emptying out their back of their 16 or their trailers and leave it on the side of the road. This is household items. Next one, please. There's also some bedding, brush and bedding that's on the side of the road. Next one, please. And then we do have the brush and the debris. You know, there's brush that's left out on the side of the road where people are just, again, going to the side of the roads and dumping a huge amount of brush that we're having to pick up. Next one, please. And then you also have some construction materials, which is roofing materials, siding material. Sometimes we find pretty much a bedroom of materials that are on the side of the road where people are doing remodeling. Next one, please. And again, just kind of giving you examples of the construction materials that we find on the side of the roads. I mean, these are trailers and trailers of materials that are just being dumped. Next one, please. Again, additional photos of construction materials, continuous, that we find on the side of the road. Next one, please. And then this is an illegal burning. The one on the top left-hand corner, that's their drum where they were burning their I guess, their trash, and their house caught on fire from burning too close to the house, you know. Next one. And then these are public nuisance photos. This is where people are parking multiple vehicles or vehicles that do not work on the side of the road or fronting their house. Next one, please. And then this is some additional public nuisance, you know, people leaving boats on the side of the road, materials, and also houses that are just abandoned, and some fencing. Next one, please. We also find motors, a car motor, car parts, refrigerators, doors from car parts. Next one, please. And of course, tires. As you can see, they pretty much set them out down the road, and there's almost, 15, 20 tires there, isn't it? About 20, over 20 tires that are set on the side of the road that are just laid there for us to pick up.
Juan, let me ask you about that. Y'all are the experts, and you know how much the cost is. I gotta believe it's more than that. Maybe it's
yes, sir.
Maybe it's that little, but and I brought this issue up when I first came on court, and there was some interpretation that we had that there are programs done in other states. Now, I know Texas is very difficult to allow counties to manage themselves, so there may be an issue with that. But in other states, they have a really effective programs at the county levels that they have figured out that it's cheaper to pay for a tire buyback program where people are actually going to a spot we designate. We give them money for the tires that they're giving to us rather than us waste the time and the money to locate and haul off tires. So I'd like for us to look at that again to see if that's a possibility.
Okay.
Because I think that if we really quantify this, that the number's gonna be a lot higher, so that, you know, the officers don't have to go do it, right? And, or maybe one of your crews, I know even, Inland Parks has picked some up before, because it was right adjacent to one of our parks, and so, if we could look at that, possibly creating that program, I think it may work. It sets a specific, you know, maybe a few times a year, and you give no more than, you're not collecting more than 5 or 6 tires, right? You're not allowing someone to profit off of it. It's like if they have them at home, hey, but I can make a few bucks, I'm gonna drive over here, take them to the designated area, and I get paid right. Be the issue, and maybe then we're past due to be able to allow for that to be taken up by Austin. But if there is a way that it is being done somewhere in Texas, that we can model that, I think that that would be a great service to the community. That would reduce some of our calls. I just sent an email of pictures I had received over, it was the weekend right after the big freeze, and somebody had dumped big truck tires, like almost methodically every few hundred yards down, what was it, County Road 83 or somewhere around there. I don't know if one of y'all went out to go look at it or who did, but they sent pictures to me, and it was, it's just, you could see down the road, and you could see there's one tire, and then as you get closer in the photo, one and again, and so somebody's just obviously driving out the back, throwing them out. It may not prevent that totally, but heck, if I want to make some money, if I see that on the side of the road, I may go pick them up and, you know, cash it in and get a few dollars. So, like I said, I think that technicality may be how counties are structured in the state of Texas that might not allow. But if we have a funding source, if we have ability that allows us, that frees us to be able to do that, allow Public Works to do that, I think it would save us a lot of time and money. I wasn't sure how many tires, but that's a pretty good amount, and I'm sure there's plenty more.
Yes, sir, and sometimes they'll stack them up. They'll stack them up in 5 on the side of the road. You know, you see 5 here, you'll see 10 over here, and, you know, there's, yeah, we're picking them up.
And I thank you all for that.
Yes, sir, thank you. Average pickup for tires, and you're right, Commissioner, it's anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 tires that we pick up. Yes, sir, it's a high volume. Next one, please. And this is, of course, is a TCEQ violation where they're doing illegal discharge of, is that the one on the, yes, that's the one for the landfill area, where you have some illegal, good, next one, please. And then the one at the top left corner, you can see that there's a white line with the black hose on it. Somebody's just flushing their toilets into the ground. We did do a violation on that one, and it got submitted. The one to the right, they're pumping out stormwater into the creek, which is usually what you do is you have a permit, and within that permit, you got to make sure that it goes into a pond, so that way all the sediment, it falls out, and then it releases into the creek. This way, what they were doing is they were discharging directly into the creek, which was a violation. And as you can see, the bottom pictures are the ones that kind of show the murky water. That's all that sediment that's coming out of the pond from the bottom. Next one, please. And then this is just items that we kind of discussed, and I know there's some of the items from last year, Commissioner, that we talked about how to combat, you know, putting warning signs, increase environmental officers, and then solid waste services and tire roundup, and then kind of like a community cleanup. One thing that I do want to mention, Judge and Commissioners, is that for budget, you know, next slide, please. And then this is our cost, your cost. As you can see, we spend $10,812. Our budget was just $10,000, so now we're over budget on doing these cleanup. I mean, on picking up debris and tires. So we've already exceeded our budget. Next one, please. What I wanted to show, Judge and Commissioners, is that we've been having 2 code enforcement officers here for the past few years. I know that we had requested 2 last year, and I know probably bring this up in budget and possibly be able to hire 3 additional court enforcement officers or 2 more court enforcement officers plus 1 clerk. Because our court enforcement officers are not only going out there and doing, you know, I hate to say this, but giving out tickets and roaming 674 square miles of area. You know, it's a lot for 2 court enforcement officers. And that's something that part of this presentation is that in budget year, in the next coming budget, you know, I will be proposing that we are recommending that we do hire either 2 or 3 more additional court enforcement officers so we can kind of minimize some of these items, some of these issues that you see on these photos. And then probably a clerk so they can do all the paperwork. Next one. As we all know, it's a crime. And if the constituents see it, you know, they need to report it. And they can give us a call. I know that one other item that I wish that I can bring up in budget year also, or next budget year, is also to increase our salaries for our court enforcement and increase their pay group. And that's something that I would like to bring in the budget, in this coming budget. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Any questions?
Yeah, one, I just want to say, I want to thank your code enforcement officers for all they do, because I think you guys really, you know, you're out there, people don't see you sometimes, but you're out there early in the mornings, late in the evenings. I know we've done some roundups in the weekends, you know, when I asked you to be out there on Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock, because people know you don't work on Saturdays, so sometimes they go out there on Saturdays or Sundays, and I know you guys have been out there Saturdays and Sundays on some operations, and I really appreciate that. You know, and I do think you need a couple more code enforcement officers. I mean,
Thank you.
You know, but, you know, also on the, and a good thing the Commissioner Montes mentioned that paying back, either bring them in, that's a good too. But I'm gonna ask that, and the judges here, Judge Benavides, we need a lot of help from the judges. You know, we need a lot of help from the judges when they file the cases. You know, we need to make sure that they follow up on the cases and bring them to court and, you know, summons to court, and because if they know they can get away with it, they're going to get away with it. So we really need all your help, Judge, yours and all the other judges, that when they file, it's important that we bring them to court as soon as possible, because they'd rather pay $100, you know, and do it again. But if you get them again 2 or 3 times, that's habitual, right? So the sentence goes up a little higher. So, or the price goes up a little higher. So I just, you know, again, you know, I think that, and I've asked them sometimes to work with you guys, you know, to work with the judges, to see how can we work and trying to, everybody on the same boat and the same level. I know we took quite a few cases to Judge Gonzalez in Robstown. Was it last year? Yes, sir. We worked a couple operations with Judge Gonzalez, and it worked pretty good for a while. People cleaned their yards, people removed the cars and everything else. But it's something you got to stay on top of it for a long time. But we do need the help of the judges. I mean, because this falls in all the JP courts. So, you know, maybe we can sit down and talk and maybe say, hey, how can we help? Maybe Judge Benavides will probably be one to, you know, to help you out and say, hey, let's see where we can fit in, you know. So I think once you start him in the pocket, you know, like we have before, I think that, you know, they'll start to slow down and they'll start to. So once you know who they are, you're gonna know who they are, you know. So, but I want to thank you guys for all the work you do, and the weekends you work and the evenings, because I know that people know that you're not working out there certain times. That's when they're going to go. So, but thank you for everything, Judge. Thank you for. Hopefully, we can work together in this thing here. And I know you do already, but we need a little more help.
Excuse me, Juan?
Yes, sir.
I also want to compliment your man here. Even before I got on Commissioner's Court, I live out in the Annabelle, Caroline area, and I was behind one of these gentlemen here. They were in their county truck, and I did see a plastic bag full of trash. I could see through the window. Mm-hmm. And I said, when did this guy start picking up trash? You know? So I compliment you guys for trying to do a good job, and I appreciate it. So thank you all very much. And Judge, I know you're doing your part. Just spoke to you yesterday, and you showed me the numbers. So I know you're doing your part, sir, and appreciate you and your staff are doing a great job. Thank
Hey,
you.
what I compliment Ned because when was it, Ned, one time? It was about 6:15 in the morning. He put the lights on me and he stopped me because I was just checking the area. He put the light on me, stopped me and said, "Oh, it's you, Commissioner? I thought you were out here trying to dump some stuff." So, but it kind of showed me that he was out there at 6:15 in the morning.
Real early in the morning.
Yeah.
I think we were both shocked. Well, I'd really like to see this final slide that we have. It's a pretty good slide, but maybe just tweak maybe the font or whatever. But
Okay.
I think that this really is a billboard or a sign or something that can be put on our social media, on our website.
Yes, sir.
This really needs to be promoted, because if this is a new email, then great, I'm glad you did it. If it's been an ongoing email for even over a few months,
Yes, sir.
I didn't know about it. So, I mean, I appreciate the presentation, but we need to
Thanks,
do
Commissioner.
more to make sure that this gets out so that we can share it, with the community and really make it a public service effort, right? So that we can really promote that, because this is one of the biggest key issues that we face out in the rural part of the county. I also like, was it slide 19? Talking about the illegal dumping there, on how to combat it. I think, also like the surveillance. I know that that's been mentioned before, so not only the warning signs, but the surveillance cameras posted up in certain hotspot areas that we
Yes, sir.
know that are kind of the easy dark areas that to go drop off at night or early in the morning. I think that would be helpful. And let's not just talk about it, but let's do it.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you need to
We
put
will.
in your budget request, how many? Put a number.
Yes, sir.
I want one additional officer, or I want 4 over the next 4 years, something so that we know this is the plan and this is what we're committed to. Because you're right, this is not enough. This is one of the bigger issues that we have, and we know that we're limited sometimes in what we're not allowed to do, right? We cannot create ordinances like people expect, like you find in cities. But we do need more officers to relieve with only our 2, but also to cover more area. And as more people see that, they're gonna know that we're looking out for it. So I definitely would like to see part of that, and I appreciate the roundup being discussed and the community cleanups. And we do ours, and, we do ours every spring in my precinct, and I don't think I've ever included the code enforcement. So we're gonna make them out there just so people can see them. I think that would be a good high visibility, so that as we contract with a private contractor to create a site for people just to go dump, that that they see you all out there as well. So maybe they have questions, or they know, hey, this is all interconnected as part of a bigger plan.
All right, thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Before I close, you close that slide, can we go to, I think, slide number 4? Or number 5? Oh, the third one, slide number 3. And just to and I know I missed on this when I was doing the presentation, but these 2 gentlemen have to get their hands into these trash bags.
Find the receipt.
And find evidence.
Addresses.
So I'm just kind of, it's not just grabbing it, but they have to dig into it to find evidence. So it is a hazardous, and it's not, I mean, it's not good, so, but it's a job. Any questions, Ned, you want to?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Judge, excuse me, Commissioners, just want to let you all know what was related to me by a KLUX radio station, Christian radio. They said if we ever had any kind of public announcements the county wanted to put out, we could utilize their services. So in case y'all want to do that.
Yeah, we use Marty Wynn often for all of our emergency management. We'll make this a part of our emergency management platform and get it out on social media, and make certain that we can utilize our partnerships in and around through advertisement and whatever media we can. So we will pursue.
It's free, especially if it's free.
Yep.
There's nothing free in this world,
Well, there are some
but
commercials free.
very, very little. But the point is that those relationships and are hard-earned. That's what I mean by not free. And we are also good stewards of the lands that we keep too. We're doing our part and they're doing their part. And so I think that with the help of the JPs and code enforcement, we can continue this good public service. I do think that we should pursue immediately, and I would expect a plan as soon as you can. If you cannot produce a plan, I think Commissioner Modas probably can find the template of that plan pretty quickly so that we could bring it to court, an agenda item in May, and offer an incentive package. We'll work with the auditor's office to be able to find a way to receive those dollars if we were to pay for people to produce. We'll work with the county attorney's office to make sure that that program can be put forth under the local government code. And I think that's a good way, because clearly this way isn't, you know, if you're not successful in stopping people or deterring people, then we should pivot. We should change. And so let's think about that as an opportunity. Okay, great. So the next one we have is, thank you, gentlemen. The next thing we have is the architectural services contract with Richter Architects to provide service to develop a conceptual design for Hilltop Community Facility. And Juan's going to showcase this for us. There's two issues that need to be brought to our attention. One is that the contract that's in the form that we have here is not the one that our county attorneys have recommended. Kent Brown has been working with AIA standard contract and hoping to mediate some of the issues that have come up between both parties. And I would suggest that we get the information and that we table to see if we can get them to finalize using the contract that's been recommended to us as a standard contract. If we want our architects to be able to utilize a standardized contract, we can't make exceptions even for our favorite ones and the best ones. I just feel very strongly about that we should not go against the county attorney's litigation lead here, because I think there's a way to work it out. And I spoke with Juan this morning about that there was some items that were mentioned both by Richter and by that were vetted by Juan, and that if they were to have the opportunity to sit with the attorney again, they think that Juan believes that perhaps if there would be an acceptance of those provisions.
And that's correct, Judge. There were some items that Richter had stroken out or had modified in the other contract. So
hopefully we can, but tell us about the project and then we can talk about the contract in a minute.
the project is for preparing the conceptual drawings for the Hilltop Community Center, which includes using the existing facility and aesthetically bringing it up to set it more pleasing, I guess that's what I want to say. But making some modifications to the existing facility, making some upgrades. Of course, there's some restrooms that need to be upgraded, right, Commissioner? And then there's some other items that Richter would be recommending as part of his recommendation as an architect. So that's something that would be part of this scope of work.
So the confusion that I had here, that I also visited with you about this morning, is that this conceptual design, we all agree that Richter was selected under an RFQ. And we all agree that Hilltop is in grave need of a complete redo. The concern that I have is I'd like to have some investigation. I think this court already voted on a new building, and that was done in last year, 2020. And so my wish is for you to bring that, get some investigation as to what we have the ability to do and not to do, because a redo is going to cost more, as per our own engineer's cost estimate, than a brand-new facility. And I don't want us to get involved with conceptual designs if we're going to scrap them. I think there should be a real clear decision as to whether it's a new building or whether it's a remodel. There is tons of square footage out there. To do a proper remodel is why that cost estimate is greater. What can you tell us about that piece of it?
On this, on his scope of work, Judge, if you're reading the first page, it says constructive development for 2 options. And then 1 for new construction, 1 for additions / renovations to provide 25,000 square feet of community center with offices, meeting rooms. So in other words.
It's both.
Kind of evaluate it and get a cost.
Okay, so the conceptual design is for both.
Based on the proposal, yes.
Okay, let me move to that paragraph. Let's see, 6.
And I think that's what we're looking at, right, Commissioner?
That's correct.
To evaluate,
That's correct.
to give that option.
And didn't he already do that?
No, ma'am, I think he kind of, I think he just kind of gave us a verbal of what his thoughts were, but not a contract for this purpose.
Commissioner, what do you want to,
I would like to proceed with Mr. Richter's opinion and see if we can get it upgraded. That's what I would like to do.
are you content? I would like to at least figure out if this court has not already given consent for, last year,
Judge, I think you're right.
Richter,
I think that.
I mean, we had it was a big fight about it, actually.
Oh, well, and I think you're right, because Commissioner Vaughn, that was what she wanted to do. And I think you're right that we did vote to tear it down and rebuild it. So that would have to be some sort of motion to reconsider or something, or I don't know what you have to do. That'd be up to maybe Jenny to tell us if there's we have a new commissioner, and if he wants to go a different direction, then, he has the right to bring something back. But I do think you're right procedurally that we have had a vote of the court. I wouldn't put my, life on everything, but to tear it down, because I think that's what Commissioner Vaughn wanted to do.
Yeah, I thought we were already ready to say, hey, go design us a new building.
I think you're right.
That's where we were.
Because Richter didn't like that. He wanted to keep, I remember all that.
That's
Richter
right.
didn't want to, he wanted to keep it, and he felt like he needed to keep, and he got, because I remember it was like, we said something, and he brought something up, and we went, oh, I guess you shouldn't have said something, because Carolyn said, wait a minute.
Under no
I wanna tear this-
circumstance.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
want to tear this down. I remember that now. It was a very spirited discussion.
It was, and the reason it's so important is because of the cost. First of all, I mean, I'm fine with, I think Richter, and I've told this to Juan, was selected properly. He's an amazing architect, and he's gonna have an incredible vision. To be honest with you, one way or another, he's one of those guys. He can actually take something completely awful and make it fabulous. And he's also one of those people that can start from scratch and completely change the way that you looked at the space to begin with. The concern with this particular property that was raised last year, and this wasn't like a quickie, this was after months and months and months of discussions and work. The issue is that you have, what was it, 80,000 square feet?
About 36,000 square feet, Judge.
No, the thing.
I'm talking about the whole facility.
The whole facility, I think it was about 60-something.
Okay, 60,000.
Plus or minus.
It's an enormous space.
And it's old.
And so you're taking, the idea is that it would be great if it was a contained space that you could remodel. But you're really, and then you have this fear of the unknown. From the sanatorium days, you're looking at infrastructure that are probably cast iron pipes. There was too many unknowns, and the idea was, and we pointed this out in a CIP, the range goes from 8 or 9 million for a brand-new 25,000 square foot facility, all the way to a 20 million, anywhere between 15 and 20 million, to redo the whole thing. And you wouldn't want to leave half of it good and half of it not good. So I am concerned. This is a huge, I'm excited about it. I want to see this project come to fruition. I thought we were already on the train of, we'd hired him, we made a decision. I remember he said, hey, I've got this great vision of a remodel, and she literally said, stop. That is absolutely not what this court is going to do. And then we all voted for it. And I don't know why we're going to spend another $100,000 to go figure it out again. when we already made that decision.
Well, no, we can always, the court can always change that decision, but I think you're right
Right.
procedurally where we are
Procedurally.
today is we need to at least maybe put, like, if the commissioner wants to put it back on to discuss and say, you know what, I don't want to do that, he has every right to do that, and then we need to kind of go through it again, but maybe that needs to happen before we hire the architect?
Excuse me, Judge, when you and I had a conversation over at the Richard Borchert Center when they were giving out the COVID shots, you and I talked about it, and I told you I didn't want to demolish, and you said it was A-okay because Mr. Richard was a well-known architect, and you told me that to go ahead and, nodding no?
No, I said that it was that Mr. Richter can absolutely be a great architect for remodeling. But I have never said, I have always maintained that, I asked why the CIP has 22 million for Hilltop, and they said that's a restructure. Do you agree that you would want to conserve dollars for this county and build a brand-new center rather than double the
If we're talking about
price?
conserving
for this project,
dollars.
for
No,
this
what
project.
about all the other projects? I think we're losing a lot of money with,
Well, that's
all the-
great, but we're just talking about this
Well, yeah,
project.
but
What's your
You're
opinion?
talking about the project that I want to do.
Right, so you want to
and how-
spend 20 million
Yes, I
on
do.
an old building?
Yes, I do.
A 20 million on an
Yes, I
old
do.
building versus 8
I don't
million?
think it'll take that much. I don't think it'll take that much, but yes, I do.
Well, these aren't based upon guesses. I mean,
Oh,
this
well,
is
then
what
you
a
don't know
cost
what the
estimate
building's
is.
gonna cost either, Judge.
Actually, we do. We had an engineer spec it. That's why it's in the CIP. It's already been
What
spec'd.
engineer did you have?
We had our capital improvement plan.
LAN?
Yes, LAN.
Yes, of course, it's to their benefit. you know.
Why is that to their
'Cause they
benefit to go
contract
to
with you,
$8 million?
Judge. They contract with you.
No,
The more
sir,
work,
you,
the more work those people find, it's the more money for them, okay? All I'm saying, let Mr. Richter give his opinion, and yes, answer to your question, yes, I would like to do that, and I don't think it's gonna take no $22 million.
well, the problem is that, again, you're mixing apples and oranges. The whole thing is a procedural thing. We need to have it reconsidered. That's
Well,
what
let's
I'm
have it
asking her
reconsidered,
to
Judge.
do.
Could we, like, okay, so I totally think he has every right to bring back to the court a reversal of the decision that was made by the prior court because we have a new, just like on the medical examiner. I mean, anything, when things change, they change, right? So I think, but what I would suggest maybe we do is just hold on this for a second and then bring it back for a full discussion on, and give you the opportunity to present, here's what it wouldn't cost 22 million, it would cost whatever, I don't know what it's gonna, I have no idea. I saw that number too, and I was a little panicked over it, and I'm sure you were too.
Yeah, when I
because
first spoke to Mr. Richter, he talked about 10 and maybe a little bit more, but never $22 million. Juan, can we get Mr. Richter here? We have a discussion about this?
Yes, or right now, or?
No, whenever we
Oh, yes,
get it done.
yes, yes.
Would it be okay, Commissioner, to table this item?
Of course.
To bring it back at a time appropriate to give you time to go do what you need to do, to get
Yes, sir.
Mr. Richter, to get whatever engineer, and come back and make another presentation. I get that it's going a little, we're rehashing, but it's your precinct now, and that needs to be
I'm totally,
respected. Now,
agreeable with it.
I don't know, I wouldn't support 22 million, but
I don't
if
either,
there-
but
there's-
Well,
I
you
know-
just said you would.
No, no.
You
What I'm
just
saying-
said you
what I'm
would.
saying is your
That's very
engineers-
funny.
I said your engineers.
Hey,
came
they're
up with
not
that one.
my engineers,
Yes, they are,
sir.
Judge.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, you have a real problem. You're
Oh,
very
really?
disrespectful
I'm glad you
to,
recognize that. You're trying to micromanage everybody's precinct, Judge.
no, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Well, I'm sorry.
You are acting very odd.
Uh-huh.
Just so you know, the square footage is 40,000 square foot. I just checked. And the average square footage for a new construction in this county would be at least 350 square feet, $350 per square foot, which would be around 14 to 15 million. And that's not FF&E, that's not parking lots, that's not anything else. So just so you know, we need to go back and look. We're fiscal agents of the county. And I realize you want to spend a fortune wasting money, but I don't.
My goodness.
So, at any rate, we'll make sure that we, get back to, there's a motion to
Well,
table.
it's a suggestion, I mean, if that's okay. I mean, that-
Yes.
that-
yes.
Motion
And
to
I'll
table.
second your motion.
And second,
I
and
mean-
just so you know, we want to make sure that the contracts are correct and the ones that the county attorney, would recommend. And I would like for Jenny to just check with Kent, because that was the issue that had come up before.
Kyle LeBlanc.
And Kyle LeBlanc's son.
Okay, yes, Judge,
Can I
even
just-
though the AIA contract is what I know the county wants to use, we did go ahead and look at the contract that was, offered. And, but if it's the court's desire, we will go back to an AIA.
Well, I think they're close. I think they're, according to Juan, it's just, they're very, very close on the contract. So we want to make sure that whatever contract we use for this architect, we will use the, it'd be nice to set some master service types agreements. That's how, I think that's why I would prefer it, if you could at least see if he could work it out.
Okay.
Maybe what we could do is included in the motion table is to put it, I don't know what time, how much time it's gonna take for you to, and I'm saying to Juan and Commissioner Hernandez, to put together something that could show us, because what I'd love to see is some sort of cost analysis of what would it cost to build a brand-new building for what we need versus what would it cost to redo the building like Commissioner Hernandez wants, and some real hard cost, and I don't mean to, I'm not trying to throw anything at land at all. I'm just saying, I don't know where those costs came from, and I don't need them to justify it. I'm not trying to say that anybody did anything wrong. I would just like to see somebody give me a cost analysis of, which works, because if it's a $10 million difference, that's a hard pill to swallow. If it's not, then I'd like to look at it. So maybe, anyway, I think I've made a motion to
Right.
table. I don't know if there's a
And we
second.
haven't done a facilities assessment or anything like that. All we've done was, in 2019, we had a capital improvement plan which went countywide and looked at all of these facilities, and Juan's very familiar with this.
Yes.
And that is why we say, it's not like, this is what county engineering is all about. And we've been able to look at that. It's an exciting project either way. And for the record, an architect usually makes a percentage of the total project. So it is to the architect's benefit,
Well, how about
not
if-
the engineer's benefit,
Well, how about if-
for the record,
could you
who
cost it
would
more?
stand to benefit. So let's be clear here.
So that we
The
have like a.
engineers do the same thing, Judge.
No, sir.
Hold on. Could we just look at it as and I know you got a lot to do, so just tell me if the answer's no, and it won't bother me at all. Could you come up with some cost analysis? And I know that's a big ask, and if it's too big an ask, then just say so, but just so that
I mean,
people don't feel like it's because the architect or because the engineer.
That's not what Juan
I don't
does.
think it's fair. I don't think it's fair.
That's not what Juan does.
Should be an architect doing it.
So I have a question. So have we, since our vote last year on this particular project, have we spent any money so far with any of our votes that approved the point that we're at?
Not that I know.
Because it was a tear down. It was gonna be a tear down and a redo, and we haven't, I think, I got stopped, I think.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah, we were ready, we were literally ready to get designs for a new building. That's where we left it off in December. And now we are in the process of, Commissioner Hernandez wishes to reconsider that particular. We do have an architect selected, and that's as far as we are.
So I would have a big concern if we put any amount into this. I mean, I understand administration's changed. I mean, there was projects and things that were ongoing when I came on, that when we all come on, that we may not want to consider, but I don't think it's good policy to reverse if a sizable amount of money is put in. Now, sizable is the debate, right? We could say this much is too much that's been spent. So as long as we're not at that point, then I'm okay with, us going further. If we've spent a decent amount of money or any sense of money, then I would have a concern in changing it. But because where we're at, I wouldn't necessarily a problem with that on that item. And I know Kyle is here, and we've already talked about it a lot, but the way I understand this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Juan, so the way we have this set up, and I think we talked about it earlier, so LAN is a project manager. They make a set amount of money no matter what. Is that correct?
That's
Yes or no?
correct. That's correct.
Yes. They don't stand to gain whether we build 100 buildings or don't build anything. Is that correct?
It depends, Commissioner.
How does that
because-
depend?
Well, it depends because I don't think the money's set right now. I don't think we have. The only way the project manager.
Okay, just so you know, they're not project managers.
Okay, I'm
They're,
sorry.
I'm sorry, it's just that one, it's
Yeah, I'm sorry.
program
Pro-
management.
program
Well, there's a
management.
huge
Yeah,
difference.
yeah.
There's a huge difference.
Right.
So there's a set
So
amount
in their
that they.
capacity that they are right now,
They do pretty much the same thing as an engineer and architect. They'll say it's 10% or 12%.
but if we want to go on a spending spree or a building spree, I mean, are they gonna, do they have the potential to make more money? With the
Yes.
way the contract's set up?
Yes.
They do.
Pretty much what they'll do is they'll set it based on a percentage of the total contract amount.
And that's how we have it set for
Construction.
this?
That's not how it works, Juan. We
Well-
have hourly rates for different,
Well,
the
we
program
do, but
managers.
There's a set dollar amount for it, and it's based on hourly
The-
rates, based on.
Yeah, but,
that
but
dollar
look,
amount.
when you look at your CIP book, every project has a an estimated program management that we work into the, into the project. Is that correct?
That's correct. Judge.
Right, so when I say it's a $10 million project or a $20 million Bob Hill, if you'll look at your CIP, there's land and survey, there's design, there's engineering, and sometimes we do both. Sometimes we have project managers and we have a program manager, depending on the unique complexity of the project. And that capital improvement plan has set forth an estimated amount of work that would be required for that project, okay? And so the way that it could be more costly is if, for example, we decide to build a 50,000 square foot, the work would be greater in complexity, so there would be more hours put forth in that project, and program management would be designed accordingly. Unlike an architect, which has more or less a range of anywhere between 8 and 12%, 12 being super high, 8 being more average, as to what they would make from the project. But your program manager is there to be your reviewers, your oversight. And they're no buddies individuals, and I take great offense to that, and shame on you for saying that, because what I think the issue here is that your program management is something that you want to have so that you can provide value engineering. It makes Juan's office go from 2 engineers to 50 engineers. Instead of having one expert, you have hundreds and hundreds of experts. You weren't here, sir, to even go through the RFP process, to see all the companies that were a part of it. And it was our county engineer, the one that you believe you have so much faith in.
I do.
All right, excellent. He chose them. He chose them. That's the
Well,
truth.
that's fine, Judge.
Okay, so the point is here, is that you're making insinuations that are not accurate, true, they're misleading, and quite frankly,
Judge, what I've
misrepresenting
been
the
saying,
facts.
Judge, how much are we paying these people land? My understanding is we got $6 million set aside for them?
We have each project, why don't you get your capital improvement project out?
I'm asking, because you're right here.
I'm telling you that we have $70 million worth of projects in the field, and we have an up to. If you'd understand the contract is up to. That doesn't mean that's what they're gonna get, it means that's what the contract can cover potentially.
But I think
Over
it's-
5 years,
Juan,
sir,
yes, sir,
over
Juan.
5 years.
Has there been a project that's come under budget? And has there been a time where the engineers just take the amount of money that came in under budget, or do they take the whole amount that's there for that project?
You're talking about for like our consultants?
Consultants
Or
or-
you're talking about a construction?
A construction, if
Construction,
it comes under budget, okay?
Yes, sir.
And then say maybe $280,000 was set aside.
Mm-hmm.
Do they just take what was done under, for the construction? Or maybe even for the engineering part?
For the engineering part, on these projects, what we've done is we negotiate the contract with the engineers. In other words, we sit down and we negotiate their scope of work, what they're gonna plan on doing, and then from there, depending on the size of the project, we determine if what they're submitting is sufficient, or not sufficient, but if it's fair to the county. In the construction side it's just what bids is what bids. If we have a $5 million project and it comes in at $2.5 million, then that's money that we save.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But,
Thank you.
yes, sir.
And we have had projects just recently definitely come under budget. And as a matter of fact, this morning, item number 10 was a result of how we take dollars that are allocated from one project and we're able to move them into another project because we had cost savings. So just because we came under budget on the CDBG roads didn't mean that they absorbed those dollars. We saved those dollars and we were able to allocate them to a new project. So I think that you need to, quite frankly, either read the contracts, ask for assistance with the county attorney's office, and figure out what program management is all about, because it's here to help you
Judge.
and help you, your projects. At that, we have a motion now to table your item. Are you satisfied with that?
I am very satisfied. to
Okay,
table the
and were
item,
you
Judge.
the second
I have
on
read
that?
the contracts, and the contract doesn't benefit the Nueces County at all, especially with the dog park.
Okay,
It
just
all
so you know,
benefits
you need to
ABM.
understand something. LAN has nothing to do with
I'm
the
talking-
dog
I'm-
dog
You were talking about
park.
contracts. I'm telling you, I read the contract to the dog park, and it has no benefit to the county. It benefits ABM.
Okay, well, talk to your brother here, because they voted for it. Everybody up here voted for it, and it was an energy savings. Actually, you know what? ABM was not part of the ESCO agreement.
What
It was
brother?
a, it was
Talking to me,
a, it was a, it was a,
Brother.
it was a, it was a
Tell my mom.
contract that your predecessor brought forth and this court approved.
That's right.
And it is a contract that can be held accountable for all of the details, and now you have a report. And what I would do is I would suggest that you work with Inland Parks Director and Juan to make sure that your project, it's your project and your precinct
Well, now it's my
goes
project.
goes
okay, but
accordingly.
before, my predecessor did it, and I'm perfectly willing, I am working with Juan Pimentel, I'm working with Edward, but I'm just saying, Edward Herrera is not an engineer, okay?
Yeah.
So I don't think he should be able to approve, plans or drawings.
Juan, again, we're getting off tangent here because we're on Hilltop, and you need to stay on Hilltop, and that's fine that you have your own thoughts
Talking the
about
way-
it.
the way you
Let's
do
stick
things.
to
Call for the
Hilltop.
question.
We've already done that. All those in
Let's vote.
favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
So we're going to talk about the Nueces County Jail, repairs, issues, work, orders, and backlog. You've been highly criticized by the sheriff. You want to address those issues?
Well, Judge, and honestly, I just wanted to bring this up for maintenance purposes from Public Works, because, again, budget year is coming, and, based on the amount of work orders that we get, it's escalating, or it's a numerous, huge amount of work orders. And what I mean by that is that we get 100 work orders a day, 100 work orders a day for our staff. Before, we only had a staff of 5 or 6 people for 100 work orders a day. So you really look at that, that is a lot of work. And I'm gonna be very honest about my staff. They do a very good job of maintaining that jail. Yes, there's some stuff that probably we can't keep up with because we don't have enough personnel there. But hopefully here in the future, in the budget time, that we do get an increase in our personnel. So in a way, no matter this is to discuss that, it's just to say that hopefully in the future, in the budget, that we do get additional personnel. If I show some photos that I shouldn't be showing, please let me know, and I'll stop at the presentation. Next slide, please.
So where do you think this kind of stands at the moment? As far, I mean, and I want you to make your presentation, but I'm just trying to figure out where,
What do you mean by that, Commissioner? I'm sorry.
have you and the sheriff's folks got
Yes,
together?
yes, we talked, and we talk on a weekly basis. We sit down with the sheriff's department. Of course, before we used to we used to have our weekly meetings, and we need to start having our weekly meetings again with their lieutenant, with LT and their captain.
So do you feel like it's heading in the right direction?
We're how can I say this, Commissioner? We're gonna take care of it.
I mean, he seemed to, that's kind of
Yes,
the
sir.
attitude
Ye-
I
yes,
got
sir.
from him too, was
Yes,
he
sir.
felt like y'all were
We're
getting
working
it
together.
worked
Yes,
out,
sir.
and y'all were working to try to resolve it, and
Yes.
there's a lot of.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
okay.
And you're right.
I just want to make sure that you felt the same way.
And yes, sir.
Well, and in
you're
fact,
right.
didn't he hire contractors to do the work, outside contractors? Because
My
he
understanding-
wasn't able to, you weren't able to really assist him in that?
Well, my understanding is that he did hire some contractors last week. And to be honest with you, Judge, I just found out with Bobby that he did hear that contractor fixed something on Friday, and by Monday or Tuesday, it was already broken.
So we're back to the same?
We're back to the same.
So, Juan, let me ask you a question. How many people you have working the jail, all day? I mean, constantly?
Right now, Commissioner, I was gonna go down to our presentation. Right now, we do have a total of 8 personnel, because we had, and thankful for the Sheriff's Department when they moved some of their manpower, some of the manpower into our maintenance, and we greatly appreciate that. I mean, we've hired, out of the 5 people that he had provided to us, we already hired 3 out of the 5. So hopefully, we'll hire the next 2 here in the future for our maintenance tech 1.
I mean, you need to control it, to work the
Well,
jail. It's
Well,
gotta be
Commissioner, in
24.
looking at it,
It's 2 shifts.
if you I have a recommendation at the end of the presentation, and that's part of my presentation, to kind of recommend what I would recommend during the budget year, and if you don't mind.
That's fair.
Yes, sir. If you look at this first slide, the maintenance schedule, in 2018, 2019, those are the total amount of work orders that we would get in a year. We get anywhere from 3,800, approximately 3,700, 2019, 7,000, 2020, about 4,000. And to date, this year, just in January, between January and now, we got 417 work orders that we have received. These work orders don't include work orders that we also maintain in the courthouse itself, because we do have the courthouse that we also have to maintain. So that's not including those work orders. One work order, if it's a simple task, replacing a light bulb, or replacing something minor, it takes about an hour. The most critical task order, it takes about 6 hours for one person or more. Sometimes that 6 hours includes not only one maintenance tech, but it might include another person, because depending on what the critical task is. Work schedule breakdown, during a day, we're limited to 5 to 6 hours a day in an 8-hour day. So by the time we go in there, and then by the time you have to get out at a certain time during lunch, and then by the time they go back into lunch, then we have about 3 hours in the morning, and then 3 hours in the afternoon, or 2.5 hours in the afternoon. So our maintenance workers could complete 4 to 5 work orders of repairs. There's 5 maintenance workers, so that's about 20 minor work orders a day that we could be able to accomplish in that day. Next photo. And Judge and Commissioners, let me know if I need to stop on the photos. This is just for your review, just to kind of give you an idea of what our maintenance workers are working in an everyday atmosphere when they're out there. These are some fire safety damages that are being pulled out of the ceiling. So we're having to go repair those. Next slide, please. This is some additional fire safety heads that are being pulled out and damaged. Next one, please. And then this is an electrical damage. These are just the wall mount fixtures. They're being broken. Just to kind of give you an idea, these items are, if we fix it today, tomorrow, sometimes we're back out there fixing it again. So and sometimes what happens is that some of these workers kind of tend to get overlapped because somebody's thinking that it already got fixed. And then by the time you know it, it's something that it's repetitive, broken. So we have to go back out there again to make sure that we go back there and fix that fixture again. Next one, please. These are the light ballasts. What they do is they pull the wires from the light ballasts, I guess, to cook food or something. I don't know what they do. But they pulled all the wiring from the ballast, so we're having to go out there and replace the ballast, all the ballasts. Next one, please. And then this is just some additional photos of those light ballasts that we go out there and fix on a daily basis. The next one, please. And then these are the plugs, some lighting and of course, some plugs that are being pulled out of the walls or that are being damaged. Next one, please. And then you also have some electrical and the structural damages where they go in there and they start breaking on the side of the CMU block, trying to get access to the electrical outlets and damaging them. Next one, please. And then some additional electrical damages from the light switches. Next one, please. And then you get into the structural damages. These are doors that are, well, on the left, those are windows where they're trying to scrape the CMU blocks and trying to get in there. And then you have to the right is some doors that are being kicked and damaged. Next one, please. And then this is the wall mounts for the intercom systems. This is an IT. It's structural and it's also IT. IT is the one that handles the intercoms. They're the ones that take care of those items. Next one, please. And then this is our muffin monster. This happened about 2 weeks ago. Our muffin monster, which what this does, it receives all the sewer that comes out of the jail. And what it does, it shreds everything that comes through there. And what happens is that we have a tangulation of just rope, or I guess the bedding sheets. And what happens is they got tangled all around the muffin monster. So this is one of those major incidents that we go in there and we clean up. Not only one staff member to go in there and clean it up, but it took pretty much all our staff members to go in there and assist with this one. This was a major damage, and it took us all day just to clean it up. Next one. This is just water. Make sure I see that right. It's just water from the muffin monster. I think that's the same picture. Next one, please. And of course, you have your sinks or your fixtures that are plumbing fixtures that are being torn out of the wall. And if you can see all those wires that are hanging from those fixtures, those take time for our staff just to go in there and fix those wires. So this is some of those major items that don't take an hour, that take more than 2, 3, maybe 4 hours to go in there and fix. Next one, please. And of course, this is some more damages to flooding inside the jail due to some restrooms and clogging up the restrooms. Next one, please. This is one of the restrooms where they've clogged up the toilets. And you can see all the water that's coming out of the toilets and in the jail cells. And our staff is going in there and cleaning all that up, and then also trying to unplug whatever is being stuffed in those toilets. Next one. And then this is just another example of the same thing as the previous, where our staff has to go in there, clean out the toilets, clean it up, and get it ready for use. Next one, please. This is pretty much what happens when they pull, the sinks, or when they get behind the speakers. These are all the wires that are behind in between the pods, and our staff has to go in there, and they're like maybe 18 to 20 inches wide. Our staff has to crawl in there and get to that one point, so and then determine what wirings are being damaged, and then fix those wires and put them back in place. And these are from the wall mounts, and then they get into this is part of also the flushing system for the commodes and some of the sinks. Next one, please. In conclusion, and this is what I was talking about, budget, Judge, is that, hopefully we'll be requesting, in the upcoming budget year to get some additional staff to assist us. We are going to be recommending that we do get some mechanical maintenance 3, because right now we only have 2 mechanical maintenance 2s, and then the rest of them are mechanical maintenance 1s. So mechanical maintenance 3s would have a higher back of knowing how to fix these items and making sure that, kind of like a Bobby or an Aaron or somebody in the lower tier of Bobby and Aaron, to be able to kind of divide and go to different areas with our other maintenance tech ones and our other maintenance techs too. And then, one last item that I'll recommend is that, and I know we talked to the sheriff about this, and as a matter of fact, the sheriff talked to me about this, is to hire a jail specialist to perform a study to make sure that the recommendations on how we can upgrade some of these fixtures, how we can upgrade some of these intercoms to where they can't be vandalized. And that's all I have, Judge and Commissioner.
Yeah, I mean, that bullet point is gonna yield you, I mean, it doesn't matter how many people you hire if every day
Yes,
the
ma'am.
same amount happens. You already got 4 new people just this year from the sheriff's personnel, plus all the ones we gave you, including Bobby, building supervisor. That's not making the difference. That third bullet point, now that could make a difference.
It can do.
I've seen a behavioral health facility, and it's designed in a way where nobody can hurt themselves or take down items. That's probably how we're going to have to design here too. That actually makes some sense to me and could help minimize some of the damages that keep recurring. I mean, you could have 100 more people, but if the damages are still coming, you've just increased your payroll 100-fold, and you haven't stopped the vandalism. So I would suggest that it's been very instructive to see everything, and obviously the problems are great, but they're not new. None of this is new.
Yes, ma'am.
And it doesn't help us that our jail population's 95%. That part is also very telling, that we have a very high jail pop, and that makes for more potential damage. So, I mean, I think that jail specialist is something you should check into.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know for a fact
And
there's
Judge-
experts.
Yes, ma'am, and what I'll recommend is that probably myself and the sheriff get together, and either we do an RFQ for a jail specialist
Yeah.
to come in and.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's absolutely needed, and that might make, I mean, we can talk about budget stuff at budget, but again, I mean, we did an extraordinary thing, and I know you appreciated it.
Yes, ma'am.
We gave
We
you
do.
more maintenance, we gave building supervisor, we took 4 from the sheriff, we've done a lot, and it hasn't made a difference. That doesn't mean you don't need more, I'm just saying that it has not yielded a result that we can really look at and say, wow, I mean, that's really what we needed, was to throw more people at it. So I'll be interested to see if you could schedule that meeting quickly and see what you guys can.
I'll get with the sheriff and
Yeah.
and we'll schedule a meeting, Judge.
Okay, this is for information only. Are there any questions for Juan? Okay. Okay, Juan, we'll move on.
Thanks, Judge, thanks,
And
Commissioners.
the next items are budget change orders. The first one is change order number 10. It's in the back of your book, listed under C1. And go ahead, I think it's Inland Parks, actually.
Yes, that's correct. We have budget change order number 10 for this fiscal year, and it's just for the mainly inland part for covers some overtime, and then some of the maintenance.
Okay, and the maintenance is repair to vehicles.
That's correct.
All right. And are there any questions regarding change number 2? 10?
Move passage.
Thank you. I'll look for a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Budget change order number 23 is next in your booklet under number 2.
Yes, this is for fiscal year 1920. This is the last one. We always do this to reallocate everything by the end of the fiscal year. Whatever is we are reallocating everything mainly for 1235 to all the departments.
Okay.
I didn't follow this one, I'm sorry.
Yes, this is, we always
It's a
have this one.
reconciliation?
That's correct.
So tell
And we
me,
have it
like
every
mine,
year.
Mine, for example, what does it mean? I'm sorry, I just had a question. You can take mine as an example.
Like his?
Yes, we're allocating because you didn't have enough funds to cover this maintenance. and repairs, and this insurance expense. I can look into it, what is specific, if you would like that, Commissioner?
But what, so that's just one of those things that gets assigned to my precinct? Because I don't know what, I don't know of any buildings and grounds.
But the total budget that we did for 1920 didn't have enough, so it exceed, the expense exceed the budget. So that's what we're doing with this change order number 23.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is I don't even know what M&R buildings and grounds would be in Commissioner Precinct 4.
I can look into what specific is it, because I don't have the detail on the expense. It's just telling me here that I have a maintenance and repairs in your precinct, and that's why we're relocating funds.
So every office for us, for the court, have a salary increase with the exception of Commissioner 4, but he has those other expenses worked in. But, so are we, when we're going through the budget process, are we not requesting enough, or is this something that was added? Because, I mean, we go from year to year and we know kind of what our salary is going to be. And so is this, did we all not account for increases in our salary last year?
Remember, the budget is just like,
Right.
and then also we have at the end of the fiscal year, we had to accrue the accrual for all the salaries expenses, which is at 8-10 days. So that's a big, the majority of these changes is the salaries accruals that we're doing here.
Judge, could we table, I don't know what I'm voting for. I literally don't know what I'm voting for that would be in my precinct. So would it kill us to table this one until I get the backup?
That's fine. I
okay?
don't mind. Would you just provide the background? I
It
think,
is.
I mean, I know it's a reconciliation and I know we do it at the end of every year. I think their questions from the commissioners is just, is it a result of something in particular? Like, for example, at the beginning of the budget,
Something that we didn't
Why
take
didn't
into
we account?
consideration. Okay, sure.
right.
So I would move to table till the next meeting, please.
So the
And they're
court
so general, right? So like, I have multiple, so for example, I have in my office, people with emergency management and, so it just, I guess they're looking for the detail and I'm sure you can provide it, so.
I mean, I'd like to
would
see-
like the detail for each one. That's correct?
I
Yeah.
kind of would, because like John said, there's a lot of salary stuff in here. I'm not understanding why it's coming up that way. So I'd like to see it all. So I would just move.
Or I know that on budget change orders that we normally do, not only our departments, but other departments, they may have to move money from training to office supplies because there's not enough. Well, I can tell you, last year, because of COVID, we didn't do any kind of travel or trainings. I mean, maybe some onlines that we had to register for, but nothing compared to previous years. So I would have just
Also,
estimate
what we
that
have
it would've
on
been a
last
few thousand
year,
at least that would have offset any additional costs. I think, yeah, if we can just get a little bit more background on that, I'm sure there's a reason why. But my main question is just, so as we go into the budget season, that we know, hey, we need to account for this much. Because did we have to do something like this last year? Do you recall? Just
yes,
every
yes,
year?
every year we do this. We had to balance the budget.
I just don't remember anything on my precinct. It just
I
what
would've-
jumped out at
I
me.
would have seen that, but yeah, no.
I think they're just questioning, usually salaries are fixed, that's the bottom line, and so the question is, how do salaries
Go
not,
over, under.
how do they change? Because none of us are altering salaries.
Right.
But it could be that it might be temporary, I don't know, we'll find out.
Yes, and then it's mainly the accruals for the salaries, and then we adjusting basically two years here. Is that
Yes.
correct? 2 years here because we have a difference in 18-19 for the salaries we didn't accrue properly. So now we fixing it in 19-20. So that's why you're seeing a big increase in salaries because we're fixing 18-19
Right, so it's,
and 19-20 as well.
yeah. And when we do things like COLAs, and that affects things.
That's going to affect your salaries too.
Okay, so I think that's where it makes sense. If you're looking at a 24 month basis of accruals and you add things like salary increases, which we did twice, that could account. Why don't we just get some more detail?
Yeah.
And bring
especially-
it back.
And especially the one on mine, I don't know what the M&R building and grounds is. I just don't have a clue what that is.
Okay, but I need this, what I'm gonna ask, the department needs this because we're working on the annual financial report and it's due on the
Right.
31st, so we need to have this ready.
Well, are you suggesting, are you certifying to us that these numbers are accurate and that you will provide to us the backup documentation? So we're not necessarily, we're voting that this is your analysis of it, and if there is something that we'll have the opportunity to dispute it, but you need it in order to do a financial?
That's correct. Yeah, we need this for a number. So, and then I can provide the detail the next quarter, I can provide it after this quarter, I can provide detail for
Okay.
each
It can always
expense.
be corrected if it's not, but
Okay,
it can always be corrected anyway, but we need to something approval now for that.
Correct, please.
So move.
okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
I'm just going to abstain based on, I don't know what this is on my
Okay.
precinct. I have no clue.
Yeah, okay, so, like I said, we're doing it for the purposes of getting the budget documentation timely, but we are making it contingent upon receipt of information requiring backup documentation in detail. Budget order change number 23.
Get it to you.
And then there's a capital order, number 94, under tab 3. That budget change order is,
Number 94?
yes, number 94,
Yes,
capital.
and here what we're doing is relocating just the funds for projects that have been already approved by court previously. I don't know if somebody has a specific questions on a particular project.
Okay. This is the comprehensive all capital projects.
That's correct.
Right, okay. So I just want to say that I do go over all the CO project change orders with Teresa, and you'll notice that you as commissioners also sign off with myself. And so if you can take a quick look, starting towards the back, each of them are signed off on. This is how we get from you approving a project to actually the money being moved from your COs or from a particular coded, amount of money.
Move passage.
Thank you.
Second.
Did I heard the second here.
Yeah.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And then also, we have an increase in renewal rates on workman's comp from TMI. And the auditor's office received this just about a week ago. And it's going to impact the current year's budget. And we don't know exactly how much, but this is not in our control.
That's correct. We don't know, and for last, during fiscal year 19, we paid 366,000. We currently pay for this one 496, but right now the company is just reviewing all the salaries, looking at the actual salaries, and then probably we're gonna have to probably pay more, and that's what we don't know, and it's gonna be.
Are they citing COVID-19 as a reason? I'm just curious.
No.
No?
No, what is affecting is just salaries increases.
Just
more
increased salary.
positions, yes.
Yeah.
Those are the basics.
Right. And so just to make it clear, we were at 366 and now we're at 496?
And they could increase due to this adjustment that they're looking into the data right now.
Okay, so
41%
it'll increase.
difference.
And we're gonna have to discuss this one during budget. So this will affect Department 0101.
101 is what?
Right, we're just gonna have to fund it more. That's all there is to it.
It's almost 50%. Yeah,
Okay, well, we can't do without it.
yep.
What we can do is, quite frankly, create a culture of safety. And that's very important. I really think I was gonna visit with Timothy about this very issue, is that it's important to understand what our safety index is and what our, what our data looks like, and that's something we haven't looked at. So it might be good to know in a month.
Has it changed that bad? Because for 3 years, it was just like,
Well, some things happened. We need to look. Some things happened. Yeah, it's either salaries, more personnel, or you have more claims. Or more claims. I mean, your claims will be one of the biggest factors. So our claims must not be good. And that's maybe why we're seeing this, so we need to get a full, I'll ask Timothy to come to court, and let's take a look at last year over this, yeah, well, actually, we'll go back 2 years and take a look to see what our claims look like per month, and then even per department, and see if we can make some adjustments safety-wise, to get a hold on that. Okay, if there are no other questions, it's just a discussion, so we're done with that. As you know, we went to executive session, and we've completed all of our work, and,
I just need one point of clarification
Yes.
from the executive session.
yes,
When we came back in, it was moved to reject, but also to give the county attorney authority to continue negotiation. But I don't think that's what,
it was just to reject.
just to reject.
Okay, right.
Was
That
it
was on
that one?
Frontiers Communication.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, so you said 2,400. You said it was, they were asking 3,000, you said 2,400.
Yeah, no, we're just, on A, it was just a rejection.
Well, no, I remember you mentioning 3,000, then you went down to 2,400.
That's the one where there's no liability.
Frontier? That was Frontier.
So what do you need, a motion to reject?
Just to reject, no authority to negotiate.
I second Commissioner Gonzalez's motion.
That's what you're saying.
Okay, motion and second to reject that settlement demand, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Judge, we needed to go back to item number 2. Item number 2 on the
Thank you.
budget planning, budget calendar.
correct. We said we were gonna give it some time, didn't we? Item number 2 is our budget planning schedule, and I think we made a correction. Teresa, will you announce it?
The correction is for April, it's April 23rd, the Friday on the calendar right now. That should be April the 30th, where we are going to receive the preliminary estimates of taxable value and not the certified. It's April the 30th, preliminary estimates.
Right, not certified,
Which,
on the calendar.
right, but which one are you
Friday.
choosing?
On April
Friday.
23rd?
The Friday.
Yeah, change that to April 30th,
Right.
and then it's not certification yet, it's just preliminary numbers.
Right.
I'm sorry, April 30th. So it's, instead of the 23rd, it's the 30th?
Yeah, and it's preliminary, not certified.
Right.
And the 23rd on Friday stays the same thing as far as the package, right?
I didn't hear you, Commissioner.
And for the 23rd, it stays budget request package?
Right, they're due back to the county auditor's office.
And I guess just the other one would be, is there any time the week of June 7th that works for everybody, instead of the 24th and 25th? That was, I mean,
And it works for me, I don't know about anybody else.
sorry?
It works for me, I don't know about anybody else, but.
7th and 8th, 10th and 11th, I know we have Commissioner Court on the 9th. Anything, is that,
I mean, if the 7th and 8th is open, as long as we can start late. I've promised our tax assessor that I'm attending an event with him that morning here
what,
in town at 9 o'clock.
name your time, Judge,
I mean, I think 10 o'clock would be fine.
for both days?
Yep.
Okay. Then do I need to make a motion for that, or just do it, just to change the June 24th and 25th to June 7th and 8th, starting at 10 a.m.?
Okay.
That-
Okay, we'll just make the arrangements on everybody's calendar.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I'll send out the revised schedule.
Okay. And of course, you know how it works, Teresa. Some are gonna be eager and they'll already have everything ready. And whoever, wants to come first, those are the days that would be the best ones for them.
Okay.
In other words, get the people that are completely ready, and then those that need more time can come
Right.
on
Okay.
the next one.
Yes, ma'am.
So I would make a motion to pass with the changes made, which were April 23rd to the 30th and preliminary instead of certified, right? And then
Correct.
June 7th and 8th at 10 a.m. instead of June 24th and 25th.
That's correct.
So what about the week of the 14th of June? I mean, that all stays the same, or?
That stays the same.
Okay, those stays.
14?
Is that correct, Teresa? That stays the same, yeah.
So we're doing, how many pairs of dates for budget workshops?
So for the department, it's 5 scheduled workshops.
And if we
probably
needed
won't be
another
here.
one, do you want to create an alternate right now? Why don't we create an alternate date, just in case we need it?
Yeah, I won't,
Well, actually, it's 4, because the tentative is July the 6th.
July 6th.
Oh, okay.
So do we plan on getting, I mean, based on previous experience, do we plan on getting everyone done in 2 days? Or, because I'm just wondering, like, what was it, 6th and 7th, or what was it, 7th and 8th? And then we turn around 15th and 16th. I mean, is that, are these the same groups that we're asking to come back? Or, because I would rather spread those apart.
Right, they're going to be spread out over the 5 workshops. And
Okay, so we'll see one department there and then won't see them again.
That's correct.
I got you. So we're just giving them multiple days to come on those days. So the 7th, 8th, 15th, 16th, or what'd you say, July, right?
I don't think I'll be here the 15th or the 16th, maybe.
Yeah, I have trouble with the 15th and 16th that week, but that's why I'm wondering. I mean, if I have to reschedule,
17, 18.
plan on being out of town, but if I have to be here, I'll be here, so. But that's why I was just wondering if we have 7th and 8th.
Well, you can do the 7th and 8th and the 10th and 11th instead of the 15th and 16th if you're out, Commissioner.
That's just a lot of, I love
all
seeing
week.
everybody, but every day, I don't know.
What was the,
Oh, my God.
Commissioner's going to be
You
out the
said move
15th
15
and
to 16th.
Might as well
16th.
do it and put it behind you, man.
what were you wanting to do? What were you talking about?
I was just saying, I mean,
10th,
13th through the 18th, I'm out,
Yeah,
but,
that's good for me. The 7th, 8th, 10th, 11th is good. I
Well,
mean,
let's make it work for you, John.
then let's, if we can, if that works for everyone.
7th, 8th, 10th, 11th?
7th, 8th, 10th, 11th, yes.
7th, 8th, 10th, 11th, instead of the 15th and 16th?
Yes.
Okay, so then, okay, so instead of the 15th and 16th, that would be the 10th and 11th.
right.
And the
We're gonna be
10th
with
and
each
11th
other all
regular
week.
time.
And then we'd need to change the notice one too, Teresa, that 72-hour notice, June 11 date, that's got to be changed too.
Right, that's just internal though, when I have to.
No,
do
I'm
the
just
posting.
looking at the whole calendar.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so the whole week, okay.
So just to confirm, we have the 7th and 8th at 10 o'clock, the 10th and 11th, 8, 9. Then we have,
Now, because we're doing that, I'm just asking, do we want to move a commissioners court meeting from the 9th back to the June 2nd so that we literally aren't we're here all week? Just throwing it out there.
Just see your therapist. We'll be fine.
All right.
We're good. Let's stop, I mean, I really,
No, no,
we've been able to really, do a lot of maneuvering, but the truth is that we all have standing meetings. I know I do. It's gonna take a lot for me to rearrange that whole week as it is, but I'm willing to do it because budget
That's fine.
workshop is so important, but
Good to go,
if we
Judge.
start
Good to
messing
go.
around with more Wednesdays, it's gonna be problematic.
Move acceptance with the
I'll be
changes.
open on the weekends. You want a therapist?
Second.
Call me.
Okay.
I'll be open the weekends. You need a therapist? Call me.
We can be open to times as well if you want to. We don't have to start at 10 if you prefer other days that week. Just work with Teresa
Start
and
at
court administration and let us know. Okay? All right, in that case, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All the new changes will be reflected on our calendars and
Teresa, can you send us a new hard
properly
copy?
posted and noticed. Are there any adjournments in memory, commissioners, at this time?
Oh,
No?
I do have one, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, you don't? Judge, today I would like to remember Barbara Steck, S-T-E-C-H. Barbara was a longtime friend and employee of my company, and she passed away, had some serious health complications. Barbara was one of the most genuine, wonderful, do anything for you 3 times if you asked her to. And so condolences to her family. As my wife said, she's definitely dancing in heaven right now. So great loss to me personally and to our company
Sorry.
as well. Thank you.
Company, family.
Yeah, big time. Great lady.
Are there any others at this time? Hearing no others, we will adjourn in memory of all those souls that we've lost to COVID-19. I was just about to get the
And the
Here
ones
it
in
comes.
Colorado too, Judge.
Let's see, the total here in Nueces County, 745 after today, 745. And we had one death here in the county today. And as Commissioner Gonzalez mentions, we pray for the families of those lost to gun violence. It was remarked how many mass shootings we've had in the past month, and it's just a terrible number. So we pray for the healing and for the peace for those families afflicted by gun violence and afflicted by the insidious disease known as COVID-19. We are adjourned at 4:49 p.m. 4:49 p.m.
And just as a comment, it looks like April 1st is going to be okay for everyone, and so we'll be looking to post that for our CIP.
Okay.
What time, 9?